My life, my own words, I guess.
Have you ever loved someone so much you given them?
India, what happened to her hair? Little girl with the pressing curve. Age 8, I got a Jerry curl. 13 and I got a relaxing. I was a source of so much laughter. 15 when it all broke down. 18 and I went on natural. February 2002, I went on and did what I had to do. Cause it was time to change my life, to become the woman that I am inside. 97 dreadlocks all gone. I looked in the mirror for the first time and saw that, hey, I am not my head. I am not the skin. I am not your expectations, no. I am not my head. I am not the skin. I am the soul that lives within. Why she doing her hair? Oh no, it look crazy. I like it. I might do that. I wouldn't go that far. Good hair means curls and waves. Bad hair means you look like a slave. At the turn of the century, it's time for us to redefine who we be. You be showing off like a South African beauty. Got it on lock like diamond. You can rock it straight like Oprah. If it's what's on your head, it's what's on me. Then say, hey, I am not my head. I'm not the skin. I'm not your expectations, no. I am not my head. I am not the skin. I am the soul that lives within. Does the way I wear my hair make me a better person? Does the way I wear my hair make me a better friend? Does the way I wear my hair determine my integrity? Breast cancer and chemotherapy took away her crown and glory. She promised God if she was to survive, she would enjoy every day of her life on national television. Her diamond eyes are sparkling, bald headed like a full moon shining, singing out to the whole wide world like, hey, 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 I am not the skin. I'm not your expectations, no. I am not my hair. I am not the skin. I am the soul that lives within. I am not my hair. I am not the skin. I am not your expectations, no. I am not my hair. I am so that lives in this. If I want to shave the cross, if I want to rock the rocks, gotta take a bit away from the soul that I got. If I want to wear it braided, I don't see there's a wrong with that. India already. Look, she got hair. In my life, I've seen it all, and now it's time for me to pass on this knowledge to you, all my sisters, my troubled sisters. This is my gift to you. Take my away, see every day, then every other young sister, baby. My dinner down, running in the street, don't stay, thinking that used to be me. What a shame. It's hard to say I see the same thing that happened to me and you. This ain't love. I wanna get girl. So you can't hold me down. Say you wanna When I used to see my daddy jeans, my mama down to my feet. I used to say, that ain't gonna never be me. I know me, first I'm from hell, no better man. Kept telling you that you'll never hit you again. I just said, I see that happened to me, happened to you. This ain't love. It's love I'm getting you. You can't hold it down. Say you wanna get on, but like I had enough. You can't hold it down. Whenever you're feeling down, I'll be there for you. All that I wear, just be the way you can see. Even if you resent me, you gotta hold on. So you do, girls are wrong. And you're wrong. You see, you can't hold you can't hold me, you can't hold it. You can't hold it down, you can't hold me. You can't hold that long and you can't hold it down. Make happen, make happen. I'm still with you, my sister. My troubles still have trouble. I still have trouble still. You're not alone. I'll always be there for you. Rock on, rock on. Hold on, I would rather than let you go. Can you stand this feeling in my soul? Oh, I can help but say you got it low. Let me get a little bit closer. I really wanna miss you away. And that you give me is so good. You're my star. This is my star. I'm sorry that you took your way. My star, my star, my star. I'll never let you fall. Only you, you're my star. I get your bills every time I think about your smile. I skip away. Can body down. Can I be a fool? But don't keep you around. Let me get a little bit closer. I really wanna see your love. Girl, that you give me is so good. Yeah, you're my star. I'm sorry that you went through your way. My star, my star, my star. I'm sorry not to fall. Only you, you're my star. Testing, 1, 2. Testing. No, you're my one. So I need you. You know, what's out inside? You're my one. Your star. I'm sorry that you went through the world. I'm sorry not to fall. Only you. Might seem crazy what I'm saying. Sunshine, she's here. You can take a breath. Out there in the room, I don't stop. But the air, I don't care by the way. Because I'm happy all alone. If you feel like you're ready with all the room. Because I'm happy all alone. If you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy all alone. If you know what happiness is. Because I'm happy all alone. If you feel like that's what you want. Here come back and you start missing that. Give me all you got and don't hold back. I should try and warn you, I'll be just fine. No offense to you, I won't waste your time. Yes, yeah, because I'm happy all alone. If you feel like you're ready with all the room. Because I'm happy all alone. If you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy all alone. If you know what happiness is. Because I'm happy all alone. If you feel like that's what you want. When we dance, can't let you. When we dance, love's too hard. When we dance, can't let you. When we dance, I said break down. When we dance, can't let you. When we dance, love's too hard. When we dance, can't let you. When we dance, I said go down. Come along if you feel like we're ready with all. Come along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Come along if you know what happiness is. Come along if you feel like that's what you want. Come on if you feel like I'm really out. Come along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Come along if you know what happiness is. Come along if you feel like that's what you want. When we dance, can't let you. When we dance, love's too high. When we dance, can't let you. When we dance, I say, come along if you feel like I'm without on fire. Come along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Come along if you know what happiness is. Come along if you feel like that's what you want. Back when I had a little, but I feel alive. The little was overrated. My life was a little too complicated. I didn't cry about me. I really didn't think about me. That's when I learned to rest. But it's all about your perception. Hey, yeah, you a Capricorn superstar, so you act so you feel so high. It ain't about the size of the ground, it's about the size of the baby. Your heart is whole. It doesn't cost a thing to smile. You don't have to pay the ride. You better thank God for that. thing but smile. You don't have to pay to lie. You better thank God for that. There's home, the far country of Brazil. I met a young brother that made me feel I could accomplish anything, you see. Just like me, he wanted to see it. No windows and no doors. He lived a simple life of one extreme. On top of all of that, he had no eyesight. That didn't keep him from seeing the light. He said, what's it like in the USA? And all I did was race. You said it was paradise. Talking paradise is in your mind. You know that there's hope. It doesn't cost a thing to smile. You don't have to pay for that. You better thank God for that. There's hope. It doesn't cost a thing to smile. You don't have to pay to laugh. You better thank God for that. There's hope. Every time I turn on the TV, there's hope. Somebody's acting crazy. There's hope. Letting it drive you crazy. There's hope. Taking back my power today. Everybody's rates keep on rising. The government, they keep on rising. We gotta keep on surviving. Keep living our truth and do the best we can do. Cause there's hope. It doesn't cost a thing to smile. You don't have to pay to laugh. You better thank God for that. There's hope. It doesn't cost a thing to smile. You don't have to pay to laugh. You better thank God for that. There's hope. Stand up for you. Stand up for you. Show me what it's your. Stand up for you. Show me what you're strong. It doesn't cost a thing to smile. You don't have to pay to laugh. You better thank God for that. Thank God for that. It doesn't cost a thing to smile. You don't have to pay to laugh. You better thank God for that. Let's go. No excuses now. Yes. Welcome on, welcome all. Let's go. Your time is running now. I'm talking here and now. I'm talking here and now. It's not about what you done, it's about what you do. It's all about where you going, no matter where you been. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. There is no better time. I'm talking here right now. I'm talking here right now. Let's go. Right now is when you're trying. I'm talking here right now. I'm talking here right now. It's not about what you do. It's about what you do. It's all about what you know. It no matter where you go. Let's go. happen tonight. Let's make it happen. Oh, let's make it happen tonight. Let's make it happen.
Once again, welcome to your 2022 Metro Real Estate Conference with yours truly, Dr. Mike Davis. DJ Mike J is here. We ready to get this thing on momentarily. Stay with us, y'all. Let's go.
Let's go. Ooh, let's go.
Yes, yes. First things first, good morning to everyone. I am your host for today, DJ Mike J. I want to thank everyone for taking the time to come out on today. It's a great day. It's a blessed day. And you know what? We're going to have some fun today. We're going to enjoy ourselves. And we're going to definitely make sure that all the intentions are met on today. So without further ado, everybody should have an itinerary in front of them. We're going to get started. But listen, before I even bring this gentleman up, we'll turn this down a little bit. There. Before I even bring this gentleman up, I want you guys to know a little something about this man that I call the baddest MC in the game. He is the infamous Wendell Graham. Not only that, but listen, he has traveled with me. I've got a chance to work with him in many places around the country. And you know, we're doing amazing things. This guy right here will tell you straight to your face, it's now or never. And when we're talking about now or never, I can't give it to you like he can, but listen, but he knows better than I do what it means. When we talk about now or never, you're about to hear from not only the baddest MC in the game, but he also has a message, and you are about to be experiencing what this delivery is. Check this out. As we get ready to bring our man first up to the stage, your MC of the 2022 Metro Real Estate Conference with DJ Mike Davis, the infamous and the only, my man and my friend, the great Wendell Graham, y'all. Give him some love. Let's Oh, come on. Cut it. Hey, listen now. Who's Corey Briggs? Corey Briggs. He's good at passing that collection plate. Corey will grab that collection plate in a second. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so excited to be here. I'm delighted. Hey, I got a question. If we have any extra coffee, bring it to this table right here. We have some nurses and some CNAs. They're going to need coffee because they may have the open neck, what do you call it, the open mouth jello neck head bob. They work all the time. And so, you know, we want to make sure that they stay up. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm excited. Has anyone else, or is it just me? Anyone else? Anybody else survived something lately? Anybody else survived something like, Sakoni Prince has his hand up. Has this not been the most challenging last 2 years that we have ever had? We've had a challenging year. So DJ Mike J, let me do this, because I want to we got a long way to go in a short time to get there. So what I want to do is, I want to make sure that we do the welcome. I also have some announcements. We have some housekeeping rules. If you have a cell phone, that cellular device, I want you to make sure that you put that cell phone on vibrate. I know we have families, it's Saturday, and I want to make sure you put your cell phones on vibrate. Also, the restrooms are down the hallway to the right, ladies and men's room. We will take a lunch, and we will have an hour for lunch, but I guarantee you one thing, and I want to make sure you get this. You are going to leave different than you came. There are going to be some things that's going to be said today that's going to elevate your consciousness. See, let me say this. I know the people who arrive at this point. If you made it to this point on a Saturday, 8 o'clock, you're looking for something. You could be watching cartoons, sleeping in, walking the dog, doing whatever you want to do, but sometimes we have clues, and the clues that I always get are the people who get up and show up, they're looking for something. So you have to ask yourself, I don't care where you are in your life. I don't care where you are in your life. You have to ask yourself right now, what am I looking for? Is this it? Have I arrived? Is there more? Do I have more in me? Is this where it stops? No. So it's just pushing forward and making sure that you do everything that you possibly can to get everything out of this life. Nobody owes you anything. I'm going to say that again. Nobody owes you anything. Nobody owes you an opportunity. Nobody owes you a job. Nobody owes you to be on stage. You got to push for it. You got to fight for it. And you have to make sure that you show up for it. So we have some people here today that showed up, and I'm so proud of. Give yourselves a round of applause for showing up this morning. All right, so Mike J, am I going to just segue into my speech? I believe I already started. Okay, all right, y'all ready for me? Hey, listen, I only have 20 minutes, but I want to show you something. Hey, listen at this, okay. I want to show you something.
They can make your next chapter your best chapter. Hallelujah.
How can it be that you love this I was meant to sin. Your life was secretly about it, burning to be free. It's amazing, yeah. I can't even
All right. Okay, all right. I know y'all weren't expecting this. I know you weren't expecting me to go and put my policeman's outfit on. Nobody's expecting me. Nobody's expecting me to go and put this policeman's outfit on. No, sir. Who said this is not a police? Who said that over here? Who's the heckler saying, there ain't no police outfit? Y'all heard it? I'm sorry. Not the police outfit, I'm sorry. Y'all didn't expect me to put this doctor's uniform on. Y'all didn't expect this. Y'all thought I was going, what'd you say? It's not a doctor's uniform. Okay. Well, listen, if there's a fire, call me, because I have on a fireman's uniform, and I'm ready. I got my gloves and my safety. What you said? This is not a fireman's uniform. So what you're telling me, I'm missing the fire hose. Look at this. She's very observant. Give a round of applause. Give a round of applause. Missing the fire hose. A lot of other stuff. So what uniform, if you saw me show up and you on your way to work and I'm doing like this, what would you assume that I am? Who said construction worker? All right, we're going to give him the big piece of chicken at dinner. Listen, what uniform are you wearing? I want to ask a question. Every day you say you're this and you say you're that, But what uniform are you showing? And I know what you're thinking. You're saying, Mr. Graham, well, listen, you know, I got it in my heart. But how are you showing up every day? How do people recognize you? What do they identify you as? I'm going to say this, and I'm going to move along with our program. Just because I introduce myself to you, it doesn't mean that we know each other, right? Is that right? Young lady right here, Mrs. Monica? Yeah, I went to Monica. I said, hey, Monica, how you doing? And she said, we haven't met before. And she was quick to identify that. But when you say that you're something, you have to start acting like it and walking like it and moving like it and becoming that thing so much that it's imbued in who you are. Quick story, and we'll move on. It's been a difficult year, y'all. Last year, I lost my mom. I know what you're saying, oh man, that's horrible. But listen, me and my mom hung out like wet clothes. And if you don't know what wet clothes hanging out look like, hang some out. That's a hard hangout. We had a good time. See, mom got sick, and I was living in another state, and I moved back to take care of mom. And ain't that what we're supposed to do as sons and daughters? We're supposed to do whatever we can to help take care of our family members. And mom got sicker and sicker until she finally passed. But before she passed, I was at her bedside, and I was talking to her. And she knows I'm a speaker. I've been a speaker for 11 years, 12 years, maybe more than that. I'm not real sure. But we were talking, and I said, I'm trying to be the best speaker that I could possibly be. I said, Mom, I'm trying to master the spoken word. I want to do my best to be the best speaker. Mom, I'm trying. And she said, quit trying and be. Do you realize that sometimes in life, you're trying to be something and you've already arrived? I want to be a good mother. You already arrived. You're taking care of your kids. I want to be a good father. You're doing what you're supposed to do. I want to be a good student. You're going to school. You're doing those things. Sometimes you have to drop the try. And so I memorized a poem, and I want to recite it for you. I wrote it down, but I forgot the paper. I wrote it down, but I want to show you something, that there are two forms of paper. There's official paper and unofficial paper. Corey Briggs knows this oh so well. Kevin knows this oh so well. Unofficial paper, you lose, just like I did. But official paper, you write it on your heart. Okay, let me make it plain for you. The Bible said, thy word have I hid in my heart that I might not sin against you, right? So write it on the tables of your heart. So if you would let me recite this short poem for you, as I did for my mother before she passed. And this is by Mark Lacey. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15. I saw 12 hands going, so 30 minutes, right? Well, okay. It goes like this. I'm trying to be a spoken word artist, but sometimes the lyrics don't necessarily fit time with the rhymes. I'm trying to be a spoken word artist. I'm trying to be a spoken word artist. And in my quest to make you feel it, I figure if I'm failing, if the applause ship keeps sailing away, I'm trying to be a spoken word artist. Lord, just let me be the Führer Loquenda, Viva Voca, loquacious juggernaut, kicking jargon, lingua, francois, patois, in the dialect of euphasic phraseology in the prison of the land of provincialism. I'm trying to be a spoken word artist. Like Forrest Gump, I want to run out of my lyrical leg braces. Like Dorothy, Toto, Tin Man, Scarecrow, and the Lion, I want to face this thing called me. I want to speak spoken word like Jimi Hendrix plays Purple Haze. I aspire for it to have the same impact as that which transpires when Jesus saves mine. Voice enunciation, diction, and delivery shall radiate perfection like the choir sing in September, accompanied by the earth, wind, and fire brass section. My desire is to be the composer and the arranger of the national spoken word anthem. I yearn to be the leader and director of the spoken word mass choir. No more claptrap, flim, flam, hogwash, horse feathers, poppycock, or tomfoolery. Asinine, derangement, insipidity, lunacy, madness, merrymaking, or the funeral of the craft. No longer will I be marred with the label of an amateur. I aspire to be the maestro virtuoso of dactylic hexameter, odes, haiku, simile, and iambic pentameter. My tongue will wrap around the earth as my words burn. Lyrics will form in a storm as I mimic Saturn. I want to rock all auditoriums, concert halls, and hippodromes. I want to send thrills to vaudeville, Carnegie, the Apollo with the cadence of a metronome. No longer will I implement the scuttlebutt because I remain humble. But when I step into the spoken word referee, let the referee say, let's get ready to rumble. There is no mystique in my calm unique. Stupendous theatrics intertwined with brilliant colloquialism. Thespian pantomimes throwing rhymes like metaphoric ventriloquism. In case there was a point in this piece you may have missed, and my voice wasn't, I'm trying to be a spoken word artist up in this cap. My personal affirmation is that I will step up to this microphone and I will rip it to annihilation. I cannot lose with God on my side. I won't stop vying to the day that I die right. Slime the family stone said I can make it if I try out. I'm going to spread my lyrical wings like an albatross and let my tongue fly high. And I know in the end, I'll do my best and I will not cry. The primary purpose of me sharing this piece is to release a message that's been imprisoned inside of me. So I want you all to share that bashful kids, share that bashful skin, gravitate toward this here microphone like it's your next of kin, say you a prayer, and thus become the slayer of all fears. And by the time that you're done, that melted metal is a true indication that you decided to recite, you did it, and you did it right. No more fight. I'm trying to be a spoken word artist for you today and tonight. I'm trying to be a spoken word artist so you will see the light. Go ahead and give yourselves a round of applause. Yeah. See, you came with something. You have a gift. Use your voice as an instrument. Use your brain as your pad. Write down on the tables of your heart what it is that you want to do. And I thank my timekeeper so much. 5 minutes. Okay. There was someone that was supposed to come. It was an HBO box. Has anyone seen the HBO box? Oh, you saw the HBO box? Okay. HBO box. Bring it to me, please. Well, I tell you what. HBO box. Could you open it up for me? Let the young lady, whoever the young lady was who grabbed it, let her bring it over here to me. Appreciate it. 5 minutes. I got 5 minutes to refresh your home. Yeah, bring it up. If y'all can open that box up. Y'all know what HBO stands for? Y'all know what it stands for? No, it does. It's good. Yeah. Take your time, but hurry up every chance you can get. Yeah, she got it, bro. She's yeah. HBO. You got it. You're going to rip it open. Let's help it out. Yeah. Okay. Watch it. Okay, you play sports, don't you? You got brothers? Yeah. Well, you ripping into that. Okay. HBO. Help a brother out. Oh, look at here. Help a brother out. Okay, thank you. All right, I am your MC. And I'm going to be keeping time. So listen here. Y'all going to have to help a brother out. We have a schedule that we want to keep. I got notices 5 times, Mr. Graham. Time for you to go ahead and transition on. So when y'all see me stand up, when y'all see this clock around my neck, if you're a speaker, I'm not just putting it on because my name is Flavor. No, sir. I'm putting it on because I want you to know that it's getting time for you to wrap up, because we sometimes get carried away in the moment, in the spirit of what we're doing. So I want to make sure that we're timely. I'm not going to take advantage of your time, and I ain't going to let you take advantage of mine. So they're bringing a specialized long hook. Yeah, so I'm going to be standing over here, and I'll be pulling people off the stage. I'll be pulling you off the stage. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble. Let's get ready to rock. Give yourself permission to be gracious, because this is your time. So, as I got to get my flow together. Where's that lady at with the moose? She had a whole jar of moose. Where's she at? Where's that lady? Okay. Hey, Kevin, I'm going to have to be organic when I bring you up, Kevin. Listen, this gentleman that I'm about to bring up to the stage, he's an amazing young man. He's a father. He's a coach. He's a mentor. He's a self-made millionaire. Did I get that right? No? Yep, he did it. And he knows how to help you. But he said that the main reason he can't help you because you ain't gonna listen. No, I just made that up. I'm sorry. I made that part up. But he said that Kevin is he has a business. He's a black belt, right? He's a black belt, and he's going to come up and he's going to share about 20 minutes of information with you that I want you to take what's called copious notes. They say note takers are money makers, but I want you to grab a pen, I want you to grab a notepad, and I want you to write down something, a takeaway, that if you don't have it, just make sure we're going to get them some pens and take down some notes, and we want some takeaways at the end of this. So, ladies and gentlemen, stand to your feet, take a stretch, clap as hard as you can for my friend, Mr. Kevin Wilson. Get along with the voices inside of my head. You're trying to save me, stop holding your breath. And you think I'm crazy, yeah, you think I'm crazy. Thanks. Give it a hand for Wendell. I love watching Wendell work, right? And DJ Mike J always setting the stage. I love it. My name is Kev Wilson. Now, he already had you do it, but I'm going to have you do it again because it's early morning. Just one more time. Everybody stand up for me, please. Just stand up. I know you just did it. I know. Just stand up. All right, now look. I think everybody made it up, right? Yeah? Yeah. That wasn't too hard, was it? Yeah, we're going to talk about that later. Go ahead and have a seat back down. Go ahead and sit down. Yeah. So my name is Kevin Wilson. For those that don't know me, I'll explain a little bit about what I do. But the reality is, I realized when I was preparing for this event that I have the best job in the world because I really get to teach and educate. And I love that. In fact, just this last year, they were so short of teachers, I even went and got my they call the student teachers or the substitute teachers. I went and got my license so I could go help out because the schools were so short. They just needed warm bodies and a pulse in the room. I said, that's not fair to the kids. Let's get them out there. So I love to teach. And I love it because lots of people know me as the finance guy. And that's true, but really I use finance as a medium for teaching, just like I use martial arts as a medium for teaching. See, people think we teach kicking and punching and self-defense, and we do. But we're really teaching personal growth, which is something that all of us should be aspiring to. So I love having that medium of martial arts. I love having that medium of personal finance. And it's kind of funny how that personal finance aspect came to be when I was, I'm not going to date myself. Let me just do this. When I graduated with my degree in business, it was 2000. I'd already had a martial arts school. In fact, we're celebrating 25 years of business next month. And I'll take a hand for that. Thank you. That was a big deal. Yes, it's a huge deal. We're very excited about it. But when we started, when I graduated from college, I wanted to go into business myself with something else. So I got my degree and I decided to open up a surgical staffing company with some surgical professionals. I was not a surgical professional. I couldn't even spell surgery, but I did have my business degree. So we partnered up. We started this company. And when we started it, we really didn't know anything. It was 2001 and we had to get a lot of stuff together. And I really look back now in hindsight, it was all good. But at the beginning, it was really like getting up on this really tall cliff and jumping off and then checking to see if I had a parachute. It was very nerve-wracking. And we were bringing surgical professionals into work for us, talking them into quitting their jobs and working for us. And I said, I got this. I got a business degree, so I'm going to put my skills to work. I studied macroeconomics, microeconomics, business econ, stats, accounting, managerial accounting. I'm going to make all this work for this company because if the company's successful, then we can keep our staff successful, we can keep the OR successful. And crazily enough, it was working. Like we were making some money and getting some contracts and doing stuff, and I loved it. It was great. And so a couple years into it, I started feeling pretty good about myself, And then I had read this book called The Millionaire Next Door. Has anybody read that one? Yeah, it's a great book by Dr. William Danko and Thomas Stanley. And what they said was that most people are broke. That's really what they said. They said most people are broke. And I said, not me. And so I looked at my net worth and I said, they said, okay, most people, so they had it broken down. See, they said, people you think are rich aren't really rich. Because if I got $1 million home, that's great. But you don't know that my mortgage is $990,000, right? I'm broke, right? So I looked at this book and I read it, and they talked about accumulators of wealth, prodigious accumulators of wealth, average accumulators of wealth, under accumulators of wealth. And I decided to calculate my net worth because my business is going good and I'm doing all right. And I calculated my net worth,
and it was negative $14,000. Yeah, I agree. Now, some people got it worse, so I'll just be thankful. But I looked at it and I said, this can't be. Like, why is my company so successful? I put all these strategies in place. Why am I broke? And then I looked at it. I said, well, wait a minute. I talked to my wife. I said, look, we're going to become one of these millionaires next door. We're going to put together this plan and this strategy. And I said, are you on board? And without knowing the details, she said yes. Now, she didn't know the details. She would have said no, but that's okay. So she said yes, and we did it. So that was 2003. And in 2013, we worked diligently. We put together some plans. And in 2013, we checked, and we hit a net worth of $1 million, over $1 million. And I was ecstatic. But a funny thing happened along the way because my business partners started noticing stuff. And they said, Kevin, what are you doing? I said, well, look, I read this book, and there's other things. I started reading all this other stuff. I got to change it. They said, well, show me what you're doing. So they started coming to me and asking. And then they were telling their friends about it. And some of their friends were coming to me, well, Kevin, what are you doing? So I was telling them. So all of a sudden, I'm saying all this stuff. Now, it was a harder sell when I wasn't a millionaire. Because I said, well, but they saw the improvement. See, they saw the improvement. Well, an interesting thing happened as I was teaching these people. I go, well, wait a minute. Why are we all broke? I don't understand. And that's what the Millionaire Next Door talked about, is that it didn't matter if you made $50,000 a year or $500,000 a year. Everybody's just broke on their own level. So I started putting together more and more things, and I realized that it was necessary because the real reason I was broke is because I just told you. In college, I had all those classes on business accounting, but I didn't learn anything about personal finance. Nothing. Zero. I went to grade school, middle school, high school, college, degree in business. I learned nothing about personal finance. And it's like, how can this be? We're a socioeconomic society. I don't learn anything about socioeconomics. You just can tell me, go make some money, and then, I don't know, do whatever you want with it. But it just seemed irresponsible to me. So I decided to be on a mission. And a funny thing happened. I ended up founding what's called Difficulty Demon University, YO University. And the slogan is what they forgot to teach you in school, right? Now, I want to challenge you just for a second. Think about right now in your life, whatever stage it is, think about the things that are most important to you in your life. Just take a quick inventory. What matters to you most in your life? And I'd be willing to bet that most of those things you just thought of that are most important, you didn't really learn much about in school. So that's the point of our Difficulty Demon University. We're starting with the finance leg. Here's the thing. Finance is just one part of it. And the Difficulty Demon has a reason. Because when I've got two kids, I have my daughter turns 13 this month, and my son is 14. Anybody else got two teenagers at home? I'm the only lucky one, huh? I got one that's like two, right? Yeah, no, we're breaking into the teenage years good. No, but I feel very fortunate. I got some great kids, and when they were little, we decided we want to get them in some piano lessons. So we found this instructor in piano, and we took them there. And my wife and I, the kids were getting in there, and they were playing good. My wife and I said, man, we should maybe take some piano. We've never done any music before. Let's do that too. And I learned a couple of things. My son's really good, and I figured out two things. One, his piano is not genetic because there's no component there to make me any kind of good. He was great, but I was terrible. But I also learned that kids, they just absorb stuff so much easier than we do as adults. I've spoken to a conference one time. I said, if we were all born adults, none of us would walk because we would just give up trying right away. You know, kids are resilient. They just take stuff in, they keep trying, they keep doing it. So it was really great to watch them do that. And my wife and I started playing piano too. Now, after a while, I actually got kind of decent. And my teacher told me one day, she said, Kevin, I'm not trying to give you a big head or anything, but I'm just telling you right now, with no musical experience and playing for as short a time as you had, you should not be able to play the piano as well as you do. And since I had no barometer, no metric to compare it, I just said, okay, I don't know. And I said, here's the thing. I said, I may not have played piano that long, but I've done martial arts for quite a few years. And I know the formula of growth and persistence and getting better at something through the martial arts. And my students, we can't circumvent the process, but we can be more efficient at it. And the things that I tell my martial arts students, if you do this way, do this, you'll get better quicker. And I said, that's just what I do with my piano. But the funny thing is things like this. We have what we call kata, and we do these moves, and some of them are hard. And so when we're in class and they get to the hard moves, nobody wants to do it. And when they go home and practice, they get to the hard moves and they don't want to do it. They just want to do stuff they're good at, right? It's hard getting uncomfortable and putting yourself out there and kind of failing at something, but only by doing that do we get better? So I just told my teacher, I said, well, when this part of the hard part of the song comes up, I just make sure I do that like 10 times more than everything else that I'm good at. And so she said, well, that's really interesting. Well, we started looking at this overlap in the process of learning and education, and we realized that there was something more organic happening. We started taking these notes, and we actually wrote a book called Difficulty Demon. And the concept between the book, it's simple because we write the story of a hallway, and the hallway is analogous with life, right? At the beginning of our hallway, we're born. At the end of our hallway is our inevitable death. And along the way, we have these doors. We have the demon of anxiety. We have the demon of worth. We have the demon of guilt. We have the demon of control, pessimism, hierarchy, all these different things. And in the book, the character goes through and opens those doors and has these experiences and learns from these experiences. But in life, let's be honest, sometimes we walk that hall and we get to that door of anxiety and we're like this. We get to that door of worth. So we just keep going. We get that door of guilt. I don't know what's on the other side of that door. I don't want to address that. But what happens is we keep passing up all these opportunities. We get to the end of our hall and we turn around and look back and realize all we've done is arrive safely at death. Right? We missed out on the opportunity to have life. And if we would just open those doors and have those experiences, that's the medium for teaching that we have to make sure that we're paying attention to. Because we want to get to the end of that hallway and have an enriched life. And again, usually, that's how it comes to finance. See, I was coaching people on some of the finance stuff, and some of them were getting it, some of them weren't. But let's face it, finance is basic math at best. Most of the finance stuff we really learned in elementary school. But when we get to that door of anxiety, what's our relationship with anxiety when we talk about our money? When we talk about worth, how does that influence our choices that we do with our money? When we talk about guilt, control. See, that's what happened. I got a thing in my course, I call it the chasing the 10%. I think it was Robert Kiyosaki. He said, most people spend money they don't have to buy things they don't need to impress people that they don't even like. Right? And I was like, well, that's profound because that's a lot of people's financial plan. And it's a losing one. I call it chasing the 10% in what I teach, right? We get caught in it. In some ways, it's healthy, right? But sometimes we look and we're like, okay, if I just lived there, if I had 10% more house than I have right now, I'll have made it, right? 10% more car. And then we spill it in other things, 10% more time off, 10% more time with my kids, 10% more time with my spouse, 10% more vacation time. But the problem with that formula is we keep chasing the 10%. If we keep chasing the 10%, well, then we're never content with where we're at. And we keep spinning our wheels trying to get this thing that's not attainable. So if we change that and back up and said, well, wait a minute, what if I put together this plan to help serve my needs? You know, money's a tool to serve those things that you were thinking about earlier that's important in our life. Money's not important. It's necessary to serve those things that are important in our life. Those are the things that are important. Money's just a tool to help do that. So if we put together that plan and we started addressing that with this difficulty, we realized that we had much more success with teaching people this. So the interesting thing is, I asked you guys to stand earlier. See, that's the hard part. We have on the back of our book, it says STAND. The acronym is STAND. Stop the atrophy of never doing, right? Fear doesn't even have its own room in our book. You know why? Who knows why? I had a guy read it. He was reading the book and he started getting, he goes, man, he didn't even put fear in. He missed the mark. Why don't you think anybody got an idea why we didn't put fear in the book as its own room? You better venture a guess. I know because y'all thinking, well, it should be in there, right? It didn't get its own room because it's in every single room along the way. Every single room along the way. We don't stand because that fear is just tugging at us. We're fearful of what's on the other side there. We're fearful of what we'll discover, what we won't discover. But the point is this, be you, everybody else is taking. Get in that room, have those experiences, learn. Stretch your wings. We gotta say on the back of the book too, if you're not failing at something, then shame on you. Right? Because the demon number 10 is the demon of growth, and that's what it's all about for all of us. We have to keep growing. I grew through the martial arts, I grew through my finance stuff, but here's the thing, we got to take that stand. Now, I said, I got the greatest job in the world. And I've never done this before, but I'm gonna do it today. How much time I got left? 5 minutes? Perfect. Because I got 20, but I'm only taking 15. Now, when I get off this stage, I don't care. I'm gonna go right out in that hallway. 10 of you are gonna follow me. I don't know who it is. I don't know who needs it, but somebody's gonna follow me. The rest of you can check your phone, check your email, sit here, have a conversation, whatever, but I'm gonna put this mic down, I'm gonna give it back to window. I want 10 to follow, because I'm gonna share something with you that's gonna change your life. I'm a life changer. That's just what I've decided. I'm a life changer. And so I'm gonna change your life. I'm not gonna it'll take less than 5 minutes. So DJ, hit the music. Mental real estate, we're gonna find some space to rent right here.
The sound of my bed, get along with the voices inside of my head. You're trying to say me, stop holding me up. You think I'm crazy, yeah, you think I'm crazy. I know. I know what you think. Look at it, look. Everybody wants to be a me. Well, why can't I go? Yeah. See, Kevin said, y'all heard him. I'm from the country. I'm from the deep south, Mobile, Alabama. Well, our whole audience didn't like trying to be millionaires. But I'm from the country. And so, Kevin, we said that like this down south. Y'all don't believe fat meat greasy. But you have to link up, hitch your wagon up to a star. You have to let me say it this way. You have to associate yourself with some people or with somebody who's already doing something in the field that you would like to endeavor in. Sometimes you have to associate yourself. And so Kevin said, did anyone else catch this around about maybe about the 30 mark? He said, listen, unfortunately, we do not have the luxury, some of us, we don't have the luxury of time to mess around. Is it just me, but is anyone else getting less patient the older you get? You don't have time for foolishness. You don't have time to mess around. You can detect a lie real quick. You know somebody's lying and you might not call them out on it, but you just, you got that little look on your face. You're like, man, I can't believe Pinocchio is telling this one. But we get less patient. And because we feel the sense of urgency in our lives, and we know that if we're going to do it, we're responsible for doing it. Is that right? Now, I know this is a lot being dropped on you, but it's your fault. Because you asked for this. You asked that somebody come in your life that will teach, train, mold, and point you in the right direction. So again, I want to make sure that we're taking copious notes. Take one of these notes. And what we're going to do, we're going to segue. Is it okay, DJ Mike J? All right, let's give it up one more time for Kevin. I got 2 or 3 takeaways, and if you got a takeaway, I want you to, mine was get better quicker, arrive safely at death. Woo! Some of us think we're going to get out of this thing alive. We just try to, get the kids through school. I don't want no trouble. I'm retired. I'm get in the truck and fish myself. Then you know what? I'm just gonna float off into the sunset. If you don't start shaking up some dust around here and getting busy. Anyway, last year I asked, and I'm not gonna do it. But last year I asked if we have any good cursors, anybody that's real good at cursing or cussing or saying bad words. Anybody? Okay, we got one right here too. We got a preacher raised his hand earlier over there. He said, "Well, that's the only way I can stand in the pulpit. I gotta cuss." Every now and again, you gotta say, you gotta say something, because you gotta shake it up a little bit. You gotta shake it up. And I know, Corey, you're pretty good. I heard him. I heard him say, this is a good cantaloupe. But he's beep, beep. I said, wow. Oh, the cantaloupe, bro? You cut to the cantaloupe? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move right along. Oh, goodness.
I got my looking glasses this year. Y'all proud of me? Y'all proud of me? I got my looking. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all doing all right? We're going to be driving, flying at about 30,000 feet, so I want you to put your seatbelts on and put your seat tray in an upright position. I'm going to be your pilot again for the rest of the evening. I'm going to bring up this young lady. I was reading her accomplishments, and it's just blown away. Something on it said a Guinness, is that how you say it? I told you I'm from the country. Guinness World Record, is that how you say it? Guinness World Record holder 2020. Is the founder and CEO of Rural Wellness, Family Readiness Supervisor, Supervisory Program, Analyst, Regional Work and Family Life Coordinator, Work and Family Life Consultant, Education Services Facilitator, American Red Cross CPR Facilitator, Guinness Book of World Record Holder 2022, International Best-Selling Author. If y'all don't grab your pens and papers and let them smoke like I don't know what, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Angie Edlin to the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, put your hands together. Where's she at? Where's she at? Angie, come on. Woo. All right. Yes. Okay. That's right. Yes, yes. All right. Can everyone hear me? All right, good morning. How is everyone today? Are you excited? You don't sound excited. Did I come to the right place? Wasn't this the mental real estate? Did I dress the part? Window, do I have the right uniform on? I got the right uniform on? I don't know.
You got the right one on?
Am I in the right place?
You got the right one, baby.
All right. Are you excited? Show me your excitement. All right. I think I dressed the part. The only difference is that, I'm not wearing like all the other speakers. They're all nicely dressed with I guess I'm nicely dressed. It all matches. But what I do is I am a life coach, but I specialize in nutrition and fitness. So I guess I dress the part, right? All right. Does this qualify as the uniform that represents me? At least from what I'm telling you right now, right? Okay, so what I want to talk to you about is on mindful energy. Mindful energy. Why is your health important? Since you're writing this down, you have a piece of paper, I would like you to put a circle on your piece of paper, okay? And I want you to put your name on it. It doesn't matter what kind of piece of paper it is, even if it's a short little notepad or a sticky note, put your name in the middle of that piece of paper, all right? And then the next 30 seconds, I want you to write various things around your name of what's important in your life. Go ahead, write down all the things that are important in your life. Does anyone need anything to write with? Anything to write on? Okay. And some people may even discover that you have writing utensils in the middle of your table. All right. Now, when you think about it, every aspect of our life revolves around being healthy, right? Everyone's in agreement with me?
Yep.
Now, take a look at everything that's on your piece of paper. Are those things important to you? Yes, absolutely, right? Not because I told you to write it down, because you value those things. Now, I want you to repeat after me. When I'm healthy, I have all the important things in my life. I am healthy. I have all the important things in my life. I am healthy. I have all the things
and repeat all the things that you have on your piece of paper. Go ahead, just say it. You can just say it randomly, whether one or two things, okay? Because these are things that are very important in your life, and we value them. Now, I talked about mindful energy is because we're full of energy. Our health revolves around 4 layers of energy: physical layer, the mental layer, the spiritual layer, and the emotional layer. Now, most people, they're just so obsessed with the physical layer. How do I look, right? What's the weight on my scale, right? How many inches does this tape measure say, right? Who is that in the mirror? Do I recognize that person? Is that the same person that I saw a day ago, a week ago, a month ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, when I was in school? But what's really most important is everything inside. Because the physical energy layer relies on the most powerful emotional layer, the mental layer, and as well as our spiritual layer of energy. So where are we spending all of our energy? To be most sustainable, they all have to be aligned. But I want to share with you at least 3 things to help to biohack our health. And how can we do that? Parts of the energy, 3 energies. One energy is food, right? Food gives us energy. The other type of energy is movement, right? You saw me running around. I was definitely getting my energy going, right? And the last important energy is also relaxation. It takes energy for self-care too, doesn't it? It takes energy to even sleep. So that first energy, when it comes to food, now, I'm not here to tell you you have to be vegetarian, you got to be vegan, and you got to be all that type of health conscious. You are what you eat, right? So why not eat better? It's a conscious choice and how we do that. The easiest way is to think of the foods that we eat. What is it going to do for my body? So think anti-inflammatory. That's a big name, a big word, right, when it comes to health. Anti-inflammatory. What does that mean? Prevent inflammation of the body, right? There's so many things, so many stressors. Think about all the stressors in your life. Some stressors may be everything that's on your piece of paper, right? Think about it. Think about it. Some people may have said family. Family could be stressful. What about relationships? Whether it's relationships with your family, your friends, your network, they may be important things, but they may be the energy that's sucking the life out of you as well. Right? What about how you feel about love? We need love. It's a fundamental need, right, for intimacy. What about our work? What do you do? Is that taking away from your energy, or is that putting it back in? How about the connections with people? We need that social connection with people, right? We feel that we belong. Sometimes we don't do very well by ourselves, right? We're just kind of hidden in this corner. Let me see where I can hide. Can anybody see me? Is that helpful? Is that healthy? Absolutely not. Because we're tied. No matter how far away we try to hide, even if I try to go behind this, let me see how far I can go. Okay, maybe I shouldn't do that. But it causes a disruption, right? Look at that. My energy field just caused a disruption, okay? Because we're all connected in some way. We're all connected in some way. So how can we refuel ourselves? One, with food, eating anti-inflammatory foods. Best thing, fruits and vegetables. Now, I'm not saying you got to cut out all the meats and stuff that you like to eat, because I eat meat too. I just eat it seldomly. Or I'm eating less and less. But if you try to focus on eating at least 3 to 4 vegetables for every meal. Why? What do fruits and vegetables provide for us? Antioxidants, phytonutrients, carotenoids. Carotenoids is basically fruit are vitamins and minerals. Fruits and vegetables provide us vitamins and minerals. If we were eating more of that with every meal, we're going to get the nutrients that we need to give us the energy to be running around this room, right? If we eat fruits and vegetables with every meal, you don't need supplements. Why do you think it's called a supplement? Because you're not eating right to begin with. You need something else to give your energy back. Why? The earth provides everything that we need, right? Think about our ancestors. They gathered the food they have, right? And it's all healthy. Nowadays, we're so mesmerized by commercialization of packaged foods, processed foods, right? But think about the things that they put in it, chemicals to make it fresher, to last longer. But guess what? Like Kevin was talking about, you get closer to death quicker. Are you satisfied with your life that, oh, I'm ready to just cook and die right now? We still have things that we want to do with our life, right? The best way to do is what you put in your mouth. Is it going to fuel you or is it going to deplete you? Now, the second source to help biohack your life is movement, exercise. Now, I'm not asking you to have to do jumping jacks or run around this room to be energized. Just as my predecessors, the speakers before me, they had to just stand up, right? And sit down. Movement can be in any shape or form, whether it's slow movement, whether it's fast movement, right? It can be easy, it can be hard, but why is it so important to move? Part of the movement of our bodies is it helps us with our daily functions of life. If we're so sedentary, we may not be able to get up chairs. Get out of bed. Think about the people that you might have wrote on your piece of paper. They might be having some issues. We ourselves may have some issues, some disease. So movement can help prevent that inflammation. It can help you to tie your shoes, to pick up your kids if you have them, right? Because they get heavier as you get older, right? One exercise I want to teach you is twisting, right? Now, why do some people like to do twists? Why is that? Whittle the middle, right? Because that's the center of your body. But one of the most important things that's the center of your body too is your heart and even your spine, right? Think about some of our chronic illnesses. We talk about our aching back because we have poor core muscles. But our spine and the muscles attached to it is all weak too, right? Don't we have neck aches, shoulder aches, arm aches, back aches, hip aches, leg aches? It's all attached. By doing some type of twisting exercise, whether it's slow or whether it's fast, help to activate these sleeping muscles. So I'm going to teach you what's called 6-minute twists. But I'm going to have you just do only one of them. But I'm going to demonstrate at least 6 of those exercises. And it all will help you to relax your muscles, activate those sleeping muscles, and even re-energize and give you that energy as well. Okay. The first one is you can kind of demonstrate it with me, but we won't go through the whole process. We'll do 1 minute of it at the end. Put your hands on your head, right? And this is best that you're sitting. You don't have to stand to do these twisting exercises. Now, you probably don't want to sit on the back of your chair, so it would be best that you're sitting kind of on the edge of your chair a little bit. Because if you're sitting on the back, you can't really twist without hitting the back of your chair. So sit up front a little bit, put your hands on your head. What do you start to feel right now? You're starting to feel the stretch, right? And you can kind of feel the blood flowing onto your arms and your shoulders. Your body's like, wake up, man, wake up! But then your body is saying, why are you waking me up right now? I'm not ready. And all you're doing is just twisting, right? You're just twisting. So that's just the hands on your head. Now put your hands on your shoulders. They look like angel wings. I call these angel wings. Some people might say chicken wings because, we got chicken wings. Some people have chicken wings that they need to work on. These will work on your chicken wings too, believe it or not. The next one is put your hands, whether in front or clasp it, right on the top of your belly, right? Just on the top portion and just twist. Yes, we have to go there. You know why? Because we want to feel where that energy is going, right? We want to feel where the energy is going. Now, the next part is now put it on the bottom of your, I know, that's the part that we're concerned about. But guess what? When we're doing that, we're saying, bring in the love, bring in the energy. This is where we're working it, right? We're working it. Last two involves more of your arms where, anybody play ball before? Like baseball, basketball, or not basketball, needs a bat. Volleyball, right? So now we're just twisting with our arms. Now you might feel kind of constricted a little bit, but this is as far as we need to twist. Right? And the last one is a little more fun. It's just like snapping your fingers. This is fun, right? It might play a little bit of kind of a beat with this. Just twist in. Just twist in. All right. So keep this. What we're going to do, for 1 minute, choose whichever twist you want to do. You might want to do the one with your head on your head. You might want to do the one with your shoulder, the one on the top of your belly, lower belly, the bat or volleyball hands, or just swing it. All right, so we're gonna do this for 1 minute. So you choose which ones you wanna do. Because really, this is what happens. And Mike, you can play the music anytime, doesn't matter what you play. It could be the music that my intro was in, right? Because you're sitting and you can either face forward or you can twist along, have your eyes go however far your range of motion goes. Believe it or not, you're working everything from head to toe, right? You can do it slowly if you feel that's as fast as you can go. It's okay, right? You can do slow. The importance is it's movement. And believe it or not, from head to toe, right? From head to toe, this is what we're doing. We're activating all of our muscles. This morning, I was kind of stiff. Right? And basically this is what I did. All I did was just this. Just move, keep on moving. Right? You're having fun. You can do it slowly. And believe it or not, just doing the twist, it relieved the tension of my back. And I was like, oh my gosh. Because you just put energy back into your body. That's it. Now, isn't this something simple you can do? It's fun, isn't it? Absolutely. All right? And the last part, so we talked about food and we talked about movement, but the last part I told you about energy is relaxation, right? Self-care. Why is that important? We need to make sure we incorporate some type of relaxing protocol in our daily life. Sometimes just twisting to the music that we love. Did you enjoy that? You can do that anywhere you're at, right? You can do it while you're watching TV. You can do it as you're texting or on the phone. Believe it or not, because my family is here, I was talking to a mom just the other day, and I told her about these twists. We were on speakerphone, and she's like, oh, that's what I have to do? My dad's like, yep, there she is. She's twisting as we were talking, right? You can do that. No one would know unless you happen to be huffing and puffing. It's like, what you do? Oh, I'm just twisting. You want to twist along with me, right? Something easy you could do. Even when I go home, I would do little exercises easy that you can do at home, right? This is something you can share. Share it with your loved one. Hey, I just need you, just twist with me. Yeah, play some music. Some things, if you just need to slow down, because what does relaxation do? It helps to alleviate anxiety. It's been clinically proven to even help with those with depression, right? If you're in that simple place, sometimes all you have to do is what I call BMJ. B, breathe. Sometimes we don't even take the time just to breathe. Just breathe. It helps to calm you down, bring you back to the center of oneness with you and whatever higher spirit that you're connected to. Maybe it's just connecting with your family. All the important things that you wrote on your piece of paper. Just breathe. M stands for meditation. That meditation, what does that do? It aligns all of our 4 types of energy, our physical, our mental, our emotional, and our spiritual, into one, all in alignment. Because when we're in that resting place, we can do whatever we want. We can fly, can't we? We sure can. And we can achieve anything we want to, everything that we want to, just by doing so. And J stands for journaling. How many people journal or write things down? Researchers say if you write and journal for at least 15 minutes a day, 3 to 5 minutes, 5 times a week, it'll help with that connection. It's a reflection of your personal experiences and your thoughts. The answer is all right there, right? Whatever you're suffering from, don't even think about it. Just write, just write, just write, just write, just write. Whatever thoughts you have, just write. But 2 things you should do when it comes to writing. Do it in the morning. Write down your gratitude. What are you grateful for? It might be just as simply as being alive. Write it down. And then, right before you go to bed, write down, what are you grateful for? It might still be, I'm happy to be alive, that I can see another day, right? Because when we start with gratitude and end with gratitude, gratitude is the best attitude. If you didn't accomplish anything, you accomplished of being thankful for who you are, right? Who you are. So why is your health important? Reflect on what you just wrote down. See, I just got you started journaling already. You just already put some of your interpersonal reflections on the piece of paper. Go back to it. Why was this important? Because our health helps us to live another day, expand our life, makes us feel better. And plus, you're setting an example not only for yourself, but everyone else around you. So a healthy mind leads to a healthy body. And that's all I have to say about that.
Come on, give it up for Miss Angie. Yes. She's doing her picture act. Down 2. Eye the tiger, come on with it. That part. Yeah. Rising up. Okay. I don't know part, man. I'll wait for it. Okay, Hey, listen. Did y'all hear what she said? Am I the only one taking notes and over there? I'm shouting and I'm doing the Millie Wop. Y'all know I'm doing the Millie Wop over there. I still do the Millie Wop. I don't know about y'all, but y'all don't know about that. Anyway, I want to do it this way. I want to make sure that we tie into the theme. What is the name of this conference? Does anybody know? Mental real estate. And she was she was down my alley, on my street, knocking on my door, in the refrigerator, eating a sandwich. And so she said, Angie said that, she said, y'all family be stressing y'all out. Did y'all hear what she said that? Right? Well, I might put it in my own words, Corey. I might have put it. But she said sometimes family can be a source of stress, right? Your family can stress you out. She said that relationships can stress you out. And she said that there's something. Where's Angie at? She probably ran to the gas station. She got a lot of energy. In her. I saw her. She's over here. But she said something like this. I'm going to put it in my words while we get ready for our next speaker. She said that sometimes in life what you have is called a parasitic host relationship. Sometimes you have in your life parasites that come in the form of people that will suck the life out of you. But did you know something interesting about a parasite? A parasite releases an enzyme, and the enzyme is an anticoagulant. An anticoagulant allows the blood to flow freely, right? Uninhibited. It flows freely. Now, what does that have to do with the price of tea in China? There's some family members in your life that release an anticoagulant to allow your resources to flow freely right out of your pocket into their pocket. They'll call you and they'll say, you know what? Hey girl, I got a problem. And then you with your own helpful self say, what is it? And right before you know it, you sucked in and you would spend an hour, 2 hours on the phone and you gave them all that free advice and call yourself a coach, a mentor, and a trainer. And you ain't got paid not one dime for it. And you done spend all this time on the phone. I'm getting mad. Hold on, I might do that myself. I'm sorry. Ooh, I got zoned out. But some of us have these parasitic host relationships, and we have these people in our lives that release these anticoagulants that allow your resources to flow freely from you to them. So Angie said, watch your relationships. And Mike Mros DJ, okay, that song that she played, that was a jam. That was my jam back in the day. Yeah, that was my jam. But I want to make sure that we're all actively involved. DJ, play that song. Who was that by? 50 Cent? 50? That about 50? Yeah, play that a little bit, because I saw y'all. I was watching y'all. Everybody's over there. Oh, yeah, that's my jam. 50. Play that a little bit. Cue it up real quick, DJ Mike J. Wake them up a little bit with 50. I see they like that. But Angie was hitting on, so when she didn't even get her accolades. She didn't even get her accolade, but I want y'all to write down your notes, and what I'm going to do is I'm gonna call on you randomly. I'm gonna call on you and I'm gonna ask you what the security. Hey, sometimes you're caught off guard in life, right? And you don't know what to do, and so sometimes you have to make adjustments, right? So I'm going to call on individual tables. I'm going to look at you and I'm going to say, hey, what was your takeaway? Did I handle that well? Did I? Yes, I did. Okay. So I want to make sure that you're writing something down. On your table are flowers, but they're conspicuously flowers because they're also pens, right? So if you want to take one out, look at you, she's sharper than Gillette. So I want you to take a pen out. And I want you to make sure that you have a pen in front of you. And I want to make sure that you're following instructions, because when I call on you, don't be the deer in the headlight. I want to make sure that you're getting this. You're getting this. Okay, Ebony. Did you do it, Ebony? You didn't? Okay, thank you. All right, so you got to be ready for whatever comes your way in this life. And you can't let it shake you off of your square, because if you do, you will be thrown off for the rest of your life. So make sure that you are so focused on your goals and your dreams and your aspirations that no one. Okay. No, nobody? Okay. Hey, listen. Y'all ain't playing too. Hit me with this for just a second. Hit me with this for just a second. Yeah. That's me in the floor. That's it. Okay, listen. If patience was a person, if you went to the dictionary and you found patience, you would find this man. If you went to the dictionary and you found wisdom, you would find a picture of this man. If you went to the dictionary and you found someone who says, you know what, you don't necessarily need eyes to see, because he said that the part of the brain that's responsible for seeing in the first place is encased in darkness. The occipital lobe, is that what it's called? So some people have eyes, but they can't see. So the Bible said, he that hath ear, let him hear. That means that you have to allow yourself to hear, and you have to allow yourself to see. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, help me welcome my good friend, the Dr. Johannes Christian, coming to the stage. Never would have made it. Never could have made it. lost it all. But now I see how you were there for me, and I can say, never would have made it. Never could have made it without you. I would have lost it all. But now I see how you were there for me, and I can say I'm stronger, I'm wiser, I'm better, much better, so much better. When I look back over all you brought me through, I can see that you are the one I held on to. And I never could have made it. Somebody ought to say, never could have made it without. I don't even know why Mike DJ has me up here with people like Angie twisting and everything. And I don't have an HBO box to help a brother out. But if anybody out there can help a brother out, I need you right now. I'm just a preacher. And somebody said they were from the country, and I was from the country. And I never thought I'd be on a stage in my life. Oh, see, and I'm blind, and I talk to the walls.
Did you want to move up a little bit?
Not really. Okay. All right. How's that? Is that where I need to be? All right. I want to thank Mike. I didn't have a flower. Y'all would usually get to write, but if I wrote, I couldn't see what I was writing. So I thought I'd put it on. How's it look? Does it look okay? That make my uniform? Because I didn't have any uniforms to wear either. So I'm like I said, I'm just a preacher. And what I usually do is just tell stories. Has anybody in here ever had anything happen to them and they wondered why them? You had why me? Anybody had a why me moment? Your son cracked up the car, the insurance had lapsed, and you said, why me? Well, maybe your sons never did that kind of stuff. I had 5 children, and every one of them at least cracked up one car. And I said, why me? Anybody ever felt like the only person it could happen to was you? That you were the only one that could, of all the people in the world that it could happen to, it would be you, right? I'm not, I don't see very well. Well, actually, I don't see at all. So if you're shaking your heads, I don't see it. So could you be a little bit verbal? Has anybody in here ever said, why me? The diagnosis came through and it wasn't good and you said, I'm telling you, that's, all of us go through life with moments of, why me? I don't care how good you are, how bad you are, something happened to you and you had to say, why me? Or how could something like this happen to me? Because I'm so good. You ever believe that? You thought you were so good that nothing could happen to you? And you wondered, why me? Because it happened. But the word of God says that good things fall upon the just and the unjust. So all of us are subject to having something happen to us at an inopportune time. Take death, for instance. We always say they died too young.
or they died too old, or they took too long to die. But how many of you know that we don't have any control over that, do we? Death just comes when it happens. And things in life just happen when they happen. And so you can't just say, I'm going to have a stroke today or tomorrow, or I'm not going to have a stroke at all, because you don't know, because you don't have control over that. Well, you might have some control if you leave the salt shaker alone. And you did some twists like Angie was suggesting. So you might have some control over that. But as a rule, when it happens, you say, oh, I don't know why it happened. It just happened. So if I tell my story, it might make a little sense to you. You know, I had been a preacher up to the age of 50 years old. I started when I was 20, and at 50, I'd been preaching. You can do the figures on that. I can't do it. I'm not good at math. Who was that mathematician that was up here earlier? Was that Kevin? Well, ask Kevin. He can figure the figures out. And at 50, I thought I was on the top of the mountain. We were talking about life and mountains. And, you know, I had been a manager for the state of Ohio, was managing a program of about 200 kids, a second chance program. And I was just living my best life. My kids, who got the 13 or 14-year-old? That was Kevin again, wasn't it? Kevin, keep living. They all grow up. I had children at that time. My two youngest were in college at that time, and my three oldest had already gone. And I mean, I was ready to live. I was going to the Bahamas and going to the islands, you know, whenever I wanted to, and flying to New York to see a play. Life was good. And I decided that I'd go full-time in the ministry, let go of my big professional job with the state, and 3 months after I left my job, I had a why me moment. I was driving on a highway between Dayton, Ohio, and Columbus, Ohio. That's kind of like going west to east. I had been in Illinois and for a weekend event, and was on my way back home, and I went under an underpass on the I-70 highway, and there were three kids up on top of a bridge. And one of them said to the other one, I'm up here. A rock, he threw a rock, and it went down, the car went down the road ahead of me, and it hit the back end of the car, bam! And the driver swerved all over the road because he was startled by the rock. And the boys that were on top of the bridge said to the young guy who was throwing the rock, come on, let's go. The cops are going to be out here. We got to get out of here because we don't want to get caught. And he said, no. He said, well, come on, you're going to kill somebody. And he said, you don't get it. That's why I'm up here. I want to kill somebody. It wasn't a minute after he had said that, my car came down the highway, and he picked up an 8 to 10 pound rock, leaned over the side of the bridge, and dropped that rock. We call Kevin again. He can figure out the numbers here, but imagine the rock falling, my car doing 70, the velocity of the rock coming and hitting my window, and the only thing that rock hit was my face. Now, to hear my son tell it, when he got to the hospital to finally see me, his wife called him and said, how's Dad? He said, Daddy doesn't have a face. It broke every bone in my head, from the top of my head to my chin. I'm not going to spare you all the gory details, but I can tell you that it took 2 years for them to finally put my face back together. 2 years, and Dr. Stephen Smith, who was the best plastic surgeon in the world, had a picture of what I used to look like, and he put me back together. But while he was doing it, even though it was a why me moment, while he was doing it, he said, Christian, I can make you look like anybody you want me to look like. I said, really, Doc? He said, yeah, I can do that. I said, are you sure? He said, yeah. He came in the next morning. I said, I've been thinking about it, Doc. And I figured out who I want to look like. Now, I'm a little dated, okay? Because, you know, I figured 20 years ago I was 50. I said, well, I went to this movie and I saw this guy. He played an angel next to a wow, big woman named Whitney Houston. She was my heartthrob. All right, I'm off duty. I'm off track. Let's get back on track. But I said, but this guy, his name was Denzel Washington. Do you think that's a stretch, or can you do it? He said, I got you, bro. I've not had anybody. No, nobody told me I don't look like Denzel. But you know, the white knees were there. And I can laugh about it now, and I am laughing. And people say, how do you laugh about being blind? How do you laugh about getting hit in the head with a rock? But sometimes you either laugh or you cry. And some people get caught up in the why me, and they never get past the pity party. And even though it hurts, and it really hurt, and even though the pain was there and it lasted quite a while, hey, Lo, when I get to my 5 minutes, I won't see the clock. So gently tap on the plate in front of you 3 times. Let me hear you.
We don't have time, sir.
I know. I want to hear the. That's it. I want to know. So do it one more time. All right. Some people get caught up in the pity party and the why me. And I'm here to tell you today that I didn't come here thinking that I'm the only one that has ever gone through something, because I believe that everybody out there has gone through at least one something. And some of you probably have gone through a couple of ones somethings. And anybody out there had real bad time in life, you maybe have gone through a whole lot of somethings. Husband ran out on you. You got pregnant, and it was unexpected, and you weren't married, and he left you holding the baby. Well, y'all don't have to say nothing up in here. You had that guy, and you thought he was going to be with you forever, and he ran out. Not only did he take the car, but he took the checkbook too, and left you holding the why me. Everybody in here has gone through something. Had the best job you ever thought you'd have, and the company went south, and they didn't take you with them. Well, you've had a why me moment. You don't have to say nothing. All you got to do is think about it. You had those moments when you just sat holding your head in your hands and didn't figure out how you were going to make it. I'll tell you, when I laid in the hospital bed, I had a why me moment, because I was talking to God like I never talked to him before. And who said that the preacher was cursing? That God, but I came mighty close. I was like, how could you? I've been preaching for you for all them years, and I thought I was the best preacher in the world. I prayed for everybody and everything. I tithed. I did everything you told me to do. I took care of the children. When my wife threw me out, I took the children with me. And I raised them, and I was the best daddy mom there was. Y'all get that when you go home. They used to tell me they thought I was bigger than life. And in fact, when they stood around me at the bed when I was in the hospital and they were crying, everybody would come in the room and they would leave suddenly because they were breaking down and crying. And then somebody else would come in and they'd stay until they started, and then they'd go out. So finally I said, wait a minute. Why everybody going out in the hallway? Oh, Daddy, we don't want to be breaking down in front of you. And so we thought if we were going to cry, we'd cry in the hallway. I said, George, tell your brothers and sisters, come on in here. He said, yeah, all right. I said, what you want, Daddy? I said, well, let's cry together. If we're going to cry and we're all hurt, we just need to cry together and get it out. Because we need to figure this thing out, and crying can't last forever. But there's no sense in me not knowing that you're crying, and I'm in here hurting and I'm crying myself. Let's just do it together. And after we had a cry, I was able to tell my children, I don't want no rock sending you to hell. And they were like, Daddy, what do you mean? I said, because I'm so mad. If I could, I'd wring that kid's neck. My son said, you wouldn't have to. Let me take him behind the building. And they wouldn't even have to send him to court. You wouldn't even have to send him to prison. He said, I would. I said, Tyrone, we don't say things like that. But he was right. Because we were hurting. We were hurting. And that's what a Why Me moment is all about. It's because we're hurting. And in this day and time of corona and booster shots and shots and polio rising on the scene and monkeypox showing up, we don't know what's happening. And the world around us is falling apart. And folk are hurting. I laid there, and in my Why Me moment, I was asking God if he would give me my sight back, and if he'd enable me to still have a mind, because the doctors had said the rock came so close to my brain that if it had gone another inch, my brain would have just been smashed to nothing. And then he thought that maybe I would be a vegetable and not be able to remember things. And they gave my kids and I all kinds of thoughts. And it was all in my mind. But how many of you understand that as I talk to him, I just ask him if he would make me whole? I grew up in that neo-Pentecostal Baptist church, and you just laid your hands on somebody and prayed hard enough and anointed them with enough oil that everything was going to be all right. And so I stood and I waited and I waited. Kevin, my eyesight didn't come back. Y'all awful quiet. But you know and I know that's the era that some of us grew up in. That if you believed hard enough that everything was going to work out okay. Now, I didn't stop by to say God isn't in the healing business, but I did stop by to say that it ain't up to you who God heals. Come on and say amen out there. And so in the midst of your why me, when you think God forgot all about you, just know that maybe God had another plan, and that plan was for you to get it another way. And as I sat there and wowed, I just kept saying, God, what am I supposed to get out of this? How am I supposed to read the scripture? How am I supposed to keep preaching? How am I supposed to finish raising my family? And God said, I got you. He said, that boy that threw the rock, I want you to forgive him. Now, God, I'm not the smartest bulb in the bunch. What has my forgiving him got to do with me moving on with life? And I said, you got to be kidding. He said, no. God gets real deep with you. They say he throws your sins in the sea of forgetfulness. Watch out. He said, forgive him. I said, why? He said, I forgave you. I said, uh-huh. He said, remember when you were in 5th grade and you went over to the bakery and you took those extra, they used to sell these little, was that 3? Well, God doesn't forget anything. And he was showing you that back at me, and he said, you need to forgive him. And I said, well, what do I get out of it if I forgive him? He said, if you forgive him, I forgive you. And if I forgive you, you're on the right track. How many of you know that you're in here today and you haven't forgiven somebody for whatever it was they did to you? And you're sitting there with ulcers, taking Malax tablets every so many hours? How many of you are in here and you've got those headaches and you just won't go away, but you've had relatives you haven't talked to in 4 or 5 years? You walk around with all that animosity and hatred built up inside of you, and it's toxic. It's toxic. And you can't get past your why me moment. I stopped by today to let you know that when I let go and let God take control and I forgave the idiot who was trying to take me out, God stepped in and life became good again. That's the reason I can stand here today and tell you that I'm a winner, not because of who I am, but because of whose I am. And I stopped by to let you know you can have your why me, but you're a winner today. It's not my song, Jacqueline Carr sang it, but Tequila Carr sang it. But you can look at your neighbor right now and say, you're a winner. Look at your neighbor and say, you're a winner. You're a superhero today if you do it his way. His way. I found out that when I let go, my healing began to go faster. And the more I tried to do things, I was able to grasp it even faster. Folks say to me, they can't believe that I'm blind. And did you know that I walked from Columbus, Ohio to Washington, D.C. by myself? Y'all ain't even hearing me. Go to my website, go to faceofforgiveness.com and just see what it says. But because I'm a winner, there is nothing that I can't do, nothing that I won't do, because I know who's on my side to make it happen. And if you came in here thinking, oh, poor me, came in here thinking that the world is in such bad condition, you came in here thinking that everything was over, I stopped by just to let you know that if you take his word and do what he says, you are a winner. Do I have any goats in here? Anybody in here a goat? If you're a goat, you gotta stand on your feet and know that you're the best that there is. And when after you, there can't be anything better. Stand on your feet and just say, I am a winner. Come on and put your hands together. Never would have made it. Never could have made it without you. I would have lost it all. But now I see how you were there for me. And I can say, never would have made it. Never could have made it without you. I would have lost it all. Now I see how you were there for me, and I can say, I'm a holder of life. I'm a wiser. I'm better, much better. When I look back over all your partners, I can see that you are the one I held on to. And I gotta tell you, never would have made it. Oh, I never could have made it. Stick in here right now. Oh, but now I see how you were there for me. I Man, we can let that play, can't we? We know we never would have made it. We never would have made it, right? You know, this brother right here, this brother right here. Would you come in for a second, please? Should do something for me. What's your name, brother?
My name is Andre Cavitt.
Andre, spell it for me.
Cavitt.
Yeah, we got him, y'all. We got him right here. No, I'm just joking. Security. No, I want you to take that radio right there, and I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna call you over there. You ready, Andre? Breaker 19. Can you hear me there, Andre? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Breaker 19. Can you hear me, Andre? Breaker 19. Can you hear me, Andre?
Breaker 19, can you hear me, Andre? Oh, I'm sorry, let me see. Hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. Breaker 19, can you hear me, Andre?
I read you loud and clear. Roger, over.
All right, have a seat there, Mr. Andre. Roger that.
Last message, over.
Okay, he's skilled, ain't he? I said, have a seat there, Mr. Andre. Roger that. Demonstration of a message being sent and a message being received. Dr. Reverend Christian, he said he had a why me moment. But y'all see what them doctors did? They look just like Denzel. Spin the image. Look just like him. He looked more like Denzel than Denzel. I didn't know. I couldn't tell. But sometimes a message is being, so the reason why I do the radio is because he said, hey, holler if you hear me. I can't see you. I can hear you. So let's make sure that we're responsive. Make sure that we're saying yes. So the equivalent of not being responsive is if I'm driving from here to Alabama and you're in the back seat. And I'm driving and I'm telling all kind of stories and I'm telling you about my childhood and I'm telling you all these things and you're not saying anything. And then I decide to turn around and look and see, oh, you didn't even get in the vehicle. I don't know what point you got out or what point you got in. So I got to start all the way back over. But being a good communicator, a message is sent and a message is received. Malcolm X said it this way. He said, if you throw a rock into a pack of dogs, the only one that gets hit is the one that yelps. It got hit. So sometimes if the speaker is up here speaking and it hits you, let them know. Because this is their life experience that they're pouring out and that they're sharing with you. And sometimes you want to stand to your feet and you want to clap and you say, thank you for sharing your life with me. Thank you for not giving up, doctor. Thank you for not quitting. Thank you for raising your children. Thank you for being a pastor or reverend. Thank you for accepting your calling. Thank you for giving yourself permission to be great. Thank you. You showed up and you showed out once again. So let's give it up for one more time. And give it up for Andre, the lead foreman of the job crew. Thank you, Andre. I appreciate you for playing along. Y'all know I like to have fun. Y'all know that. I'm going to pick on somebody. Hey, listen, guess what? It's almost time for a break. But you know what? Well, I was talking to somebody about the reticular activating system. This young lady right here. She's a don't tell me, accounts payable. She count numbers all day long. She said, Mr. Graham, it gets so boring sometimes. I'm in there counting these numbers and I see one penny off and I got to find out where that one penny is. And I said, hey, that's because your reticular activating system is so elevated. You see all of these details. And you can't remember the guy when you were walking with your friend and say, you see that guy with them pink shoes on? And they say, huh? I didn't even see it. Have y'all ever been with somebody like that don't see the details? Well, y'all saw this detail, didn't you? Y'all think I'm just being fashionable? We got vendors out in the lobby. We about to take a break. Y'all can get y'all some of this good jewelry that's out there in the lobby. Our vendors out there. She got pound cake. Have y'all had vanilla pound cake? Vanilla pound cake. Y'all ain't had no vanilla pound cake. Have you had what's the other one? Lemon pound cake. I ate 4 pieces over there. I had to go my button flew off and I had to go to the tailor. We got a safety pin in it right now. Helen out in the lobby gave me a safety pin to put in it because I ate too many pieces. But we're going to take a break. And what I want you to do is, again, I'm going to call on you. I want to make sure that you showed up. Not for me. I'm good. I'm all right. I want to make sure that you showed up for yourself. Show up for yourself. So, DJ Mike J, how much a break you want to take? Maybe about 10? About 10 minutes? 15 minutes. We're going to take a 15-minute break. There are vendors out in the lobby. There are T-shirts. How much are the T-shirts right now? $40? $40. They're on sale. They're on sale right now for $40. Get you one of these T-shirts. I'm telling you, these are the best T-shirts. They're made out of the best cotton, non-wicking, I'm told. What's non-wicking? What does that mean? It mean that it don't hold a lot of sweat. I need one of them. I need me a mental real estate muscle shirt right quick. You know what I'm saying? So go out in the lobby and use the restrooms down the hallway on the left-hand side. If you're going to smoke, go out the door here. Make sure that you can get back in.
show up on time. So give me a time check. What we got, time check? Mr. Saccone Prince, somebody? Y'all like this? Does this look good on me? Here we go. 9:47. So about 10, 15 minutes. So we're going to let the mathematician do the math on that and tell us what time we're going to come back. 10:02? 02? 10:02. Let me, don't meet me here, beat me here. I'll see y'all. Give me some good music, DJ. Let me see if I can break dance again. Hold on. All right, 15 minutes. Come on back. 15 minutes.
What's wrong with being? What's wrong with being? What's wrong with being confident? It's time to get the What's wrong with being? What's wrong with being? What's wrong with being confident? The heart of better time. Just think about what you're doing tonight. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. No way I can't escape what's in my mind. Oh, that's the way it's the one thing that you're going up. Oh, that's the way I know. Baby, you there is no limit to how we can go without love. The limits that's so high and high. Down. Broken hearts and broken dreams. Baby, nothing's fucking as it seems. Gotta find a way to let it flow. I know that there's a higher place to go. Oh, that's the way love goes. It's because it hits these guys nothing happening. Oh, that's the way I love. I'm gonna be not baby, you there's no limit to how we can go without love. The limits that's so high and high. No love down. Oh, see, we cannot let go. And there's no looking down. You are going the right road. Gotta keep your eyes on high skies of love. You don't have baby. How we keep on, we know you got to keep your head up. Don't let me back in this, let's go high and high. You know, down. What you want, baby, I got it. What you need, you know I got it. All I'm asking is all your respect. Just a little bit, hey, baby, just a little bit. Just a little bit, this love, just a little bit. I ain't gonna do it wrong. Why you go? Ain't gonna do it wrong. I don't wanna. All I'm asking, all your respect. Just a little bit, baby, just a little bit. Just a little bit, just a little bit. I'm out to get it. All my money. All I'm asking, in return, honey. Give me my focus when you got just a little bit, baby, just a little bit, just a little bit,
Dr. Regina, can I see you, please? Dr. Regina, can I see you, please?
You can't say, sweet honey. And guess what? So here's my money. All I want you to do for me is give it to me when you're ready. Give it to me. Just get on it. Just a little bit. R-E-S-P-C-T. Find out what it means to me. R-E-S-P-C-T. Think of T-C-P. So many nights thinking how you get along. I grew strong. I learned how to get along. Now I'm back. Wrong mistake. I just walked in to find you here with that sad look upon your face. I should have changed that lock. I should have made you leave your feet. I saw for just 1 second. You be back to bother me. Walk out the door. Just turn around now. Sure not no time anymore. Weren't you the one who tried to hurt me? Sorry, you just got to rumble. You just got to lay down and die on your mind. I will survive. Oh, as long as I know how to learn, I know I'll still alive. I got all my life to live, and I got all my life to give, and I'll survive. I will survive. I will survive. Only the Lord to give me strength, not to fall apart. No, I try hard to live in the pieces of my broken heart. And I feel so getting nice, feeling sorry for myself. I used to cry, but now I hold my head high and you see me. Somebody new. I'm not gonna change a little bird, I'm still in love with you. And so you just like talking in and just expecting to be free. Well, now I'm staying all night for some you wanna now go. Oh, my God. Just turn around now. You're not your time anymore. When you run, try to crush me with your thighs. You got my love. You got will survive. And as long as I know how to live, I know I'm still alive. I've got all my life to live, and I've got all my love to give, and I'll survive. I will survive. Come on down, go. Walk on the door. Just turn around now. Show me you don't love me anymore. What you the world you try to brush me inside? You got some room. If you got to lay down the line, I will survive. And as long as I know how to love, I know I'm still alive. I've got all my life to live, and I've got all my love to give, and I'll survive. I will survive. I will only the Lord let me stand. Not to fall apart. No, I can't hard to live with Jesus. I'm not broken up. And I feel so many nights just feeling sorry for myself. I used to cry. But now I hold myself high and you see me. Nobody knew. I'm not that chained up to a person. I'm in love with you. And so you felt like dropping in and just expect me to be free. Well, now I'm feeling all right. Just turn around now. You're not welcome anymore. But you was one who tried to crush me with your fire. You got some moves. You gotta lay down the line. I will survive. And as long as I know how to love, I know I'm still alive. I got all my love to live, and I got all my love to give, and I will survive. I will and I got nothing to show, just coming this road right here. And if this man upstairs, he kept bringing me rain. But I've been saying up prayers and something's changed. I think I finally found my hallelujah. I've been waiting for this moment all my life now. My dreams are coming true, yeah. I've been waiting for this moment. Good to be alive right about now. Be alive right about now. I was dead in the water, nobody wanted me. I was old news, I went cold and cold could be. But I kept throwing on cold, trying to make that fire burn. Sometimes you gotta get scarred to get what you deserve. I kept moving on, and now I'm moving on. Damn, I was feeling blessed with all this love. I think I finally found my hallelujah. I've been waiting for this moment all my life now. All my dreams are coming true, yeah. I've been waiting for this moment. It's good to be alive right about now. Good to be alive right now. Can I handle it? Could get you steady. Almost can I handle it? Could get you steady. I think I finally found Look already. It's good to be alive right about now.
All right. We have a few people in the lobby. I saw them out there. I ain't say nothing to them, though. I'm going to let them come on in the room. Who said that? Oh, yeah, do that. I like a good volunteer. Got something else for you to do and come back. Thank you, sure. Appreciate you. God bless you. God bless you, sister. Yes, indeed. Don't y'all like good volunteers? People just step up to the plate? Yes, indeed. While we're getting ready for the few other people to come in, we're doing great. I didn't even have to use my Flavor Flav clock. I'm kind of disappointed. I like that. I like standing up, staring at people, making intimidating and stuff, but everybody is abiding by the rules, and I like that. So we're right on time, and we'll do a quick commercial real quick. I was out in the lobby, and I saw these shirts. And I said, man, these are some beautiful shirts. Did y'all see these shirts? Look. And so I got the accountant over here to help me coordinate. She said, Mr. Graham, she said, it's a nice jacket you got on. She said, I bet you if you open it up, it's something on the inside of that jacket. I said, no, it ain't. She said, yes, it is. I said, bam. She said, cordialated. I didn't even know I was cordialated. So I'm coordinated. So she helped me pick out a couple of things. And she said, not only can you get the shirt, look at this. Isn't that a beautiful mental real estate shirt, accessorized? Is that aqua? Turquoise? What color is that? Ladies? Turquoise? We're going to go with turquoise. Who like turquoise? Anybody like turquoise? Okay, you can get it out in the lobby. We also got this charcoal, rustic charcoal, good for sitting around a campfire, enjoying an evening with a glass of red wine with your accessorized bronze necklace that can also be found out in the lobby. Now, you can get that too. Now, I think y'all on to me. Who like this? Nobody? Everybody like it? Okay. Listen, I need a volunteer. One more volunteer. That back table, you look like y'all came in late. The lady standing up with the beautiful top on. Would you come up here for me? Oh, okay, she said no right off the top. Okay. All right, okay, come on up here, young lady. Come on. One more volunteer. Anybody married that you want to admit? Single? Who said that? Okay, come on. Okay, and listen, I'll be telling you why I would do this. Okay, we're going to move right along. Come on the stage. Okay. If you're married, how long have you been married?
21 years.
21 years. Woo-hoo! Congratulations and condolences. Congratulations. Okay, look, if you've been married for 20 years, you've seen your husband through the ups and the downs, the highs and the lows, the rusty feet and the crusty feet. You have seen him through all stages. So what I want you to do, don't panic. This is organic, 100% organic. I want you to try this on the back of your hand and see what type of product this is. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this can be found out in the lobby, right? You can get this right here in the lobby. But this is unrehearsed and unscripted. I want her to tell you in her own words. And how old are you, about 12? Okay, 19. All right. I want you to put that on the back of your hand. 19, you have a boyfriend? Okay, so I want you to think about mom and dad and all those other people, and I want you to rub it in. Now, don't let me put words in your mouth. If I want, just say what you want to say, how great and wonderful and magnificent it is, but don't let me put words in your mouth. Just tell me, what do you think about that?
I think it's amazing.
Amazing. 100% organic material, no dyes, no filters, no colors can be found out there in the lobby. Now, you look to be about in your mid-20s, okay? So this mid-20 lady right here said that it is what'd you say?
Amazing.
Did you say the product is amazing?
Yes.
No. I need you to say, the product is amazing.
Sorry. The product is amazing.
Don't y'all believe that? What's your name again? Nina said the product is amazing. It can be found out there in the lobby by one of our vendors. If you go out there, this is Nina, oh, well, she was a 19-year-old, young eyes. What is that again? Body butter. You can't go wrong with body butter, baby. You can't go wrong. So what do you think? What do you think? She's still rubbing. She's still rubbing. She like that. What do you think about it?
The product is very soft and soothing.
Wow. Wow. Yeah. Sure. Let me get my word in. Soft and soothing. Hey, listen. You can find these products. We have vendors out in the lobby. We just want to promote them. Thank you so much. And your name again?
Nina.
Nina, and your name?
Jacory.
Jacory. Oh, thank you. Give a round of applause for Nina and Jacory. Nina and Jacory. Wow. Body butter. She said you can buy the whole set if y'all want it. It's out there. Go and take a look at it. And y'all can get y'all some of these DJ Mike J shirts. They're only $60. $60 for a shirt. Get your shirt while the prices are still low. They won't be on sale forever, but get you a shirt out there. And let me tell you what you're going to do with this shirt. Okay. What we're doing right now is we're building what's called relational equity. Relational equity. Relational equity is an emotionally charged area. Have you ever been driving down the street and you say, and nostalgic, you say, I remember that spot. I was a kid and I fell off the tree and I scraped my knee and my mama made me a sandwich. That's an emotionally charged area. So relational equity is what you're building in this room right now. These are some people that you know, may not know. So you're building relational equity. You will see these people on Facebook, you will know them, and they're going to say something that's absolutely going to change your life. So I want you to make sure that you are paying attention. Do I have anybody that's good at technology? A young person that's good? Oh, did we choose you already? Well, come on down. Who's good at technology? Okay, yeah, come on, the both of you. Come on, the both of you. Come on. Take your time, but hurry up every chance you can get. Come on. All right. Yeah, I was at a restaurant, Saucony, and hey, do me a favor. Go over there and get my cell phone. I was at a restaurant. Uh-oh, I'm sorry, sweetie. Here it is. That's how I do my own children. I was at a restaurant, right? And I go to these business meetings and everybody set their phone on the table. Listen at this now. This is going to peel your muffin cap back blue. That's right. Peel your muffin cap back blue. It's going to shock you. So I was at the restaurant, sat down at the restaurant. Everybody set their phones on the table. And when I set my phone on the table, everybody started laughing. They started laughing. And I was like, what y'all laughing at? They said, Mr. Graham, when are you going to upgrade that old phone? And I said, upgrade, this thing works for me. Have you ever had something that just worked for you? It was your thing. You didn't want to, but they kind of embarrassed me, so I went and got a new phone. But I never was able to put the screensaver on my old phone. You pretty good at putting it on phones? Okay. So if you could do that, I'll give you a phone, one of my phones, okay? All right. So if you could do that, you could put the screensaver on my old phone. I appreciate it. And so put the screensaver on my old phone for me there. And so, yeah. It's the Motorola X3000. You see, I held on to that old phone for so long. It's outdated and it doesn't work. She can't even get the antenna on. But just because I'm a good sport and I'm gonna show her how it works. This is a phone. This is one that I had for so many years. The Motorola. It is not this one, the upgraded phone. But what I'm gonna do, because you're a good sport, what's your name again?
My name is Jasa.
Jasa, that's a beautiful name. Jasa, here's your lovely Motorola X2000 parting gift. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, listen, sometimes you gotta upgrade. Quit operating off of that old knowledge, what your mama told you and your cousins and your aunties and your brother and them. Upgrade. You gotta upgrade. You're operating off of an old business model. That thing don't work. Inspect what you expect. Upgrade. Mr. Graham had to upgrade. I can't send no text messages. I can't do no FaceTime. I can't even go to Instagram and watch my TikTok. Y'all know TikTok, so what's up? So, okay. So, we got to upgrade, ladies and gentlemen. And this experience right now is elevating your consciousness to the degree that you would think on a whole nother level. You're going to think on a level that you've never. Y'all know what neurotransmitters are? Neurotransmitters. You know the feel-good chemicals that's in the body, right? Do you know that those are pleasure sensors that you can release at will? I want you to think about a time that you went to the beach or to a birthday party, or the time that you had a really good time with friends and family, and y'all just hung out and had a great time. Just the mere mentioning of that right now, while I check my text messages and move right along, just the mere mentioning of that right now release dopamine in your brain, the feel-good sensors that's in the brain. You have to be careful with the dopamine, though, because the dopamine is also found when I eat those famous Amos chocolate chip cookies with the pecans in them. I love them. It makes me feel good. And so we have to make sure that we are careful. Now, give me a time check, someone. 10:18. Okay. So let's go ahead and do this. Y'all all right? I mean, are you really all right, or y'all fooling me? They say sometimes you can be fooled by a good feeling, only to be left feeling like a fool. Hey, I don't know if anybody's ever done that. That'll preach, won't it, Reverend? That'll preach. That'll preach. And you're just going to get Corey to take up some more offering. Okay, so Dr. Kathy Burton Brown, she's up next. Listen, where's Dr. Kathy at? Listen, I'm going to say this because it's so true. Dr. Kathy Burton Brown really needs no introduction. I've known her for quite some years, and she's been consistent not only with her personality, but her willingness to help, her commitment, her dedication, her focus. If you know her, you know a friend. If you know her, you know someone that her word is her bond. She means what she says, and guess what? She say what she means. I'm not going to give her a long introduction because I have some things to move out, but when you hear her, listen, grab one of them flower pens real quick, because y'all don't believe me. Grab a pen and grab a notepad, and I want you to stand to your feet and stretch them legs out as I bring my good friend Kathy to the stage. Bring her to the stage, ladies and gentlemen, with a round warm of applause.
I found my energy, and I came to help you find your energy. You were born to run. You need to know that there is I know that some of you have been molested. I know that some of you have been struggling. I know that some of you have been talked about. I know that some of you have got lower self-esteem. But I came to tell you that there is a king. I know that some of you are struggling with addictions. I know that some of you struggle with financial issues. I know that some of you don't feel like you're smart. You don't feel like you look good. You don't feel like you got what it takes. But I came to tell you that there's a king. I know you don't feel well. I know you don't think you look the part. I know you don't think that you got the skills. But I'm here to tell you that there is a king in you. There's a king in you. I want you to stand up and let me know you're out there. Where are the kings? Hey, where are the kings? How many of you know you got royalty on the inside of you? There is a king. There is a queen on the inside of you. I am so happy to be here. Dr. G.J. Mike, thank you very much. The mental real estate is such an important topic. We have lost so many people to suicide. We have people who have committed slow suicide, addiction. I had a lady years ago. I'm a therapist, psychotherapist. I've been in the field since 1986. And I had a lady say to me, I don't want to be here. My mom died, and I don't want to be here. And I said, my mom died too, and I didn't want to be here. But my mom had great expectation for me. When she graduated after being battered by her husband, it took her 8 years to get a 2-year degree. She graduated May 4th, 1972. She had a 10-year-old little girl, me. And after all she had been through, beaten, nervous breakdown, she looked at me and said, you must do 1 degree higher than mine. And God let her live long enough to see me walk across the stage and get my bachelor's. So I kept living.
because that's what she left me here to do. That's what she trained me to do. You take your pain and you use it for someone else's gain. So it's not about the pain. It's about the reason that God has allowed me to experience the pain. So when we stay in the pain fortune, Dr. Christian, you bless my soul. When we stay in the pain fortune of it, we have the pity party. But when we know we're going through and our steps are ordered, we find a reason to give it to somebody else, the reason to live. So I'm going to talk about mental health, and I'm going to talk fast because I have 20 minutes. And I can talk very fast. If I go too fast, say slow down so you can hear me. This is how we approach mental health. Right? What are we told as kids? What go on in this house? You tell somebody what happened in this house, the fact that your daddy beat me all night, the fact that I had to drink alcohol to overcome the pain, I'm going to beat your butt. We teach our children to keep the secrets that kill them. Don't matter. Uncle Chester molested everybody. Don't tell him. Don't tell nobody. We don't want Uncle Chester to get in trouble. But what about my trouble? What about everybody else's trouble? Uncle Chester messed up the whole family. But we're taught to cover the sin rather than expose it. We cover it up. And then we expect it to keep on walking around smiling. What's wrong with you? I've been with Uncle Chester all night. And everybody know it. But what we gonna do about it? And then when you start talking about it, what we say? You're crazy. What do you mean I'm crazy? I'm going through things a 10-year-old should never have to go through. How could I not be crazy? And then you teach me, don't talk about it. So I want to talk about just a few things. Put your hand up. Act like it's a mirror. What do you see? What do you see? Huh? You need lotion. That's my kind of person. I need some lotion too. Don't look at my elbows. But what we see in the mirror many times is that person that was traumatized as a child. And no matter how dressed up we get, we still see ourselves as a child that was traumatized. So I want to just talk a little bit about how to reverse the curse of dysfunction. How to reverse the curse of dysfunction. So one of the first things we have to do is have courage. We got any courage people here? Full of courage? And it's okay if you don't. Because I hope by the time I sit down, you got some courage. I was molested at 3 years old. I was molested at 8 years old. And I was raped at 15. Now, I don't say that to boast or brag, but I say it for this reason and this reason only. I don't care what you've been through. You're going somewhere. And what you decide to do with what you've been through determines who you become. You're never stuck there. You don't have to be stuck there. Be free, be delivered, and do whatever it takes to be free. Now, that might mean cutting off some family members. Clip. Don't be afraid to cut off family members. I became the evil one in the family because I had a voice. And when I found out I had a voice, I used it. And I didn't care who I had to cut out to be healthy because I was tired of toxic relationships, toxic family traits, toxic interactions, toxic conversations. And how many of you know toxicity kills? So a lot of times we want to take care of the outside and the inside all tore up. So when we talk about this mirror, we see the ugly. You ever seen people who are totally beautiful? If you really knew how they felt on the inside, they sit in my office on the couch and just give devastating stories. And when they walk out, they're business leaders. They're preachers. They're people in the community you would never know what they're going through. How many of you remember 8-track tapes? I know I'm dating myself. I had a big 60th birthday party, first party I ever gave myself, because I felt like I deserved it. I lived through 60 years of hell, and I'm going to celebrate all the years I got left. You will see me partying. Because I have been through and I have a reason to celebrate. But the 8-track tapes, my mom loved Johnny Taylor and Bobby Blue Bland and B.B. King. So I knew all them. Every song I could sing it. 9, 10 years old, I could sing it. But we're out of the age of 8-track tapes. And now we move to digital downloads. So I want to challenge you. If I was to say, what's an old negative trait that has been in your family? What's some things you might say? You can shout it out to me. Pride? What was that somebody said? Pride? Ego? Huh? Guilt? Oh, absolutely. Control? Poor finances? Shame? Addiction? We can go on and on and on. Those are 8-track tapes. Now we got digital downloads. So for those who might be depressed, put on the garment of praise. I challenge you, if you stop looking at the problem and start looking at the blesser, I promise you that problem won't be so heavy on you. It's about the focus. You ever seen like how you get closer and closer to something and the vision becomes clearer? Now, the older I get, the more I need them glasses to read because my eye, but when it get close enough that I can see it, you got a vision. Have a vision of yourself being free. Envision your deliverance being close. Envision yourself in everything you ever wanted to be. I was a shy girl. I didn't want to be in the front. The mothers in the church made me come to the front. I didn't like to be behind the curtain. They made me sing. They made me talk. They made me do all these. I didn't want to do that. But sometimes you got to step out of the 8-track series and come into the digital download. God is always fresh. There's new things for you to do. There's new experiences to have. But if your mentality is locked into what you went through, you'll stay there. See yourself bigger than life. If you want to speak, go speak. If you want to work with people who have addiction, make sure you're healed first. Because if you're not healed, you'll dump on people trying to help them, and you still need help yourself. Get yourself in a place of victory, then go help other people. Because when you don't, you bleed on the people that didn't cut you. And you take your addiction, because you can be a dry drunk. You can be clean and still have the behaviors. And then you put those behaviors on the people you're working with. Get yourself clean, then go back and help. And always seek the digital download. What is the digital download? What does your word say about me? I don't want to do the 8-track identity. I want to know who I am in you. I want to know who I am empowered. I want to know who I am free from all the ugly stuff from my past. How do I get free? So if you've been molested, raped, or had someone do something to you, and some of you hear this, write the letter. But don't just write the letter. You don't just write it. You stand in the mirror, you read it out loud to yourself. There's something cleansing about hearing your voice say the words. And then you take that letter, you do 1 or 3 things to it. You can burn it up. Things that are burnt up don't come back together. You can bury it. Most things that are buried don't come back up. Or you can shred it. Once you shred a piece of paper, it does not come back together. Now expect to have an incredible traumatic reaction as you're writing it, because you're talking about things maybe you never talked about, or you're talking about things that people said you're lying. I cannot tell you how many mothers, fathers have said to a girl or a boy, you're lying. And what that does to a child affects them until they die. They think people don't believe them because my mama didn't believe me. So I want you to write these 5 words down. I'm going to try to get to all of them. Mirror, the number 8, for the 8-track, prophesy, attacks, and authority. So I talked about the 8-track, get the digital download, not the old version of an 8-track. Now, here's a twist. Your troubles prophesy to who you are. Your troubles prophesy to who you are. If you have financial difficulties and it's been in your generations and on you, I declare you're called to be a paymaster. You're called to be like Kevin, a millionaire upon millionaire, because the struggle is telling you where you're going. The attack wants to distort your image. If you can be convinced that you're poor, if you can be convinced that you'll never have anything, you'll never have anything. If you can see yourself beyond negative 39 cents in the bank account, and you can see all the zeros in the bank account, it's achievable. But it's in the mind and what you believe and what's in your heart. So a lot of us have been told you'll be nothing. You're nothing like your dad, or you're no good. If you believe that, that's what you become. So you remember this. If you're struggling with addiction, is that what I got left? Okay, let me hurry up. So troubles prophesy to you. Don't pay attention to your troubles. Pay attention to where you're going. And if it's a curse on you, reverse the curse and go completely opposite. Attacks come to distract. Attacks come to distract. We were talking this morning, almost every single one of us that came had some kind of attack before we got here. Anytime there's a great move of deliverance coming through, there will be attacks. Because if you can get distracted and don't know your deliverance is coming, you will not be able to attain it. I went to Africa last month, and I had incredible, and this is the third time in a year, but this time was different. There was a great attack. There was some monies that were paid, and there were tickets that were not there, and by the time it was over, I spent an additional $5,000 to get my baby home. Attacks come to distract. But I know on the other side of coming back, I had this conference, I have another conference, and I have another conference. I will not be defeated. I will not be distracted. I'm going to stay focused, and I'm going to speak what God tells me to speak. I don't care what the attack is. I will stand and declare in the midst of attack and never let a person know I'm under attack. Because attacks come for a purpose, to rob you of your vision and rob you of where you're going. Don't be deceived. As a king, as a queen, you have authority. Now, have you ever seen a queen raise her voice? No. So if you would kindly make eye contact with someone and say, straighten your crown. Straighten your crown. And I gotta say this, ladies, don't let nobody fool you. If you fool, be fool. You hear me what I'm saying? Because people will try to cut you down and make you feel bad when you're working on everything else. If you fool, be full. Be full with confidence and stand your ground. And straighten your crown. Because you're called for a purpose. Walk in your purpose. Don't be deceived. And remember, attacks are only trying to distract you from where God is taking you. God bless you. I know a place. Come on, give it up, give it up, give it up. Yes, yes, yes. Flying to the races. I take you. Hey, listen, we're gonna move right along. Is that my energy? Is that my energy? Oh, okay. You guys see that? These vibrations. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Hold on to that for me real quick. I learned something from this young lady. She said, I'm full of energy. As she told me, I'm an energy being. Hey, y'all heard what the doctor said? She said, man, I'm not going to be long, but I promise you. Free defined is not under the control or the power of another. Influence is defined as the confident ability to change another person's thoughts, beliefs, and or actions, right? But a lie told during a moment of weakness sounds just like the truth. A lie told during a moment of weakness sounds just like the truth. So what she was putting down and I was picking up in my shundo spirit, Yeah, I know that one. What I was picking up is that sometimes the things that you learned as a child need to be looked at. It was not right, huh? It was not ordained. And guess what the most important one was? You didn't do nothing wrong. That wasn't your fault. So forgive yourself. Forgive yourself. Forgive yourself. Give it up for Dr. Kathy Barton. Dr. G. Is the doctor in the house? Is the doctor in the house? If you thought that was something, just sit back, relax, and watch this here. Watch this here. We're doing great on time, and I want to make sure that, oh, y'all saw this. I put a rope around his glasses. I kept losing them. I'm like, what in the world? Who is conspiring against me? It's a coup. It's an overthrow of my mental state of mind. Okay, listen, ladies and gentlemen. I know we have a theme song, but listen at this. This young lady serves as an educator in the Atlanta area that has dedicated. I've heard her name so many times, and she don't even know people. Her ears should be burning all over this country. She's on everybody's. Who's that? That's on everybody's. She's the Suge Knight of. Okay, let me. Prior to earning her PhD in education, she received an educational specialist degree, a master's in business management, and a bachelor of arts in English. Having more than 20 years of experience in her field, she has presented her research findings and expertise at numerous professional development workshops and conferences throughout the country. Ladies and gentlemen, if I say nothing else, this lady is highly qualified. She's able and she's ready. Come on to the stage, Dr. Adria Lester. Bring it on, bring it on.
I'm loving you. That's what I'm loving you, boy. You know you, yeah. I'm loving you.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad to be here. A lot of you know me. This is actually my old stomping grounds, my home area. So a lot of my friends that I've met in other places, this is actually where I'm from, and I've known Mikey, Dr. Freeland, for a long time. But I want to talk to you, and y'all have to excuse me. I'm an educator by trade, and I know that some people learn differently. And I was that, well, now y'all call it ADHD, and you give medication, but when I was coming up, you was called bad. All right, so when I was coming up, I was that kid that I get distracted. I got to have something to look at. So you'll notice that I got a couple of things for you to look at as I talk and share. I want to talk to you, and it seems like everyone's kind of on the same wavelength, and this was just a coincidence, I have to be honest. But I want to talk to you about living your life to the limit. And I want to share a little bit of my experience. I grew up in Topeka, Kansas, and I remember one year I went to Westridge Mall. I don't know, is that mall still open, y'all? Okay, barely. And my daughter over there, she was a toddler, and it was Christmas time. I think it was maybe Christmas Eve. And I saw this really, really beautiful red suit. I mean, it had sparkles around the lapel. And at my church that I went to, we always had a Christmas program. I said, I'm going to wear that suit because I got some red shoes. I'm going to walk in there, and I'm going to be sharp because it's Christmas. And I'm going to be looking good. But what had happened was with my daughter, I spent a lot of my money on toys for her. And when I got to the register at Dillard's, my car got declined. Now, I was mad because I didn't even have any cash to pay for that suit. So I had to do the walk of shame and put it back. Back then, you couldn't call. This is pre-internet days. You couldn't call and get an increase or talk to anyone. It was Saturday, and they wasn't talking to anybody. And I had to put that suit back. But it taught me a lesson. Number one, it taught me, as you've heard Kevin and other people talk about, being financially responsible. I wasn't. I was just looking at in the moment. I want to look good when I walk in, bust through the church in my red suit with my matching red pumps. But I also thought about the fact that not only was I not being financially responsible, but sometimes, as you heard Dr. Kathy talk about, we've been programmed to believe that if you look good on the outside, it fools people into thinking that everything's good on the inside. And I can tell you from experience, the fact that I thought that busting in the church with that red suit was going to make everybody think that my life was okay just goes to show you that my priorities, number one, were wrong. But I had so much turmoil going on in my life.
I thought if I can keep up this facade, everybody will think everything's okay. But there came a time where I had to really look at myself, and I had to learn that when you live your life to the limit, number one, you recognize that your personal limit is set by God. And like she said, you can't let people around you tell you, oh, you too much, or you trying to do this, or who do you think you are? You got to step out into your own zone and do what God has destined you to do. Secondly, it also showed me that the things that really count in life, we honestly don't put limits on. Somebody spoke earlier, I think it was this young lady right here, and said, put the circle and write what's important. And I know I wrote family, my children, I mean, they're grown, but I still love them, they're important. There's no limit on the love that you can give them. And that's why I use that song, I'm loving you, love no more to the limit, because I have 4 grandchildren. And when they come to visit, they walk in the door, I give them a hug. When they leave, I'm giving them hugs and kisses. And I never say to them, I kissed you when you walked in. I don't need to kiss you anymore. You hit your hug and kiss limit. How many of you got grandchildren? You know what I'm talking about? They're so much better than children. I don't know. It's like all the love that you couldn't give your kids because you were working and you were this and you were that, you can give to them. But have you ever stopped and told your grandbaby, I already gave you a hug? We hit the limit. Grandma got a 1 hug a week limit. No. And when you really think about it, the things that are important to us, there is no limit. So the educator in me, I'm going to teach you a word. If you don't know it, the word is infinitude. And it's a state of quality of having no limit. And I got a couple people here. One on the left is Arnold Schwarzenegger. You might know him. I know when I was coming up, he was a bodybuilder and he made movies, but he came to the country an immigrant and actually was able to marry Kennedy and become governor. But the other person, Master P, I don't know, some of y'all, I'm gonna date myself, but he had no limit records. And he said that he gave it that name because he felt like for his destiny, there was no limit. He's on the Forbes top 10 list of entertainers that are millionaires. So apparently he got the message. The next thing I want to talk about with this is there are 4 steps to living our lives without limits. First of all, change begins in the mind. And you saw when Dr. Brown talked about that, the change starts in our minds. You have the power to break out, but sometimes our own barrier is our minds. We stop ourselves. And sometimes when you think about change, you don't realize that by changing, you can bring out the best. Now, I love food, I gotta be honest. I love coming home to Topeka. It's places I love. I gotta hit up Bobo's, gotta hit up Prize Package. And I don't know why, and they have a few in Georgia, but not as many in Topeka. And I love to go to Sonic and get the slushies with the ice. How many of y'all know what I'm talking about? If you haven't had Sonic ice, it's better than regular ice. I can't explain it. But when we first started drinking water, they would just go to the stream and get the water. Well, I wouldn't advise that, because it's not purified, okay? But then somebody said, well, let's purify that water. Let's put filters in it. Let's get a filtration system so you can drink clean water in the home. And then somebody said, if you freeze it, it's cold and it tastes really good. And then somebody said, well, if you take that frozen ice and you put some flavoring with it and a little bit of sugar, it makes an icy. How many of y'all ever had an icy? And it's really good. But that water started with that stream. Sometimes we got to make our change. Some of us are still in the stream with that dirty, muddy water. And God's trying to make us into ices. My favorite color is red. I don't know, some of y'all. I don't know why I don't like the Coke. It's red. And I know it's got a flavor name, but I call it red. I don't know, it's a cherry, strawberry, whatever. Anyway, I call it red. But God's trying to take us there. But this is what's holding us back. When my son was young, and he's not here so I can say this, I used to get angry at him about not washing his clothes because he'd take a shirt out in the hamper and he'd do the sniff test. Don't raise your hand if you've ever done this. I don't want to embarrass anybody. You sniff it. Oh, it's clean enough. I put it on. Some of us are still in the past doing the sniff test with our laundry. People see you, and I know because I've been through this. Adria Jones, I remember when you was at Highland Park and you was this and you was, and people see you, and they want to do the sniff test on you. And you cleaned yourself up. You gotta wash that dirty laundry. And if they come to you, that's my dirty laundry. I done put it with some bleach and some Tide and put a little Downy in there, and I smell good. And I'm clean and I've changed. And for a lot of us, that's the barrier. Because as soon as somebody comes up holding that dirty shirt that you wore in 1982, you go back to that. You are not that person. And so we've got to accept the fact that we've got to stop wearing the past and don't let it limit us. Don't let that guilt get a hold of you. The second thing you really need to know is that the change that you want has to start with you, has to come from the inside. When you envision your goal and you say, I'm going to change my finances, I'm going to change my life, I'm going to change my family, I'm going to change those family curses. That's when the change happens. If you look right here, that's Malcolm X, who then was Malcolm Little, taking a mugshot for one of the many crimes that he did. I'm sure at that point, that man never thought that he would be a national, iconic figure that everyone recognized. But one thing that he said was when he changed, the first place he went was back to all the people that he used to hang with. Because he said he knew if they could see that he was different, it would help others understand that he was real about his change. Also, you need to know, just like he did, that when they see the results, that's how you can influence. Somebody's watching you. You might not think so, but somebody's looking at you and they want you to make your move. I can speak from experience. Growing up in Topeka, I have a friend and I asked him to be here, but he had to work. But some of you here know him, Michael Jordan, and that's his name, that's his real name. And Mike, about 6-7 months ago, started posting videos every day. I'm walking Shunga Trail, I'm walking Shunga Park. I don't know if y'all are his friend on Facebook, but on social media, but he would put these videos. Now, I would come home from work after driving in Atlanta traffic for about 60 to 90 minutes, and I would sit on my couch, and I don't know why I put my phone out. Oh, look at Mike. He walking. And I remember it came to a point where I started saying, Mike could look a little smaller on that walk. And then I kept watching him, and then I said, Mike hadn't been posting this week. What's going on? Now, mind you, I'm on the couch watching Mike get fit and exercise and change his life, but I'm just sitting there with my phone. I ain't seen Mike. What's going on with Mike? Mike done quit? And he came on the next day with a video and said, I had the flu, but I'm back out here and I'm working. And I'm like, all right, Mike, you go. Mind you, I'm still holding my phone, watching Mike, and, not doing anything. And one day I was driving to work and I said, man, every time I get out of this bed, I'm aching and I'm hurting and I'm taking all these medicines and I'm just tired. And I got to work and I messaged Mike and I said, do you remember me? He said, yeah. And I said, I just got to ask you this. What got you started? And he said, well, I just looked in the mirror and I said, I need to make a change. And I said, you think, I could do that? I don't know. And he just said the most encouraging words to me. But the one thing he said was, the reason why I post is so that I can be held accountable. And I thought about the fact that when I didn't see him post, like I said, I wasn't exercising, but I said, what's he doing? He don't quit. And he said, I want to hold myself accountable, so I post. So I said, okay, and I started my 90-day journey. And so if you look at these pictures here, this is me. In 2013, everything was great. This was my life, and it was wonderful. And a month later, from when I took that picture, I went to the doctor, and they said, you have cancer. And I was like, what you talking about? And I went through a whole year of treatment. What you see in January 2014, that's me holding up a sign. This is my last chemo. But what I will tell you is I had about 8 more weeks after that of radiation 5 days a week, which was extremely excruciating and painful. And so finally, through all of that, I said, I'm going to fulfill my life dream of writing a book and telling my story. And so there's me selling my books. I feel like I've achieved my goal. Well, in between there, I went on a cruise with my sister and something happened to me. And when I got back to Atlanta, my feet had swelled up and I could hardly breathe. And the doctor said, well, you know that cancer treatment you took? They want everybody to make it to 5 years because that's success. You're at year 5. But guess what? It damaged your heart. And you're about to pass away from the damage that has happened. Luckily, you came to the hospital because if you had went home and went to bed, you probably wouldn't be talking to me. And so all those medicines that I had to take, that was a result because I was diagnosed with congestive heart failure. And so finally, earlier this year, After talking to Mike, I started making that journey. Every day I'm going to exercise, every day I'm going to get better. And eventually I was able to get my health to a point that I was able to give up those medicines. But it wasn't just the medicines, thank you. But I will tell you, it helped me on the inside. And I'm sharing my story and I'm being transparent because I want you to know that I felt like, well, I beat cancer. Hey, I did it. I've hit my spot. I've hit my goal. And God was saying, but there's so much more for you to do. You know, if you can get out and exercise, you won't have to take all those medicines that make you go to the bathroom every 30 minutes or limit where you can go. And you won't be so achy and you can have more energy to run around and enjoy life with your grandchildren. And it took that experience for me to get there to say, there's more to life for me. I need to stop limiting myself. There's more that I can do. So before I close, I just want to, I think I got 5 minutes left, right? Am I right? I just want to do an exercise with you that I started when I was going through my journey. And I know, you know, we've heard people talk about this, but sometimes if you've been told things like you're not going to be anything and, you know, you're bad or you're going to be just like everybody else in your family, be a criminal and, you know, you got too big dreams, those negative thoughts, believe it or not, it's almost like a tape that plays in your head. And, you know, sometimes you could be 37 years old, but still hearing what somebody told you when you were 6 and 7, because that's the tape that's in you. What I had to learn to do was to change my inner voice. Because when I would say it to myself, I still wasn't convincing. And I mean, some of y'all might have the strength, but it just wasn't enough for me. And so the person there in that picture, this is my aunt, who served as my grandmother and helped raise me. And she had the kindest, most sweetest voice. I never recall her ever raising her voice. I never recall her ever cursing or anything. She was just the most sweet, wonderful woman. And so what I want you to do, if you would just stop for a second, I want you to close your eyes and I want you to think about somebody in your life that was always in your corner. It could have been a teacher, could have been a relative, could have been a friend. They always were encouraging. They always had a kind word. I want you to picture them in your mind. I want you to think about how their voice sounded. I want you to think about their touch. I want you to think about their smell. My aunt always smelled like lavender and powder to me. And I want you to think about if they were speaking to you and they were saying to you, you can do it. You can make it. You can fulfill your dreams. Whatever you need to do, you have the ability to do it. I want you just to take a few seconds just to hear those words in your head. And it might make you cry, might make you cause you to get emotional, because what you're feeling is their presence. Now, what I want you to do is when you have those moments where you doubt yourself, this is the voice I want you to hear. You might have to go in a corner and get quiet so you can get in that space to hear it. But when you're doubtful, I want you to get to where you can hear them say, you can do it. It's okay. You can let go of your past and you can move forward. I want you to open your eyes and I want you to just think about that. Because that exercise in itself, that's the first step. If you can recreate your inner voice when you feel you're not strong enough and let that voice speak to you, that's enough to start you on the first step with changing and letting the change begin in your mind. And as you go through that process, it will strengthen you to move forward and begin to live your life without limits. I thank you very much for your time. We could have the music again. This time when we play it, I don't know if you want to get your phone out and take a video, but I want you to sing these words to yourself. I'm loving you. Point to yourself. I'm loving you every day. Don't look no more. Don't live a life without limits. Come on. Thank you. I'm loving you, you love you, yeah. I'm loving you. Man, golly. Well, she took you on a journey, didn't she? I feel that. I put the hard hat on because the hard hat is designed to protect your head from falling objects, right? The hard hat is harder than your head. Some of us, right? Some of us, yeah. Really, we got to learn the hard way. But I want to be true to what I said I was going to do. I put the hard hat on because she was dropping some heavy stuff. Doubt started falling. Fear started falling. I got to protect myself at all times. I'm no boxer, but I do understand the rules of boxing. Protect yourself at all times. Didn't I say that? So I chose this table over here with these healthcare professionals. What were some of your takeaways?
Live your life to the limit.
Oh, I'm sorry, what's your name?
Felicia.
Felicia. Okay.
Live your life to the limit.
Live your life to the limit. Yes, and how about you? Come on, you're on the spot. You on the hot seat?
Huh?
What was your takeaway? Your name?
Denise.
And what were some of your takeaways?
Well, don't limit yourself. I mean, just.
No,
Sorry, but
you're good. Don't limit no one. Give it up for them. Encouragement. You're in a safe place. No judgment zone. We love you. We know you got greatness on the inside of you, and that's why I put you on the hot seat, because I see you over there writing. I almost called the fire department, all that smoke coming from that piece of paper. I'm like, I gotta find out what she's writing, you know what I'm saying? So until the pain of remaining the same is greater than the pain of change, you will always remain the same. Say it again, Mr. Graham. Until the pain of remaining the same. Some of y'all are in pain, but it ain't that bad. I ain't got enough money, but it ain't that bad. I ain't got the job I want, but it ain't that bad. I ain't living the life I want to live. It ain't that bad. I can deal with it. Until the pain of remaining the same is greater than the pain of change. Change is painful. It's hard. It's difficult. It's not easy. Until the pain of remaining the same is greater than the pain of change, you will always remain the same. And that's why we changed the price on them shirts. They done dropped. Those shirts didn't drop. We done dropped the price of them shirts already. So make sure when you go out for lunch that you pick up one of those shirts that we're selling for $50. But we done lowered the price now. DJ, we'll tell them around lunchtime. I have a new friend, and she is off the chain. Oh, man, this young lady is off the chain. This is what I know about in the short minutes that I met her. She's a realist. She tells the truth, whether it hurts or not. She said, I ain't got nothing to do with you. She said that if the truth don't hurt, sometimes just it ain't the truth. Sometimes you got to pull that Band-Aid off. You got to expose these false lies, these things that you have believed to be truth. Let me see what she said. She said, oh, listen at this, y'all. This is going to trip you out right here. She's the stepologist, the system of owning your steps. She's from Topeka, Kansas. Did I say that right? Topeka. Yeah. Step in, step up, step out, step forward. But whatever you do, just step to it. Come on, y'all. Help me welcome my friend, Miss Regina Platt.
Say I am a winner. You didn't come here to play because you're a winner, right? You're a winner, right? Why are you a winner? Somebody tell me, why you a winner? Because I stay focused, because I'm successful, because I never give up. Now when you go out into that valley, and we are out there and there's this field of greenery, and all you see is grass, but you've been looking for trees. And you just keep looking around, and there's just greenery everywhere. All you see is grass, but you're looking for a tree. You're waiting on a tree. And you just keep waiting. You just keep waiting. And you just keep waiting. And when the Chinese bamboo breaks ground, you just slow up on that wait. Because quickly it begins to excel. Why? Because someone was fertilizing it. And it was planted on purpose. And it was going to be victorious. Because that tree is a winner. Why is that tree a winner? That tree's a winner because that tree was planted on purpose. Not only does it clean the air in the place in which we are in this atmosphere, not only does it do that, but it makes clothes. Not only is it used to make clothes, but it builds houses. It's resourceful. It's purposeful. And I remember being in that place where people didn't see me. Come on. I was sitting in a place and people didn't see me. They didn't hear me. I didn't see me. Say, sometimes I don't see me. See, with mental real estate, one of the things you do is step into you. See, with stepology, with the stepisms, we step into us. So the first thing I want you to do is step in. Step in. When's the last time you seen you? When's the last time you seen you? Because as I've been on the move, as I was that little girl who was broken, whose mother passed when I was 18 months old, as I was that little girl who was in poverty, as I was in that little girl that was in destruction, didn't nobody see me? Didn't nobody train me to see me? Did nobody train me to love me? Society says everything about me is wrong. When you look right now at the statistics still of African American women who are dying during birth. Come on, let's talk about real statistics. Dying giving birth. The numbers still excel when you look at 15 years after slavery. When you look at the infant mortality rate in the Black community, we still are out of the shots. We are still not at the right level. So let me tell you about a mother who knew there was a chance she could die, but she gave birth to me. She gave birth to her. Y'all heard me? I said her legacy. She chose me. She seen me even before I knew me. She seen me. Come on, let's step in. There was a point I didn't like the name Regina. Regina is a winner. I didn't like me. I thought, like, who give me that old folk name? Why not walk around with this name? And then when I found out the name meant queen, I was like, looking at a winner, looking at a winner. I'm going to wear that name. Like the doctor said, fix your crown. Fix your crown. I was walking around trying to be what others wanted me to be. Fix your crown. I was going to other places where others needed me. Fix your crown. I didn't see myself. I didn't love myself for. So as we stepped into 2020, loss kept coming. Gunshots rang out. Friends was dying. But I still kept moving. I kept moving. I was like, I'm going to conquer this. And then I was on social media. I was on there and I was doing this morning praise and dance because God had gave me this vision to get up and work it out. She better work it out. She better work it out. I had the music bumping. I was working it out. And my daughters came down the stairs and they said, Mama, you're going to have to get off that video. And the phone kept ringing. And I kept just starting it back like, whatever, you ain't going to interrupt this. We working it out. I got people holding me accountable who are checking in, like, hey, Regina, where you at? You got to make sure you get that workout going. I was working it out. I got off the video. Both of my daughters came downstairs and said, sit down. My pops was blowing up the phone. My bishop was blowing up the phone. Mark had been killed. Come on. I thought 5 years would go by and me and Mark was going to be together. Mark was dead. Coming to find out, they believe my brother killed Mark. But it's like, my brother wouldn't kill Mark. My brother knew how much I loved Mark. Why would my brother kill him? Come on. I can't take it, so I just walk outside and I scream because the black-bodied woman is taught that she got to be hard and she got to be solid and she got to keep going, and I need to get to work because I got to take care of these kids. So I leave out the house. Y'all, I forgot to take a bath after that. I was like, bro, I'm stanky, sweaty, got a toboggan on. I had rolled that little sucker up, walked on out the house, drove on to the correctional facility, right? Because my difference makes a difference in there. Write that down. Your difference makes a difference. And these kids is locked up inside a correctional facility. And they ain't getting that much interaction with nobody. But Regina has been given the opportunity to go in and spend time with them and talk to them and see where they are. And that's always been my healing. God had used kids to help with my healing. So y'all know I get there. I'm like, shoot, I'm going up in this. I take a shower when I get home. Walk up in there. Begin to scan the work in because the teachers are at home. They can't come in the building. I'm scanning in the work of the students to them. And the phone rings. And my oldest girl is pregnant. She's 8 months. And she's screaming at the top of her lungs. She's screaming, Mama, he dead. They found him. He dead. They found him. Y'all, it felt like every part of every cell within me began to scream. I went in the break room and balled up in fetal position because I didn't know how to deal with that. Brother that they said killed Mark, that brother who I had been praying for, that brother who hadn't been out of prison that long, he was dead. When the police found Mark, they didn't find Zenny. Zenny was laid by somebody's trash can. And they couldn't give me reasons why it took so many hours to find my brother. And then my mind began to focus on who killed him, who did it. Because when nobody tell me who did it, I still to this day don't know who pulled the trigger. But what I know is I serve an intentional God. And everything happens for a reason because I was wondering where both of them was. Everything happens for a reason because God was stretching me to go somewhere and I couldn't get somewhere because I was so worried about them. And God kept working on me and showing me things about myself. And I went through the grieving process. I'm still on a journey. And as I'm on this journey, my pops right now just got locked up. They're trying to give him 30 years over a situation because Black folks don't go to therapy. Because we don't know how to grieve and be vulnerable and be open. Say, I'm a winner. And as a winner, I got to deal with my issues. As a winner, I got to ask somebody for help. As a winner, I got to cry out when I'm broken. As a winner, my vulnerability breaks me into my next season. You got to understand that as the bamboo was sitting in the shell, it could not begin to do anything until the shell was broken. Sometimes you got to get broken. See, part of mental real estate is you got to get broken. You got to find out what the diagnosis is. You got to find out what the problem is. You got to find out who the people are you got to get rid of. You got to find out why you've been thinking about things. Whose lenses are you viewing things? Because I need my prescription. I don't need your prescription. I need mine. I'm called to be greatness. I'm called out for great exploits. And I can't do it like you do it. I can't do it like you do it. So I had to go in there. Regina, what's going on with you? Regina, what's going on with you? Where do your beliefs come from? Where does that mindset come from? Come on, Regina, let's go there. How do you think about money? Kevin Wilson, I met him in 2018, and he had to shake up my mindset. Where are you going from here? Who are you? Come on, let's play on the beauty thing. Young women who are in this room, you ain't supposed to look like nobody else. There's places that I walk into and people are ready. They are hungry for me. I'm not supposed to be like everybody else. Your season is coming. Your authenticity must shine through in this season. But you can't get nowhere unless you step in and deal with you. So we ain't landed on step in so long. But I leave a job I've been working, it feels like my whole entire life, to step into racial justice facilitation. Now, when I was doing it on the streets and wasn't nobody paying me, the neighborhood thought it was cool. She out there protesting again, y'all. She out there, she out there doing it. But I'm going to tell you, my belief is that everybody should be loved on. My belief was that everybody should be seen. And regardless of what you see, I had to believe that there was an opportunity for healing to take place. So I had to step out. What's the plan? What's the vision? Where are you going? Why? Are you on a job that you're just on there because somebody else told you to get it, or you was chasing after money? Because when the money get funny, are you still going to be there? Come on, what's your job? What's your desire to become? What is it doing for the climate that you were in? What is it doing for the destiny of your family? You have living legacy. You are a winner. As a winner, you have living legacy. You're not just supposed to be here for right now. You're supposed to touch the generations behind you. Say, I am a winner. I'm a winner. I know it when my children looked at me and said, Mama, you've been talking about running your mouth. Like, who are y'all talking to? Hold on, don't get snatched up, boy. I ain't that type of person, Mom, but, you've been doing this empowerment thing since we was kids, and you said that you was going global once your last graduated. My last graduated in May. Some of y'all trapped, living a life for your kids. Them kids is out there living their own life, their best life, their broken life, whatever it is. It's time that you go after your dreams. And as you go after your dreams, you'll open up things for them because they'll be able to see themselves able to go do something. My baby said, Mama, you said you was going to do this thing. It seemed like every week you on the road going somewhere. Because I'm a winner. Winners go where? Somewhere. There's a place called There for a Winner. There's a place called There for a Winner. There's a field called There for a Winner. Right? There's a friendship called Somewhere for a Winner. There's somebody out there that needs to connect with me, the connector, because I'm going somewhere, right? Say, I'm a winner. So we already went through, we stepped in, we stepped up, right? We stepped out already. We already slammed through that. But you got to step forward. It's time you get vulnerable. You got to step forward. It won't work unless you work it. Won't nobody know what will work unless you work it. Me standing up here is not because I'm perfect. It's because I'm willing to work what I got. I'm just who I'm called to be. I'm willing to open up my mouth, right? My mouth's a little different. When I speak, my voice is a little different, right? I ain't all, hey, how you doing? No, let's get it. Let's move. Right? So you got to go out authentically. You got to be you. As I was stepping through my city council run, and I was stepping, no, I didn't win, but I finished. It was about a mission. He didn't say, Regina, you going to win it. He said, step out there. He said, step by step. I want you to go forth and do it. I want you to revive, restore, and unify that community. I don't need a position to revive, restore, and unify a community. So as I knocked on doors and people asked for prayer, and as I knocked on doors and tears ran down people's eyes, and as I walked and knocked on doors and people said, ain't nobody ever came to my door before. They were going through a time where they had been locked up and locked in. And you get this chocolate drop, this antioxidant leveled up person who comes to the door, and I'm knocking in my long dresses, and they think I'm Jehovah's Witness, but I ain't. I walk with Jesus. And I'm at the door knocking, right? And as I'm knocking at the door, they open them up. And their hearts get opened up, and their minds get transformed. I'm at doors, and I get there, and bro, like, hold on, I got to finish rolling this blunt, but I'll talk to you. And I'm like, well, roll your blunt, and let's talk about getting you registered to vote. And he's like, I can't vote. I said, but your kids can. You got 6 kids, bro. You gotta get your kids registered to vote. There's power in that vote. He's like, I ain't never thought about that. I ain't never thought about that. Say, I'm a winner. You're not a winner because somebody else telling you who you are. You're a winner when you take hold of the fullness of your reality, when you take hold of the shifting that is within you, when you take hold and understand that it is my difference that makes the difference. My storms, my testimonies, my trials, my tribulations. It is my difference that makes the difference. I'm not called to sit in light always because there's some people in darkness and I got to be willing to get there. I got to be willing to go into the jails. I got to be willing to go into the domestic violence shelter. I got to be able to go into all white rooms where they say, girl, you ain't got no business here. And I got to get right on this stage and say, how y'all doing? Right? And guess what? I'm going to tell you, they accept me with open arms because I go as me. In this season, I want you to get grounded in authenticity. Take off all the mask. Take off all the layers. That ain't your dude. That ain't your dude. That ain't your girl. If you running behind somebody who ain't yours, leave them alone. That ain't you. If you running around a business that you know you ain't prospering in, back on up off of that. Go get you. I know I got the gift to run this mouth. I know I got the gift to inspire people. I know I got the gift to just lean in on people. In this season, I lean in. How you doing? And when I lean in, people lean back into me. So This my jam, right? Y'all gonna get me? Here it go. It goes, step in the name of love, step in the name of love, right? So my own thing I set up is step into your rhythm, step into your season, step into your place, because today is just a reason. You have clearance where you can fly. Baby, you ain't got to get high. Just lean back in this space with me and I'll drive you up by and by. It's a new season. It's a new day. Thank you for allowing the stepologist to hold space with you.
Yeah, it's the Pied Piper of R&B, y'all. Chicago in there. John Martin in there. Thanks for y'all.
All right. Woo, boy, I tell you. Y'all didn't see that coming, did you? She took a left when y'all thought she was going to take a right. Hey, young lady, please, young lady, before you leave, I see you gathering and stuff, but I would like to get your feedback because y'all don't know. From the other side of the room, this is what I see. Gotta get some of these notes. Yes, sir.
There's so many good notes here.
What's your name?
Isabel. And well, I have a lot of notes. For one, first note is Regina means queen, and that's exactly what it means. My difference makes a difference, so thank you for that. And sometimes I don't see me. So I'm going to sit with that, meditate on that, because it's time to go a little deeper. So thanks, Regina, for helping me step up, step out, and step in.
Wow. Well said. Give her up. Give a round of applause. Give a round of applause. Yes, indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I want to let you know that you are not here by accident. You defy the odds, right? So some of you, I don't know who I'm talking to or who this is for, but even to get here, you encountered some difficulties to get here. You pushed through, you know. I know you had to make some arrangements for the children, for the babysitters, and you had to make arrangements to get here. You might not have had all of the resources, money, so you are here not by accident. You're here by divine purpose. And the reason why I'm saying this is because you have to find out why you are here. What is your purpose? So if I ask you a question, what's your gift? What is your gift? Many people don't know. We don't know what our gifts are, talents, abilities. We're guessing at it. We're guessing at this life. But there's something that you do that no one else can do. That's why you're here. Link up with somebody. We're going to have an opportunity for you to take pictures and do videos. You don't know who you're sitting next to. You don't know who you're sitting next to. You can do a video commenting on the speaker that just spoke. They're added to their sizzle reel. They're a known speaker. It travels all throughout the country as many speakers are in the room doing. Take advantage, because what you're going to say next time, I know him, I know her, but you didn't take advantage of this intimate moment. So when this time comes, we have banners located throughout. Take advantage of the banners and do interviews. I'm going to be a little sloppy here, but also the book. I want to make sure that you understand why we're here. Free your land, unencumbered. That a real estate term? Is that a real estate term? Unencumbered. Free your land. You know, and you have to understand that this is your time, your mind. You have to free your mind. This young man, Dr. Michael Freeland, has taken the time to put together a book, step-by-step guide to help you free your land. I put my clock on. I thought I had an opportunity, but I blew it. I didn't get up fast enough. I thought I was going to have to use my clock to get somebody off stage, but it didn't work. It didn't work. And y'all didn't even tell me when I had my hard hat on. Y'all didn't even tell me I was looking like, who I was looking like? Oh, I was looking like Grady Wilson off of Sanford and Son. I had to try to get my phone together. That's what, I had to try to get my phone together. So that's what delayed me a little bit. Also, while we're going here, we want to make sure that, okay, I can't double up. Is it double up? Let's do a verses. You. Okay. Also, we want to make sure that you pick up. I did pretty good. That's pretty good verses. We want to make sure that you get Dr. I'm sorry, first name again. Kathy, Dr. Kathy. She go by Dr. Kathy. We want to make sure that you get with Dr. Kathy, get you one of these, get one of her business cards. You want to talk to her because she's the type of lady that you can talk to all day long for a fee. That's what she told me, for a fee. Okay. All righty. Oh, coming up to the stage next, and I hope I'm not looking at the notes, but ladies and gentlemen, this is my buddy. This is my friend. I don't even need to look at no notes. Guess what? I'm from Mobile, Alabama, and I know a lot of people say that, but I really am. And so is Saucony Prince. He's a big deal in Mobile. Dr. Saucony Prince, I call him the doctor because he is a doctor by many rights. Dr. Saucony Prince says that he will help you, introduce you to yourself. Introduce you to yourself. Not only that, but he's also into media. If you haven't seen his videos, you need to go to his Facebook page, Saucony Prince. Does anybody know another Saucony Prince? Another person by the name of Saucony? He's the only one. He's a one of a kind. And with that being said, let me bring my one of a kind friend, Mr. Saucony Prince, to the stage.
Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up. All the way up. I'm all the way up. I'm all the way up. Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up. No. All right. Listen, I want y'all to give it up for Frankie Beverly from Maine. I am so excited to be here today. I want to challenge everybody in this room. I want you to think about your limits. Think about them. Financial limits, emotional limits, relationship limits. I want you to think about those limits. Okay, are you thinking about them? If you all say something, say yes. Okay, all right. Now, what I want you to do, once you've identified and found those limits, I want you to tell them goodbye. Because what I want you to do is I want you to pass your limits. So many of us put ourselves in positions to where we can only do so much. And the problem with that is that there's more in us than what we're actually putting out into the world. Most of the times our limits are based on the story that we've been telling ourselves, or someone else has told us about our childhood and the things that we've gone through. But if you truly understand your capability, if you truly knew your capacity, you would see the responsibility that comes along with that. I posted a couple of weeks ago, the bravest thing you can do is to heal from your hurt. I'm going to say that again for those that are taking notes, and you may want to write that down because it's true. The bravest thing you can do is heal from your hurt. Because your hurts put limits on you. You only go so far, and I can't go past that because it hurts. Muhammad Ali said that he didn't start counting until it started hurting. So I don't care how many push-ups he was doing, how many pull-ups he was doing, or how many miles he was running. He didn't start counting until it was hurting. He found his limits, and he told them goodbye. He went past his limits. Some of you in this room have yet to fully experience what life looks like with no limits. And I understand. Believe me, I've had my own challenges in my own life. I've limited myself in so many areas. But what I realized too is that I could go past them. I realized that they were holding me back. I realized the life I was living was not one that was the best possible version of myself. So what I had to do is I had to find my limits and I had to tell it goodbye. Some of y'all are limited in your ability to love. You're limited in your ability because you were hurt. I shared a couple of months ago, if you imagine your life as being a bucket, and on the side of the bucket, there was a hole. Now, I don't care how big or how tall the bucket is, no matter what you pour in the bucket, it can only fill up to that hole, because once it gets to that hole, guess what? It pours out. Now, some of us, we have holes at the bottom of our life. Some of us have holes in the middle. Some of us even have holes close to the top. And we have different buckets, emotional buckets, financial buckets. But we are limited because of the holes. The holes are what hurts. But if you ever work on plugging that hole, the capacity that the bucket could actually hold, you could actually love more. You could actually live a better life. And the thing of it is that if you're doing it for somebody else, if you're doing it to satisfy somebody else, to make somebody else happy, when they've turned their back, when they've moved out of state, when they've passed on, you're going to go right back to the same lifestyle. But you have to do it for yourself. I was sharing yesterday with Dr. Shea and Kevin Wilson that someone told me, and I mean, she summed this up, and I couldn't have come up with a better definition of what I do. She told me, she said, Sakoni, you don't have a gospel of salvation. She says you have a gospel of self-worth. And when she told me that, I was like, that's it. Because when you understand your worth, you don't limit what it is you can do based upon what somebody else thinks or don't think, what somebody else likes or don't like. When you are living your life because you know that you have more in you, when you're living your life because you know that you are worth more than what your checking account says, than what you're being paid on your job, when you know that you're worth more than how you're being treated in a relationship, whether it's parent to child, whether it's husband to wife, whether it's cousins, family members, aunts, uncles, when you know your self-worth, you don't limit yourself. And that's what I really want everybody to understand, that you have an amazing opportunity to impact this world. There is somebody that is waiting for you to show up. The problem is our limits, our hurts, our holes. We have holes of insecurities. What are they going to say? What are they not going to say? Are they going to clap for me? Are they going to not clap for me? Dr. Reuben West told us that, are you about the cause or are you about the applause? Because when people stop clapping, some folks go home. They throw their hand up, they peace out. But if you have a cause that's worth it, and by the way, you're worth it, you won't stop until you've achieved your maximum potential. So I want you to, I really, if there's anything that I can say I am passionate about, it's helping people to understand their own capability. Some people think that I actually sat with a marketing firm and paid them millions of dollars to come up with my slogan. I'm Sakoni Prince, I'm SakoniPrince.com, where we make motivation personal by introducing you to yourself. That's $1 million slogan, and I didn't pay anybody for that. God gave it to me because he helped me to understand that when you really know who you are, like my theme song, nothing can stop me. So my question to you is this: do you really know your capabilities? Do you really know your limits? Have you experienced life to the fullest? And if the answer is no, my question is why? What's holding you back? What's keeping you from going beyond where you are right now? Financially, relationships, mentally, emotionally? What's holding you back? Because if you don't address that, it's always going to drag on you. And you're wondering, why is everybody else running past me? Well, you got your luggage that you're dragging behind you. How can that person do? They graduated after I did, but how is that because they found their limits and they passed them. So, and I will say this, going back to my quote, the bravest thing you can do is heal from your hurt. It's scary. It's scary. But you wouldn't do it if it wasn't worth it. That's why you have to know, I have a better life on the other side of this. I have a better life on the other side of it. And because of that, I'm willing to go through this process to get to where I know I need to be. Again, if you don't think you're worth it, I don't care. Anybody can come on this stage and say anything, and it's not going to do you any good. Because you're going to see, that's not for me. I can't do that. Why would I do that? Why would I step up? Why would I step out? Why would I show up? But if you understand your worth, if you understand the reason that your heart is beating in your chest, if you understand the impact that you can make on somebody close to you. I've told this story several times, and now it's a good time to plug this in. Several years ago, I was having a conference. It was my first conference. And whether fortunately or unfortunately, I had it less than a mile from my house. I mean, literally, it was like a 3-minute drive from my house to the hotel. And of course, evidently, I forgot something. So I had to run to the house to grab it. And my 10-year-old son, he said, "Hey, Dad, can I ride with you?" I was like, "Yeah, son, come on." And while we're in the car, I'm just thinking, I'm like, okay, I can only go home one time. I can't come back. I need to get whatever it is I'm going to get and be right back. And while I'm going over my mind, everything I need to get while I'm there, without having a conversation, without being prompted, my son, 10 years old at the time, he's 15 today, he looked at me and he said, "Dad, I'm proud of you." Now, although I was driving like a madman, trying to get there and get back, I stopped, not driving, but on the inside. I stopped because I realized he's watching me. There's somebody that's close to you that knows the hell that you're going through, and they are watching you. They are looking to you for inspiration. They are looking to you to help them get up. Because they say, if she can do it, God knows I can. If he can keep going, I can. So when you consider where you are right now versus where you want to be, just know for a fact that you can get there. It's altogether possible. The question is, are you willing to go through the process? But even before you go through the process, you have to answer the question, am I worth it? I'm not talking about it. Am I worth it? Am I worth being on a stage? Am I worth talking to people and sharing people and making motivation personal by introducing them to yourself? Am I worth it? Because once you answer that question again, nobody can stop you. Nobody can keep you locked in. Whether there are 2 people or 200 people, you will still pour into them because you care about them. I'm going to finish with this. I was on the National Men's Prayer Call a couple of months ago. Excuse me. And we were talking about consistency. But I told him, I said, look, in fact, consistency is the second leg of a 4-leg race. They were like, man, what are you talking about? I say, well, like before you can be consistent about anything, you have to be committed. Because without commitment, there is no consistency. If you show me somebody that's consistent about something, they made a commitment somewhere. They made a commitment. So before you can even talk about consistency, where's your commitment? And what are you committed to? So, okay, you got your commitment, great. Now what? It shows up in your consistency. Come hell or high water. You continue to keep going, even in spite of what it looks like, how you feel, because you're not doing it for yourself. You're doing it for somebody else. But if you stay consistent over time, you can't help but be successful. Commitment over time gives you consistency. Consistency over time gives you success. So what does success over time give you? A legacy. A legacy. What do you become known for? Michael Jordan, cut from his high school basketball team. If he wasn't committed, his name wouldn't be synonymous with one of the greatest basketball players in history. He was committed. That commitment led to his consistency, working on his craft, even when people didn't know his name, even when he didn't have shoes named after him. And then he became successful. And that success left a legacy. So my question to you is this. When you look at your life, what do you want to be known for? What do you want people to think of when your name is mentioned? What do you want the impact of your life to have? Because that's going to be the fuel that actually drives your commitment, that drives your consistency, that gives you that level of success that leaves a legacy. And once you've done that, you have left a trail for others to follow. You've left an example for people to say, I can't give up. I saw what she did. I saw how she did. I can't quit. I can't stop. Because I saw him. In spite of the fact that he wasn't feeling well, he still got up. He still went. I want you to look at yourself. I want you to think about your limits. You can even hug them and embrace them. But then I want you to tell them goodbye. Because you're going to live beyond them. You're going to find new limits. And if you need some help, like Dr. Kathy Brown, get some, please. Because the life that you're missing out on is worth every minute of it. And again, it can't just be for someone else. It has to be for you. And I know you're saying, well, Sakona, why are you getting so emotional? Because when I look out in this audience, I see people that have limits they placed on themselves. And I know where you could be if you just take them off. I know where you can be if you just let them go. I used to have a stuttering problem. I said goodbye to that. I used to have trust issues. I said goodbye to those. What are you going to say goodbye to? What are you going to say goodbye to? That's for you to determine. That's for you to make a commitment so you can be consistent, so you can have success, and you can leave a legacy. Listen, that's my time. Thank you so much, and nothing can stop you.
Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up. All the way up. I'm all the way up. I'm all
Give it up for Saucony Prince on SauconyPrince.com. 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 We call that plugging. I'm plugging. SauconyPrince.com. I'm plugging. SauconyPrince. You got to plug, right? You got to plug. Somebody go to it and check it out. Saucony Prince. Did anybody get it? Let me see. Who was that? It was, that lady back there. Where's that lady? Where's she? Oh, the one with the dreads. I saw her. Let me get over here. I got to find out. I'm nosy. I've been trying to figure out what people writing and stuff. What you writing over here? Yeah, you. Yeah.
So let me go back.
What's your name?
My name is Deja Joyce.
Deja Joyce, celebrity name.
Yes. So I wrote down limits are in the past. So if you don't let go of your past, you're going to continue to live in the past. And those are your limits. Second is think of when my name comes up.
What will people think of? That is a good question. Thank you so much. That's a very good takeaway. Because don't we change? Don't we change in life? We change? Don't we change? I'm not the same person that I was years ago. Neither are you. Why y'all acting all holier now? Let me see this. There you go. Am I the only one that has changed in life and I'm not the same person that I used to be? Come on, shout back. Come on. Holler if you hear me. Talk to me. We changed, didn't we? We don't do the things that we got to say. I don't do the things that I used to do no more. Y'all know when you get in church on Sunday, we change. And sometimes people remember the old you and they hold you hostage to who you used to be. You're no longer that person that need $20, right? You've graduated. You've matriculated through the upper echelons of the universities. You have a degree on your wall. I know you dropped out of high school, but they don't know that Saucony Prince came along and he said consistency and persistency will get you there step by step. You can take it to the next level. So now you done matriculated and you've graduated. Okay, bye. All right. Thank you. I was born. What a little text. And just like I've been running. It's been a long time coming, but I know change won't come. Hold on, turn it down. It's been too hard moving, but I'm afraid to die. I don't know what's up there beyond the sky. It's been a long. Come on, hit me with that. Beyond the sky. It's been a long time coming, but I know change won't come. Cut it. Boy, you be killing me. Give it up for the DJ. If you didn't know, if you were asking, I think I heard somebody talking about me. Yeah, you over here people talking about you and stuff. I think somebody just said my name. Huh? That's right. I am an edutainer. I educate and I entertain. And I talk to many different people all at the same time. So sometimes I'm talking to the younger people. I'm talking to the older people. I'm talking to the males. I'm talking to the females. So this is a very, very delicate art, right? So I said all that to say that on break, I need y'all to say some good stuff on video about me, okay? If you don't mind, some good stuff. I'll tell you what to say if you don't know. All right. I'll be setting y'all up for the kill every time. Oh, listen, coming up, I want to hold y'all. I want to hold you hostage. But I got to read this. Somebody took my tape. Listen, I don't want to get it wrong. Okay. Y'all ready? Y'all ain't ready. I can guarantee you are not ready for who's coming to the stage next. You couldn't possibly be ready for the next person coming up to the stage. Is it lunch? Is it lunchtime already? I'm ready. I'm ready for this, man. Could you come on early? Y'all want to skip lunch? Okay. Hey, listen. If you're going to go to lunch, I'm a little bit ahead of myself. I'm ready for you, Doc. Listen. We're going to go to lunch. We're going to go to lunch until about 1 o'clock. Lunch, but y'all something else. Okay, we're going to go to lunch. And if you like to utilize the restaurant right here in the hotel, I just checked the menu. They have a restaurant right here in the hotel. They have the special today, fried chicken, cornbread, collard green, sweet potato candy yams, and neck bones. So y'all can get that. Please do not get a to-go plate and bring it back up in here. They do have a special on catfish. You have to eat that out in the lobby. But we want to make sure that you go to lunch, refresh yourself, reflect, do some calisthenics. Where's the athletic lady? She's going to be out in the parking lot helping those who are having difficulty with push-ups. She's going to help you out there in the parking lot. So we want to come back at what? 1 o'clock. Is that a word? That'll work? 1 o'clock. We're going to break for lunch. If you want to do interviews when you come back. Listen, this is what happens when you come back from lunch. So the blood right now is in the brain, right? Isn't it right? And so when you eat lunch, it then goes to the stomach to help digest that food, which lethargy sets in and you get sleepy. And that's when I talk about the open mouth, jello neck, head bob. So be careful when you come back and don't eat too heavy. Just satisfies your appetite. Get your portion. And I do have some more of those phones if you like one. I do have some more of the Motorola X8000 if you'd like to buy one. They're on sale too. Just get with me after. Lunchtime. Thank
In the feeling happy, you try to trap me, say you're pregnant, they get through the daddy, don't wanna fall for it, but in this case I'm good at you, so now I'm back to make the promises to keep, trying to keep it true. What if I'm wrong? But you can keep me on and on, trying to be strong in the process, keep it going. I'm about to lose my composure, I'm getting close to backing up and leaving notes, and getting close. Tell me who knows a piece of place where I can go to clear my head, I'm feeling low, losing control. My heart is saying leave, or what it take for every beat when we conspire to deceive. And after you get involved in the house, yes you keep. That's all I need to hear, cause I'm leaving. I'm out the door, never no more when you see me. This is the end, cause now I know you've been cheating. I'm you try everything, you don't give up. Tears on your pillow when you still stay. And she said, great, hoping the beat to go away. It wasn't always a hit and run relationship. It used to be love, happiness, and companionship. Remember when I treated you good? I moved you up to the hills, up the hills of the ghetto hood. Me and you were happy home when it was on. I had a lot to call my own. I still seen you remember when I was lost. I felt in your eyes. Be like a mama getting tossed. No need to lie. You had a man and I do it. You told me. Don't worry about it, we can do it. Damn, I'm the rap. Make a decision cause I'm waiting. When I'm alone, I'm on the phone, having secret conversations. I wanna take your misery, replace it with happiness, but I need your faith in me. And I just remember seeing them shoes like, oh, yeah, but it was the story. So. Up with it.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, 1, 2, 3. DJ Mike, can you cue us up a little music? Maybe. Okay, I already know. I was going to put.
Don't insult me like that, man.
No, I was going to put it.
You did it on the microphone, man. You did it on the mic. Now, we live right now.
I was going to say some Brian Culbertson. Can you do Brian Culbertson?
It's my time to shine. It's my time to live. It's my time to fight. It's my time.
If you don't get some real estate confidence, we take it on full security. Y'all stay with us. Let's go.
I can see it. I can feel it. Time is coming out to reveal it. I've been waiting for a long time. Gotta do it. And won't let nothing hold me down. Gotta do it. Because I may not get another chance. I believe it. If I want it, I can have it. I believe it. Done my falling, done my losing. I can do it. I think I'll tell myself again. I can do it. Yeah. And I'm not going to stop till I win. Time to ride. Hey. Time to shine. Oh. Time to live. Time to live. Time to go. It's my time. She's a diva, yeah. She's a diva full of drama. Don't believe her. Hearing things that people saying, not to twisted. So much fiction, not much fact. Twisted. And ain't nobody got time for that. See, my moment has now arrived. And I won't let it pass me by. It's mine. Time to ride. Time to live. Time to live. Oh, it's my time. I decided that I was born of it. And my best days are still inside of me. Now it's time for
All right, one more. It don't matter. We can go.
Sir?
I was giving you one more, but if you want to go, let's go. I'll go when you get to the stage. I'll turn it off when you get to the stage.
Okay. I need to find something. Give me 2 minutes, 2 minutes.
You got 2 minutes, my brother. In the meantime, let's get some power, y'all.
I can fly, I can fly, I can fly. Every second, minute, hour, bigger, better, stronger, power. Burning like that fire. I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive. I can fly, I can fly, I can fly. I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive. And every second, minute.
All right. Where's everybody? Where's everybody? Okay, all right. I see some, they took advantage of that special, didn't they? Neck bones and collard greens, cornbread, fried chicken, and the grape Kool-Aid. You can get the grape Kool-Aid in the large. They only sell it in the large, grape Kool-Aid. That's all they sell, one flavor. Did everybody have a great lunch, a good lunch? Good. DJ Mike J, I want to make sure that we have as many people in the room before I bring up our next speaker. We want to be respectful of the time, but can we give them just 2 more minutes? Maybe 2 more minutes. You think we can do it? I'll make it up. I'll make it up.
Like that fire. Whatever doesn't kill you only makes stronger. So I'ma get stronger. Coming like a battle ram. I'm knocking down the door again. Coming like a battle ram. I'm knocking down the door again. I can fly. Loving every second, minute, hour, bigger, better, stronger, power. Loving every second, minute, hour, stronger, power. Every second, minute, hour,
I'm not going to penalize everybody else for someone else's tardiness. We did talk about this, didn't we? We got to be accountable. So what we're going to do, and we haven't done it in a while, but when they come in, y'all, let's boo. Boo. Anybody got any rotten tomatoes or eggs or something we could throw in? Boo! Yeah, that's right. We're going to boo the lay people. We do, we want to make sure. 10 minutes. What'd you say? Don't boo them? Okay, all right. The elder has spoken. All right, everybody, let's hiss him. Hiss! More than one way to skin a cat. We're going to hiss him. All right, we won't boo him. Okay. Okay. Get your free phone. I know what this about. Get your free phone. Yep, you're going to have to, you get your phone. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, since we can't boo and we can't hiss and we cannot throw rotten tomatoes or eggs, so what we're going to do is we're going to segue. We're going to slide right into our next speaker. And the reason why I got on my construction stuff, did you send that email out, that text message out, the message? Thank you, I appreciate that. I got on my builder's outfit. And y'all know I've been interchanging this outfit, putting it on, taking it off, and but this time it's appropriate. I'm going to read this next young man's bio best I can before my phone dies on like 3%. I didn't realize it on lunch. But listen at this. He's a literal builder. When I say literal, he builds lives. He changes lives. I'm going to get to his bio because I don't want to miss anything. Okay, here we go. Wow, that's very rare that I would have some awkward silence like this, but I apologize. Let me get it. It's the lunch, pig feet and hog maws that I had on lunch. And I can't seem to find it when I need it. Hold on one second. Let's put you over. Thank you, I appreciate it. Oh, keep it sharp. Yeah, that's fine.
Ready for action, in the blood, we never relaxing, not against it, everlasting, not flashing, not at all, but you know what to do when you acting, for anyone asking, anyone passing, look up, where it was a big gas, when you come inside of your face, you never write it,
I did say keep it shuffled, didn't I? I gotta laugh at myself. Okay, coming up to the stage, this young man is a transformational speaker, author, master growth and development expert, and world civility ambassador. None of this is made up. I'm not fabricating none of this up. This young man, who is also known as the Builder, he's known as the Builder, is a native of the United States of America's capital, Washington, D.C., who grew up in the District Heights, Maryland. He's a graduate of Florida Agricultural Mechanical University. He studied business administration as well as psychology. I attempted to write down his slogan, but just as soon as I walked away, it disappeared in my brain. But I believe it goes something like this. If you will, then I will, then we will. Let's build. Close enough. Dr. Corey Briggs, bring him up, ladies and gentlemen.
We coming through? Yes, sir. Good business. You know, it's always interesting when you're in that spot right after lunch, because a couple things happen. Either everybody don't show up when they supposed to show up, or when they do show up, they just happen to be full. But either way, guess what? It's all good. Because who's in the room should be in the room. Now I want to try something. I hadn't been able to be on a stage since this thing called coronavirus has rocked the globe. So when Wendell said, you know, if you will, I will. See, that's really a call and response, okay? So when I say, if you will, I need y'all to say, I will. Y'all following me? Listen, y'all gonna have to wake up. Matter of fact, stand up. Coming back from lunch, can you stand to your feet? Because I need some energy. Stay to your feet now. When I say, if you will, I need you to respond back to me, I will. Let's give it a go. If you will, I will. Yeah, I'm liking this cloud already. I don't think them collard greens was too good. I said, if you will, I will. Now here go the catch. I'm gonna come back at you now with we will. All right, y'all gotta be ready. When I come back at you with we will, then y'all gotta hit me with let's build. All right? We will. Let's build. We will. Let's build. We will. Let's build. Now we got to put it all together. Don't y'all mess this up. We cooking now. Don't y'all mess this up. If you will, I will. We will. Y'all can have a seat. I see it. I see it. I see it. I see it. You know, I have to tell y'all, like I said, it's my first time touching the stage since the coronavirus rocked the world. I remember the last time I had an opportunity to speak was in Greenville, South Carolina. It was pretty cool because it was the first time my Mookadoo, I don't say my mother, I call her Moo. That's my Mookadoo. And my godmother had the first time to hear me speak in person. Little did I know that that would be the last time I would see both of them in over 2.5 years. So again, this right here is very surreal and exciting to be able to share this experience with you all. But before I get too far ahead of myself, you know, something else that's always unique about going after lunch, for whatever reason, they line up so many powerhouses before you. So you got some heavy lifting to do, right? I was sitting over there, I rearranged my whole message because it's like there's no way I could come up here and just say anything, right? Like, I mean, listen, you had Mr. Graham come up here before we could even get started. He trying to check us on what uniform we wearing, right? I had to take a look like, do I got my bow tie on? Like, you know, am I ready to roll, right? And then note takers are money makers, but see, my man, Mr. Graham, left off a very, very, very critical part. They say note takers are money makers, but the hand is the digital recorder for the mind. Come on, man, y'all missed that. Y'all understand that. Y'all understand that. Listen, and then my man, Kevin Wilson, came up here, self-made millionaire. Kevin said when it comes down to the difficulty demon, you know, when he set up the different rooms that you got to go through to unlock yourself, there isn't a room of fear. Why? Because fear follow you everywhere you go. If y'all ain't catch it, you better catch it. And then Angie, she came running through the room, setting more Guinness Book of World Records. And she said we got to be mindful about our energy, right? Having the right alignment to biohack life. Here's something I know. A lot of people will step up on a stage like this and tell you one thing, but go live another. Now, Angie, we met this morning, all of the speakers. I saw her sitting in the chair. I started to feel bad, right? But Angie, I went to the gym last night when I got here, so you know what I mean? I was there. And then Dr. KBB, Dr. Kathy Barton Brown, she hit you. You wasn't even ready. She said, you got to reverse the curse. She said, everybody in here is a king or a queen, but you got to do what? Adjust your what? Thank you for paying attention. And then Dr. Luster, living life without limits. That infinitude, sis, that's in my back pocket. I'm challenging any and everybody. Are you living in infinitude? Whew, come on now. And then Regina Platt. Oh my God. I thought the stage was going to burn down when Regina hit this thing. She did tell you you were a winner, and she also said you didn't come to play, and your difference makes the difference. But Regina, I got a question. I really wonder how many winners are really in here. It's one thing for somebody to tell you you're a winner, and it's another thing for you to carry yourself like you're a winner. See? Then that's the Coney Prince. That's my big brother right there. It's kind of special how he went before lunch, and then I get to go after lunch. He got all emotional. That's him. That's what you see. It's been some things I've been through in the last 2 years that everybody in this room that knows me doesn't know me in terms of what I had to grow through in the last couple years. But Coney Prince knows, because he's the one I picked up the phone because I needed him to help introduce me to me. Because sometimes we forget. I don't care how good you think you got it or how bad you think you are. You're going to need somebody to remind you just how special you are. And then, I should have known something. When you see a man reach into his pocket and pull out a handkerchief and start wiping sweat from around his mouth, he about to say something killer. And that was Dr. Christian. I mean, listen, you know, people can talk about his story as he shared with us how he was hit by that rock. You know, what I saw was someone that had a sense of peace. someone that reminded me of a sense of confidence that I should carry myself with. And I don't know if you all saw this, but he was on stage barefooted. All I could see and feel was that was his way of staying grounded within the room that we're in. Now, see, I'm glad all of the other speakers went before me because I have a responsibility to do something just a tad bit different. You happen to meet me after lunch. I got a responsibility. That's to make sure that you're still awake, that you're ready to intake everything else that's coming to you for the rest of this day. I know the other speakers have really been trying to pour into you, but I hate to be the one to break this news to you. They say women lie, men lie. But what, Corey? But numbers don't. I got to share a statistic with y'all. Y'all ain't going to like it. Don't shoot the messenger. Statistics show that out of everybody that attends a conference like this, y'all ready? Are you ready? Only 6% of the people take action. So that means, don't shoot the messenger, but by statistics, facts, 94% of the people in this room gonna leave here, and Wendell said something about cussing, but I'm gonna watch my mouth. But you ain't gonna do, you fill in the blank. Don't shoot the messenger. So you need to ask yourself, you in the 94% or you in the 6? Somebody came just to say they came. Somebody came to say, hey man, I went to that mental real upstate conference. Okay, well what you do? Because see, this world we live in is action activated. Activities constructing the infinite opportunities now. Not tomorrow, but right now. What you gonna do? Look, here's what I'll tell y'all. I ain't gotta ever see you after today. So I don't care if you're mad, because I'm calling you out. It's a fact. You either in the 6 or you're in the 94%. Corey, it's just what time it is. So I'm gonna move on. But the tone had to be set, because you gotta ask yourself, why are you here? Why are you here? Did you come to leave in the 94? Or did you come to leave in the 6? Now, I'm sure y'all have heard this adage. One man's trash is another man's. Is that so? So, I talked to a couple people. If you never knew this about me, I used to do a video every single Wednesday. It don't have anything to do with the day of the week, but it has everything to do with what you think, feel, and speak. Used to upload and post every Wednesday. Spell it WINSDAYS. Will Wednesdays. What the will stand for? Why I live life. What you living for? What's that look like to you? What's your purpose? How are you truly trying to move? What is it that you want to do? So I had to share it with my brother, Mr. Fox. And I'm gonna say Corey as much as I can because he got the same name as me. It's just cool, right? He used to say, Corey, like, what's up? I stopped that video 199. If I would have kept going, could be 250 plus. Some people may want to know, so hey, look, even if you don't want to know, I'll offer it. I was at a point in place where I realized a lot of times when I would sit down, get in what I call the builder's workshop and put pen to paper, oftentimes the message that was being crafted was for me. I just said, hey, I'm a dummy if I don't share it with somebody else. But we all get to a place in life where when you spend a certain amount of time with yourself, you start to really reflect. And you have to really look like, okay, what is it I'm doing and why am I doing it? I did realize that at that point, Will Wednesdays became about other people and not about Corey. Yeah, I felt like I had a responsibility. Man, look, I'm looking for the next. I'm looking for the next. But I digress. Let me tell y'all something about this thing we call our mind, right? This is the mental real of state conference, right? I am in the right place, right? Don't skip over that of, because I'm telling you right now, if you skip over that of, Dr. Michael Freeland will say, no, it's not real estate. It's real of state. But I do want to say this, though. We always say time is our most valuable asset. I would agree. I'll share a quick story with you. I'll never forget coming across this story of a prisoner in a POW camp. The whole time he was in that camp, he kept thinking, when I get out of here, I'm going to play golf on my favorite course. That's how he got through, right? That's how he bided his time. He said, look, when I get out of here, I'm going to step up to my favorite course, and I'm going to play 18 uninterrupted. I don't care who wants some of me. And that's all he thought about every day. Story has it, Dr. Kathy, when he got out of that prison camp, he teed up on the very first hole, and my man hit a hole in one. Why? Because the power of the mind. To me, the real estate that's in between your two ears is the most valuable piece of property you could ever own. It's the most valuable piece of property you could ever own. But too many times we play with it. Now, don't take this the wrong way. Like I said, I ain't come here to be your friend. If you didn't know this about social media, it has an algorithm to show you what you like to look at. So don't ever get it twisted. If you're looking at some garbage, guess what it's going to show you? That's what you feed in your most valuable piece of real estate. I'll share this with you. When I was in college, I realized, hey, I don't really want to live in an apartment. When I come up off of campus, I don't want to live in an apartment. So I did the research, right? I researched how much would it cost to put all my stuff in storage every semester. If I was to go home, what did it look like? So I went to my parents with the best sales pitch in the world. Hey, this is a reason why we should be able to buy a house. I already did the research. SunTrust Bank has something called a kitty condo loan. I can leverage your credit, mom and dad, and go purchase a house in my own name. They was like, Corey, whatever. Okay, here go the receipts. Look at it. So when I had proof enough to show them, they was like, this just makes too much sense. So I said, here's one catch. If I have a roommate, we either gonna break even or make money. What parent would say no? My parents didn't. I was able to get my first house in college. Fast forward, once I started working in this thing called corporate America, and here's one thing I can say I don't know that I ever spoke about out loud, very boisterous, especially in a setting like this. I was committed to corporate America, still am. I think some people romanticize this thing called entrepreneurship and forget about how powerful entrepreneurship is. Because see, I call my corporate job my corporate sponsor. It let me pay for the plane ticket to get in. Underestimate it if you want. It's what do you do with it, right? So I got my first promotion at Enterprise within, about 10 months. So I moved to Panama City, Florida, where I owned a home there. I owned that house for a long time. That was 2003 when I purchased that home. I owned that home up until last year. You might say, okay, Corey, why did you sell it? Because anybody else in here got rental property? Anybody have rental property, know what it looks like? Okay, cool. Well, guess what? As a rental property owner, if you don't inspect what you expect from your tenants, they'll tear it up. I had an opportunity to go see my rental property after I neglected to stay on top of it. Oh my gosh. I started praying to God, hoping I could sell it. I was fortunate enough I was able to, but I neglected that piece of real estate. I treated it like a piece of trash. But they say one man's trash is another man's treasure. I was supposed to be at this conference last year. They say if you ever want to hear God laugh, tell him you got a plan. They say when God wants to get your attention, he'll throw pebbles. But if you're not listening, on a Monday, I found out that my father-in-law was diagnosed with thyroid cancer. On Tuesday, I started to get an itch in my throat. I just didn't know what it was. Wednesday morning, I found that itch happened to be COVID. Not only did I have it, but my wife had it, and the entire time we've been together, we had never been sick at the same time. Later on that day, corporate career I built for 19 years, all came crumbling down, all within 72 hours. I felt like a piece of trash. I felt like somebody said my worth, my value just wasn't enough. I called Saucony. Saucony, big brother, I don't know what to do. Never ever thought I would be faced in this situation. To go work somewhere else after what I did? And here's the crazy part. Last year, up until it happened, I probably worked more hours as an area manager overseeing a team of 165 people than I did when I started as a branch manager. I'm talking about 80, 90, 100 hours a week. No games. But God said, Corey, I did all of that just to remind you of the dog you got in you. So I'll update it now. I don't know what happened to that house in Panama City. But if I was a betting man and I had the money to spend into it, we're going to flip that. It's probably super sexy right now. I would love to see the pictures. I can tell you what happened to me. Somebody threw me out like a piece of trash just because they didn't know. They forgot. But guess what? God had to remind me, give you an update. Now, regional sales executive with ADP. I don't know if you've ever heard of the company, but we do pay 1 in 5 Americans. I oversee a sales team that I've been fortunate enough to be able to build that team. In a year's time, which not quite a year, but a year to when I lost my job at Enterprise, I look at it today. I had a team of just 3 people. Just 3 people. The first time that team had ever hit quota was in May, and we did it with 3 people. A quota for 8 people, Corey, we did it with 3. Guess what? We did it in June too, May quota, with just 3 people. Coming into a new fiscal year, I have an entirely new team. I'm 1 person short away from having a complete team, but we are tracking to earn the highest honors within the company. Now, look, there's a long way ahead of us. We'll see what happens. But right now, as it stands, top 10 team in the country, right? So again, I just want to say this real quick. They say one man's trash is another man's treasure. I truly felt like somebody treated me the same way I did that piece of rental property. But what I had to realize is one man's treasure is truly the actualized value of what he had all the time. Now I want to share something with y'all real quick before I get out of here. One thing that I'm very adamant about right now, and that's winning. I want to share this with you all. I'm going to go through this real quick. This is the Winning 13. If you are a reader, you can find this in Tim Grover's book called Winning. Okay, number 1, winning makes you different and different scares people. I don't care about scaring a single soul because I'm out here to win. Number 1, winning wages war on the battlefield in your mind. Winning going to challenge you in a whole different way than you've never ever been challenged before, right? Winning is the ultimate gamble on yourself. Are you willing to gamble on you? Number 1, winning isn't heartless, but you'll use your heart less. Now, somebody might be saying, Corey, you made a mistake. They all say number 1. I love it, because when I sent Ebony the deck, she said, Corey, you made everything number 1. I did, because nothing on this list is more important than the other one. Catch that. Number 1, winning belongs to them, and it's your job to take it. I'm out here to take it. I ain't playing no games with nobody about this W. Winning wants all of you, and there is no balance. You ever heard somebody running around chasing their dreams saying, I got to keep a balance. I got to keep a balance. It ain't going to happen. If you really want your dreams, you're going to be out of balance for a while. Accept it and go. Winning is selfish. Sometimes you're going to have to tell somebody no, and it's okay. You're going to have to say, hey, guess what? I'm not coming this weekend because I'm working on my dreams. I'm out here to win. Winning is selfish. Find a way to get there and be there. Winning takes you through hell, and if you quit, that's where you'll stay. Quit quickly underestimating your inner thinking. Don't make a bad decision too fast. Winning is a test with no correct answers. Every time you think you got it right, winning is going to say, are you sure? Are you sure? Winning knows all your secrets. You keep trying to hide from yourself if you want to. Keep trying to hide from yourself if you want to. Winning never lies. You might think you playing a trick on yourself. Nah, not if you're trying to win. Winning isn't a marathon, it's a sprint with no finish line. If you don't get up every morning when you put 10 toes down to say, I'm about to run as hard as I can, you're fooling yourself. It's a sprint. There's no such thing as a marathon, because that could be the same day that the Most High God says, guess what? It's a wrap. What you got left, what your legacy look like then. Winning is everything. I don't care what anybody else says. You can feel what you feel about me. This is how we roll. Either come with me, lead me, or get the hell out of the way. Winning will cost you everything, but reward you with more. I just want to say this. If there was a joke sent to your soul, then I did my job. If I didn't, then you clearly must not be in the right room, or it just might not be my voice that you need to hear. But if that is the case, I can only encourage you. Keep an open mind so that you can impress upon that real estate in between your two ears to improve upon your real state of mind. We don't know what we don't know, but we continuously look for ways to grow. And if you will, I will, we will. Let's build. Oh, come on.
You're not friends with this young man in social media world. You need to get to know him because he has a lot of information. But I heard something. I heard something. I heard a little bit of something when he was talking. It came in. He sounds like a man that's on his way back from a long journey. He's been through a lot. Has anyone ever been through something in life that doggone near, where my good Corey, that almost took you out the game? Anybody? The acronym that I'm going to give you, and many of you have already heard me say this, but no, I got it. I realized something. Oh man, I almost missed this one. Okay. Kevin, on lunch break, was working on your paperwork. For those of you who flooded out like Noah's Ark 2x2 out into the lobby to try to get that $1 million that you thought Kevin had, but he don't have the $1 million, he's just going to show you how to get it. Kevin said, he said he just needed two pages, just the first 2 pages. Is that right? Get it back to him, because I said, Kevin, aren't you going to eat? He says, no, I'm working on this now. They seem like they're sincere. I said, Kevin, eat some, a carrot or something, a piece of celery. He said, no. I said, Kevin, eat some. He flipped it over. I said, hey, man, calm down. He got violent with it. Did I exaggerate a little bit? Oh, just a tiny bit. Okay, so the acronym I'm going to give you is HOT. And this is the reason why most people are not successful. I got it. See, selling is nothing more than transferring emotion. And if I can make you feel how I feel about a service or product, you'll buy it every single time. Listen, here's the key. If I can make you feel about my service or product like I already feel, then you will buy every single time, provided you have the resources and the need is there. I don't want you to miss this. I've never met an unsuccessful salesperson. You're transferring how you feel about it, and you don't like it. In other words, have you ever went to a restaurant or went someplace and you say, hey, how do you like working here? And they say, it's all right. Well, have you had this on the menu? No, I don't even eat here. You're selling me that I shouldn't be eating here. Selling is nothing more than transferring how you feel about something. So how are you transferring that feeling about yourself? So here's the acronym. It's H-O-T. 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 The songwriter just said it. Honest, open, and transparent. Many of us are not honest, open, and transparent. So we're not honest with ourselves, so we're not honest with other people. So we live a life in quiet desperation, living a lie. Now, in this room, you have millionaires, subject matter experts, poets, authors, teachers, people who have traveled to land that you haven't traveled to, and you're sitting there, not you, not y'all, but I'm talking hypothetically, sitting there like somebody's gonna give it to you. So this is what I want you to do. Everybody stand to your feet. If you don't mind, stand to your feet. I'm gonna get you out of this coma. Stand to your feet, stand to your feet. It only takes about 30 seconds to get into your comfort zone. So bear with me real quick. I want you to, the people in the front, y'all know the drill. I need you to gather your personal belongings. I need you to move somewhere else. Pick up your stuff and move to somewhere else. I got a lady right here. If you sleep, you're going to wake up. But I need you to grab your personal belongings quickly. Take your time, but hurry up every chance you can get, and find another seat at another table. Sit with somebody that you don't know, or sit at another table. Don't get nervous. It's not going to hurt you, but just take your time, but hurry up every chance you can get, because I guarantee you this lady that's coming up, get the fire marshal. She's going to burn the house down. I can promise you that right there. Grab another table, grab your stuff, move around, move to another table. Thank you so much. DJ, can we get a little moving music for me? Clean up, everybody, everywhere. Clean up, everybody do your share. I was what do you call it, Head Start volunteer for 20 years. Circle time, huh? That's right. Find another chair, find another seat. I want to show you something. I want to show you something. The young man in the back with the blue suit on, a handsome young man, would you stand up for me, sir? Are you with someone? The young man in the back, over there, to the back. I said handsome. Yeah, that's him. Stand up, sir. Is it okay if I say a man is handsome? That's all right. I'm handsome. Stand up for me, sir. Stand up. Come here for a second. Come here. Well, can I facilitate? Goodness gracious. Can I do this? Have a seat right here, folks, sir. Have a seat right here, folks. I see something in this young man. I see something. I don't know. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it only takes about 30 seconds for you to get acclimated in your comfort zone. I just took you out of your comfort zone. Yeah, y'all had the open mouth, jello neck, head bob. Y'all sitting up there looking like this. I had to do that because the blood went from your head to your stomach and started digesting all them pigs' feet and smoked turkey necks. So this is what I want you to do, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we're ready. The only person who doesn't know that he's been moved is entering the building. All right. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I ran out of storage on my phone, but I cannot. This is amazing. Wow. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to have to do it organically. I must have ran out of storage on my bios, but let's do it this way. The young lady that's coming to the stage, she's athletic, poetic, energetic. She's got good credit, about an 850 credit score. She's coming to the stage. I think she was in the Navy at one point. I'm not sure if she's a Navy SEAL, but I do know when she gets to the stage, she is a Navy SEAL. And she's also a sniper. She's coming with a lot of vim, vigor, and vitality. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome my friend, your friend, Dr. Rose. Music.
Every time I get something hot, it makes me want to move. It makes me want to have fun. But it's something about this way. This thing
I like that. Mental, real, off state. Want to share something with you. We've had many speakers come up here and talk about their experiences. They talked about their challenges, and they talked about their triumphs. My friend, our MC, he lost his mother this year. And how many of you know
what it means to have a mother in your life. That you down with like 4 flat tires. That if somebody said something about your mama, if they said your mama, you be, what? You think you're Michael Jackson in there. You bad. Well, that's my reality. DJ Mike J, he and I are very close. And I remember this year he got sick. I remember challenges that Shakoni faced. I remember challenges that Corey faced. And before last year, many of us, we hadn't known each other in person, but we had each other's back virtually. We had each other's back financially if we needed something. Well, this past year, I lost about 19 family members, and not the COVID. And now, I have been through a lot being in the military and just being a person. How many people are just a person, right? But you go through something. I've been in places where I couldn't walk on my own. Anybody ever could not walk and you had to have somebody else help you wipe your butt? Everybody, they still got their hand up, so they're not really ashamed, though. Thank you for that. But this year changed my life forever. You see, I have all kinds of dreams. And I told my mother, I said, Mom, you know, I'm going to be a millionaire, you know. But the millionaire in the bank kind of money. Y'all know, like when you look at your account, it's $1 million in the account. Because all of us have amassed $1 million more than likely, but we don't have it in the account. And my mama said, sure, I sure wish you would hurry up and go ahead. Now, my mother, she was well-to-do, got her own place, drive 2 muscle cars, Chargers. Folks pull up next to her and say, hey, miss, is that your son's car? She said, no, that's my car. How you doing? And wherever my mother went, I would go. And when I was in the military, I said, Mom, if I go anywhere in the world, would you come? She said, yeah. And I said, how many of y'all got kids? I'm your kid, right? No, no. I mean, really, if I go anywhere in the world, would you come? And she said, yeah, I'll come. But this year, my mother went to a place that I wasn't ready for her to go. This year, I lost my mother back in February. It was one of the most life-changing events of my life. Now, I love my father. I look like my father. I have work ethics like my father. I'm cute like my father. I got muscles like my father. I'm fashionable like my father. I'm fashionable like my mother. But my mother, Shakoni, my mother. And you see her with me today because everywhere I go, she's with me. When I lost my mother, Mike was overseas. And I called him because my mother wasn't doing her best. And he got to talk to her before she left this earth. And now y'all know Dr. Michael Phelan baked some cookies, right? I might be getting in some trouble right here. She loved his cookies. But most importantly, she loved him. She know he has a zeal. She know I have a zeal. And the people that I work with and deal with have a zeal. No, I'm not taking my shoes off. Stop it. So what I'm getting at is this. I never dreamed that I would be standing here in Kansas this year and my mother would not be with me or watching from somewhere. Martin Luther King said, I have a dream. He lived up to his dream. Walt Disney, anybody know Walt Disney? Anybody know that person? Walt Disney said, all dreams can come true if you have courage.
It took courage for Wendell to get up here today. It took courage for DJ Mike J to say, you gotta come on in and you gotta have your mental real estate together. I had to get my mental real estate together because no matter what I have hope. I have faith, but I have a dream. How many of you out there have a dream? Raise your hand. Raise your hand. If you don't have a dream, if your hand is not raised, no shame on you. Shame on not having a dream, though. How many of you know that your children have a dream? Your nieces, your nephews, your co-workers, they have a dream, right? Some of them will never reach their dream. My friend Les Brown, I remember the first time I talked to Les Brown in person when I was in Japan working. I said, Les Brown is my mentor. I didn't even know the man. I said, Les Brown is my mentor, and one day I'm going to do a show with Les Brown. Les Brown's teacher, Steve Harvey's teacher told him, you don't know nobody on TV. You ain't never going to be on TV. I almost felt like Steve Harvey. I didn't know Les Brown. I didn't know nobody that knew Les Brown. But I had a dream. And so about a year or so ago, Dr. Christian, he said, Lotus, I have a dream. I want you to come in. I want you to MC this walk of forgiveness. And I said, sure, Dr. Christian, I'll be there. When you want me to come? So I went to Ohio. I did a day or two of work with him, and then I left because I was going to help him with his walk of forgiveness. So I had him on my show. The Lotus Rashay Ignite Show, Ignite Show, Ignite Show. So I had him on my show, and he says, you know, I really would like to have Mr. Les Brown be a part of what I'm doing. I said, well, Dr. Christian, if that's what you want, you need to say it out loud. So he said it out loud, but little did he know that I was about to make a call, like I'm about to do in a minute here. And the next time he came on my show, I had Les Brown on the show. Because he had a dream. I had a dream because I helped him fulfill his dream. You know what I heard? Hello? Hello, may I speak to Dr. Lotus Rashay? Hi, this is me. How are you? How can I help you? I have Mr. Les Brown on the phone for you. Oh, okay, fine, thank you. Sure. So Les Brown's phone kept dying, right? Thank you, Jesus, hallelujah, praise the Lord. Mr. Les Brown is on my phone, thank you. I have Mr. Les Brown on the phone for you. Okay, thank you. And I talked to Mr. Les Brown about his story, about his dream. But in turn, remember I said when I was in Japan, I wanted to work with Mr. Les Brown, right? But because I made his dream come true, my dream came true. How many of you are helping someone else's dream come true? How many? By applause. How many of you are helping someone's dream come true? How many of you got your mental real estate straight to help somebody's dream come true? Go ahead with that dream thing. You should be getting closer to your dream every day. If you're not getting closer to your dream, then your dream is a nightmare waiting to manifest into a reality that you call life. Now, I'm walking this way because I didn't want to step off the stage. My dream is not to fall. So I'm so blessed to have a few ladies that's going to help me out. Miss Gloria, where you at? Now, we had this all mapped out, but somebody said, move around. Miss Gloria, come on over here. Give her a hand, everybody. See, I got a dream. And you all said that you have a dream, but Miss Gloria says she got a dream too. Go ahead and open that up, Miss Gloria.
Your dream is amazing. Live it. Thank you. My dream is to retire for the second time.
Fantastic. Fantastic. She said retire now. You know you only 22. Keep that. Thank you so much. How many want to retire for the second time? How many want to retire for the first time and never have to go back to work? Shannon? Oh, Shannon, my friend. Shannon. Hello, Shannon. Y'all give it up for Shannon. Don't stop clapping. Go ahead, open it up, Shannon. Read that. Because this is to all of you.
The world needs your dream. Thank you. Well, I already started my dream. I was awarded the Women Working in Manufacturing Award for Colgate-Palmolive last year. So when I hire women to work in manufacturing, I encourage them to teach yourself that you can learn from yourself to become a better version of not who you are for today, but also for tomorrow.
Woo! Come on! Let's give it up for Shannon. Monica! Come on, give it up for Monica. Come on. Monica!
Share your dream and change a life for the better. Well, my dream is for peace. I have a son who's a drug addict. So my dream is to see him recover and
Go ahead, Mom.
that's it. I just want to see the son that I know is still in there.
Awesome. Give it up for Monica. When I asked Monica what was her dream, she said, Dr. Lotus, can we dream for someone else? I said, yes. You can dream for someone else because a lot of times we have to dream for other people because they don't have the zeal, they don't have the spirit, they don't have the energy to make their dreams come true. And you know how I know that? Because when my dream wasn't coming true because I was afraid. How many people ever been afraid before? How many people ever lacked confidence? How many people relied on the theys? How many theys told you was never going to be nothing? How many theys told you couldn't do it? How many theys said women don't do that type of work? How many theys said black men don't do that? How many theys said puertorriqueños no can do trabajo aquí? How many said that to you? My mother and my father taught me always strive for your dream. Make your dream a reality. And Dr. Michael Phelan has taught us all these words, and I want you to repeat them. Don't debate. Get your mental real estate straight. Yeah. I stumbled with it too when I first made it up. We're going to try it again. You ready? Don't debate. Get your mental real estate straight. Because what? You have a dream. Look at the person next to you and say, your dream is waiting for reality. Make it come true. Y'all got that? Yeah? Let's try it again. Your dream, look at the person next to you, but look at somebody else. Your dream is waiting for your reality. Make it come true. I met a new friend here. Her name is Nina. And when I talked to Nina about her dream, she was so full and tears came in her eyes because her dream is that powerful. Your dream is waiting for you to make it a reality. You gotta move into action. You can't wait. You gotta want that dream so bad, like Dr. Eric Thomas said, you gotta want it more than you wanna breathe. How bad do you want it? Mr. Les Brown said, you gotta be hungry! How many are hungry in here today? Really? How many are hungry? You don't have to raise your hand if you ain't hungry. If you ain't hungry, we just ate. I get it. But I'm not talking about that kind of food. I'm talking about the kind of food that you use to feed your dreams, to feed your life, not just for you, but for someone that's looking up to you. How many of you got your kids in here, or got a sister, or a mother, or a father, or a friend in this room? They're looking up to you. You brought them here to the Mental Real Estate Conference. Y'all ready? Don't debate. Get your mental real estate straight. Now, as I close about this dreaming thing, turn to the person next to you and say, I have a dream. Now, this gentleman right here, he don't got nobody sitting next to him, but he's been saying, I have a dream. You know why? Because he's talking to himself. He's speaking the word over himself. So if you don't have nobody sitting next to you, you should still be talking. Kevin's still talking. He was speaking the word over himself. If you have a dream and you've not started to make your dream a reality, I double dog dare you. Don't leave this conference without getting that book. Free your land. Get your mental real estate straight. Live your dream, because no one else can live your dream for you. Betty Barton Brown, her daughter, and I have something in common. We both have hearing concerns. We both wear hearing aids. And when I first, come on, Kevin, when I first realized that I needed to start wearing my hearing aid, I was at a meeting with my colleagues and someone told a joke and I didn't laugh because I couldn't see their lips. It's the same thing when she was with her mother and she was listening to music and her mother was like, hey, don't you hear me? And she was like, no, I can't hear you because I can't see you, right? If I can't see your lips, I can't hear you sometimes when people have concerns with hearing. But my dream is a similar dream to that young lady right there. We just want to be able to live our dreams. We just want to do the very best that we can do. But it all starts with your mental game. That's why I'm here at the Mental Real Estate. It starts with what you think about you, what you think about this world, what you think about the one life that God has given you. Now, some people say, I don't believe in God. That's okay. You believe in something. The one life that something that you believe in has given you. Your life has purpose. But I heard Napoleon Hill say that everything starts with a thought. Without a thought, nothing is made. So I'm going to leave something with you. Go ahead and stand up. Here's a minute for you. Go ahead and look at the person next to you. Look them dead in the eyeball. Y'all heard me say that before. Look them dead in the eyeball. Go ahead over there. Go ahead next to somebody. Go ahead next to somebody. Go ahead. Yeah, get close. Get close. Go ahead next to somebody. So, Kevin and I was talking upstairs. I talked about Mr. Bonaparte. Mr. Bonaparte was a legend in the military. He was a commander. He led people. He led armies. And he was from France, right? And so his guy came down, and I'm going to tell this right quick. Look, his guy came down and said, sir, the enemy is over there. We can't attack. You said attack. He said, you going to attack? He said, no, the circumstances is not right. Bonaparte said, guess what? I make circumstances. I make circumstances. So this is what I want to tell you to do. On your dream, be like Mr. Bonaparte. Make the circumstance. And he said, attack! Attack your dream. Tell that person next to you, attack. DJ Dr. Michael Freeland. Thank you for this moment in time. Thank you for the Mental Real Estate Conference. Attack your dream. Get your mental real estate straight. Don't debate. Don't wait to win. Get it straight. Right here. And if you want to... This thing called up, get away from you. Just be right up, go to what you want to do. Can't let nobody take it away from you. Are you kidding? A little quick word with Dr. Lotus Rich. She came to kick the hinges off the door. She kicked the hinges off the door. I just love her delivery. She's so passionate, and she still has that soldier mentality. You can tell it's all in her DNA now. It's a part of who she is. You notice how we've been picking on his brother right here up front? Y'all notice that? Everybody been, but you know what? I'm gonna say this. I want to say this to you. This is not the first time you've been singled out in life. All your life you've been singled out. All your life you've been set aside. All your life people have been thinking you're different. And you pushed your way through to make it here today, and I just wanted to acknowledge that I appreciate you for pushing your way through and coming here to be with us today. Stand up if you don't mind. Tell me your name.
My name's Lewis Moten.
Lewis
Moten.
Strong voice, strong speaking voice. What do you do, Lewis?
I work with juvenile justice reform.
Juvenile justice reform. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, here you go, here you go. I just wanted to give you one of my phones. So if you just take one of those and take it with you, the Motorola X3000. I got plenty of them. I got phones on top of the phone. I want to say this. Yes, ma'am. Oh, you got yours too? Okay, y'all ain't got no reason not to call me. Call me. Y'all call me later on. I'll be up. Okay. They said that speaking for 1 hour is equivalent to working a 40-hour job. They said that speaking for 1 hour is the equivalent to working a 40-hour job. So you have to, the people that came up and gave from their heart, they give everything that they have. Is Prince Michael here? Prince Michael, I move people around. Prince Michael, come on up here for a second. It's only going to take a second. I love this guy. Come on, Prince Michael, come on. Yeah. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. This is my guy. Come on up here. Come up here. Met him. Come on on stage. I met him. Now, is this a fashionable guy or what? Is this guy fashionable? Okay. So, are you still a flight attendant? I am. Okay. So, Prince Michael is a flight attendant, and last time we get to a certain part of the show, or to the help me out. Program. Thank you. All right. Somebody get another phone? Who said program? All right. Okay. So, and there is a descent announcement as a flight attendant. So I'm going to give you this real quick. Bottle up what you've experienced here today because you're going to need it. You're going to go back to those relationships, to those people who didn't want you to come, who don't believe in you, who think that you're wasting your time as an entrepreneur. You're dreaming, you're wasting your time, you're wasting your money. You're going to get back to the professional bubble busters. You have to make sure that you preserve this moment and take it back and open it up fresh. Take as many pictures, talk to as many people, get as many contacts. But I always love when he does the descent announcement. So if you will, check this out, this boy bad.
And ladies and gentlemen, if you do us a favor, please ensure that your seatbelts are in your tray tables are in the full upright and lock position. Your carry-on items are stowed completely underneath the seat in front of you or in an overhead bin, leaving the area around your feet clear. Laptop computers and devices of similar size must also be stowed at this time. The flight attendants are going to come through the cabin for one last time to collect any items that you wish to discard. If you're not going to take it with you into Kansas City, we ask that you hand it to a flight attendant. We thank you all so much for choosing us on today, and let us be the first to say, welcome to Kansas City.
Man, thank you so much. Give it up. Love this guy. Maybe y'all feel like y'all on an airplane? Huh? Look, you've been riding at 30,000 feet amongst a lot of positive energy. It's now time to go back to your world. It's now time to make a decision on what you're going to do with all of this information. I know what's waiting for you, because it's waiting for me. It always has. I want to give you a number to text. Go to your text, and I want you to text something. Did you realize that the very thing that you're looking for is looking for you? The very thing that you're looking for is looking for you. You don't know it yet? It's in this room. Just as an example, is anybody, you don't have to tell me, but Does anyone in the room have a need, any kind of need, any kind of need, any kind of need, other than the speakers? Oh, all speakers get free jewelry. If you go out to the front, you will get a free piece of jewelry from the paparazzi. Paparazzi is giving away free jewelry to all speakers. But other than the speakers, is there anyone in the room that that has a need, a need, a need? Look at all these liars. I mean, people. You see what I'm saying? And some people in this room, okay, this young lady right here, you have a need, right? Okay. She was bold enough to tell us that she has a need. Could you share close to what it is that you may have a need in? Could you come here for a second? No, come on up here. You got a need, come on. I'm trying to get some stuff done. I'm trying to show this folks some stuff. Yeah, watch this. What's your name again?
My name is Mocha Myers.
Mocha Myers. Is that your social security name? That's your name, your God-given Christian name?
Actually, I changed it to that.
All right, that's all right. I ain't gonna look you up. You don't owe no taxes and that. But what I was saying is that, what are you trying to do again?
Be careful, don't fall. Okay, no, I won't. I'm too little. I'm trying to get a presser for my t-shirt business. And then I also have my social media platform, which is worldwide. And so I'm trying to get my camera.
A presser. Let me show you something. Has anyone in the room ever needed a t-shirt for your events, for your functions, for anything that you've ever done? So you're in a room full of people who have needs and you have a service. So when you put the need with the service together, then you have the resources, right? You have what it is that you need. So give it up for Miss Mocha Myers, Social Security number 123. No, that's part. But what I'm saying, as we move into this, the very thing that you're looking for, what is this? What is this? Huh? What you got, Mike? He has a donation. Look at this. Look at God. He has a donation for you. But the Bible says, if I can quote the Bible, it says that out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh, right? We have not because we ask not. And sometimes we ask, I think the word is amiss. We ask like we ain't even going to get it anyway. I know that ain't going to happen for me, so I don't even know what I'm asking. So this lady expressed a need in a room full of people, and she got a need met to a certain degree. She's also associated with people who can help her. Give it up for her, ladies and gentlemen. So here's the number. We're going to help you real quick. Here's another donation coming here. Another donation. I gave her a phone and nobody clapped. Haters, bro. Y'all some haters. But anyway, okay. Look at God. You have not. What's your cash app, young lady? It's Graham $5 sign Mocha. Mix it up. Indian Goddess 28. Indian Goddess 28. Now, this is what she's going to do. This is what she's going to do. For those of you who are donating, I think it would be befitting if she provided you with some of her services. I think that because what you want to do in nature, there's my grandmother used to call it the what do you call it when you plant a seed? Yeah, reaping and sowing. But they call it germination, right? Yeah, germination. So you plant the seed and then it germinates, but it has to be in fertile, rich soil. Has to have a delicate balance of sunlight and water. And when at a certain point that seed swells up and then boom, 2 roots go down and a shoot goes up to kiss the sun 93 million miles away, and then you have harvest. So that's where we are. Write this number down. 785-222-4007. 785-222-4007. 785-222-4007. Text the word mental, MENTAL. You can also write a note there in that text, but 785-222-4007. Text the word mental. You're going to get some help. Help is on the way. Just like Country Wayne say, help is on the way. Okay. DJ Mike J, y'all all right? Okay. Could you play that Closer to My Dream just a little bit here? Just a little bit. I know he's quick with it. He's quick. And while we're doing that, Miss Mocha had a life-changing experience. And we all saw that develop in real time, didn't we? We saw that. And guess what else? This young man got a free phone. Y'all ain't said nothing about it yet. Are y'all gonna say something about the free phone this man got? Okay, closer to my dream, closer to my dream. I love what I do. I love what I do. I'm not only an MC, but I'm a professional sales trainer. I train people on how to scale their businesses. And I tell this, I'm not ashamed, Corey. I'm not ashamed to say this. I've had just about every business in my life. And it only took me about 2 years to turn that business into a nonprofit organization. You'll catch that on the way home. Yeah, you'll catch that on the way home. I failed my way to success. Still failing. Don't feel like I've arrived. I got so much more to prove to you. And so, in just a second, we're going to cue up a video. And this video is going to be the most amazing thing that you've ever seen and that I've ever seen. But if you could just notch that down just a little bit. I just wanted some background music while I read this bio. And what I want you to do, because I said that 40 hours, one hour of speaking is the equivalent of 40 hours of work, right? Can you imagine what DJ Mike J and his team went through to put this on for us? I mean, all of the stuff in here is, he said he rented that from Rent-A-Center. Huh? Oh, no, that's not right. You bought all of this stuff? You didn't get this from Rent-A-Center? I can't get this deal? Okay. He bought all of this with his money. He bought it. Corey called it seed money. He bought everything that's in here. He puts on events. If you're not gifted with doing your slides and all of that kind of stuff, or your DJing, you can hire him and he will come to you. He will come to you and set it up and do it for you. You need to get with him. But this is what I want to do. We're going to cue up a video in just a second, and we're going to bring Dr. DJ Mike J in with love. We got to bring him in with love. We have to protect him because he is doing something. He's traveled out of this country. He's spoken to people. He's done things that you and I are living vicariously through his stories, whimsical stories. So are we going to key up the video first? Can we do that? And we'll talk about that. I want you to see this. He was in Kisii, Kenya. He was in Kisii, Kenya. And man, this is amazing. He sat right over there at that table. It only took about 2 hours for him to get this. Look at this. This is DJ Mike J. He went from Kisii, Kenya. That's DJ Mike J in Kisii, Kenya. He in the cabbage patch. Wow. He said he had never done this dance before in his life. All the ladies that's yelling, they think they found a husband. Ladies and gentlemen, DJ Mike J is not just a local DJ, he's a sleeper cell. He is an undercover agent who has traveled throughout this country speaking on your behalf. He went to this little town to present an award, and he didn't know that they were going to give him a grand welcoming. He didn't know that they were going to roll out the red carpet for him. He didn't know that they were going to treat him like royalty. He went over to give, and he was actually the receiver. And so somewhere in the Bible, y'all know that scripture where it says, push down, shake them together to press. Anybody know that scripture? I wish I could remember that one. I can't remember that one for nothing in the world. But he went there for one thing, and he got something else. Have you ever went there? Have you ever done something, expected one thing, and got something totally different? Yeah, that's what he did. It's a paradigm shift. It changed his perspective on life. He told me, this is what, I'm going to say it, I apologize later. But he told me that once he got back from Africa, he realized how much he took for granted and how much we have over here. He said, man, we're rich, we're wealthy. He had nothing to compare with. Everybody's rich. When we talk about the least of the rich, and we think they're poor. So it changed his mind. So we're going to bring DJ Mike J in. We got Dr. Prince on the microphone right now, Prince Michael, and we're going to bring him in. So I want you to stand to your feet. I want people on one side. He's going to come through that door. I want people on one side lined up, and people Dr. Lotus Richards is going to help organize and coordinate this, and people on the other side. Now, if they did that in Kenya, what y'all think we could do? Everybody, take your time, but hurry up every chance you can get. Line up on one side, line up on the other side, and let's just make us a line here. Dr. Lotus has got people lining up. Just fall in. I think that's how in the military. Fall in. Close ring. Yes, we're going to bring him up. And I want him to do the kissy dance. I saw that, man. I need to learn that one. Yeah, I want him to do the kissy dance. We're going to cue up some music. Where's my photographer and videographer? Can I get a videographer over here to get him in? Because I'm competing with Kissy Kenya. I'm competing with them folks. They ain't going to outdo me. No. Yeah, yeah, it's personal. It stays personal. Let's show Kissy Kenya they ain't got nothing on us. Yeah. We get to see DJ Mike J at the Piggly Wiggly. We know this is how we do it. This is how we do it. Ladies and gentlemen, coming in. DJ Mike J. Welcome. DJ Mike J. DJ Mike J himself, coming in the building, doing the thing. So good, I have tonight. The summertime skirts and my guys ain't gonna have my gang bang and forgot about the drive-by. You gotta get your groove on, before you go get paid. We just got to and living it up. Oh man, this what we'll say, make some noise in here. Because this is how we do it. Oh my God, thank you guys for all the love, all the celebrating, all the learning, all the tears, all the smiles. Please take a seat. Please take a seat. We can get to this thing in just a second. Boy, you jamming. Hey, y'all give it up for the new DJ back there. He killing it. Yes, take a seat. Thank you. Wow. Where I'm from, you will go. Come on now. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Go ahead and cue that. Check it out. Mental real estate of your mind. I didn't say mine. Of your mind. Now here's what I did because I'm going to show you some power right now. Mental real estate gives you the perspective. I say it all the time. Positive and what? Negative contributors to your mindset. Your mental real estate of your mind. How important is this? It's so important because what y'all didn't know is that you just entered in to the realm of your own mental real estate. When I say we're coming in, the energy, wasn't it magnificent? Wasn't it magnificent? The energy was all through the room, wasn't it? It was good. But let me show you something. Practicality is something else because what we can do in the face of others is one thing. But sometimes, Prince, sometimes what we do on our own may sound just like this. I've had some good days. I've had some hills to climb. You have no idea who you're standing next to sometimes. The party may be lit, the emotion may be high,
But sometimes who you stand next to may have just went through something that was completely life-changing. But sometimes you gotta stop. But when I take a look around and understand the place that you are in your life, understand where you're trying to go, and why things over are you doing this? Understand that sometimes all of my good days outweigh my bad days. I don't know about you, but let me just, I'm gonna tell it. Hold on, man. I was my brother. Put the cue back on that. My God. Let me tell you something about your mental real estate. Because see, sometimes we can walk around without a mask that don't even have a string. They're seen and feed on one another. Girl, how you doing? Oh, I'm good. I know, I'm fine. Yeah. How's work? Here's work. Y'all know how it is. What you been up to? Nothing, working. How come that's only a conversation out of people who got a job? You don't tell nothing else. How y'all doing today? Oh, I'm just working, man. I'm good. But what I'm saying is this. Listen. We can have a good time. We can enjoy each other. We can love, live, laugh, and have a great time. But when we're talking about what's down on the inside, see, people spend some time trying to dig it. And I'm going to put my hand up before I even ask the question. Who out here got a problem? Who got some problems in their life? Problems in their life. Isn't something that a problem will do to your life? When you have that problem in your life, guess what? It kind of sits around like that old cockroach on the wall, and every time you turn that light on, he gonna take off running. And as soon as you turn that light back off, he gonna come sit right back down where he was before. Now you up at the hardware store spending money trying to get burglar pin, traps, sticky tape, everything. You use fire traps to get a roach. But let me tell you something about the realness of mental real estate. What we have right here. This is beautiful out here. The energy's great out here. Push that play button again, sir. Prince. I want some good days. I'm going to get real with you for just a second. Because the reality is that sometimes we come in this room, I gotta get off the stage. We have some good days. We got hills to climb. I don't know what your journey is. But you can some. I don't know what the weary days are for you. Some of y'all lost people, lost loved ones, family members, lost jobs, businesses. It's not just about life. It's not just about the loss of life. It's about the losses in life. And when you say that, let go. You're not looking around. What are you complaining about when we're talking about where you're staying right now? When your feet are underneath your legs, what are they there for? Will you do something that matters to the one who's standing on the feet? Will it matter to you more that you can contribute in a different way? Well, listen, this direction turns to this way. And I will walk away, and I will step off this stage. And you know what? I will find somebody in the audience, and I will tell them, you matter. You matter. Mental real estate, build, develop, grow, strengthen, love, contribute, and you will see the fruits of mental real estate. So, let me ask you, what's your complaint? When we talk about complaining, wow. It's the one word that I don't even think gets handed out half as much as it actually is. How many people have heard complaints without even hearing anyone say the word complaint? How many conversations ensue where you know that they got something to say and you're like, oh, here we go again. How many people won't even answer the phone because you know when you see the name on the... oh, they got something to say? Yeah, okay, I'm good. I'll call them later. Let's be honest. Can I be honest today? I'm going to tell you guys some good things. This is why I love this woman. I got to give you guys something before I get it back into my complaint. I love this woman, and this woman loved me to death. So much so, She left me outside. Now I'm going to tell y'all a story about this lady I know named Joanne Martin. Remember the name because it'll stick with you for the rest of your life. Now, me, like most people, know that when we were kids, Dr. Angela, when we were kids, Cody Fox, we ran the streets and we get over to family members' house, aunties, uncles, grandparents. Well, my grandmother was Joanne Martin, and what she did was she didn't take no mess. One of the fairest but the meanest women I ever knew happened to be my grandmother and the head of the housing authority of the entire city. So ain't nowhere I could go, nothing I could do for anybody to say, hey, you're good. Mike over here cutting up. But check this out. Lesson is this. Grandma always respected the fact that when you come to her house, you put in a call. Don't show up to my house unannounced. Am I the only person in here that understands that one? Don't show up to my house unannounced. So if you come to my house unannounced, you won't get what? In. Now let me give you something real. I was the kid that my grandmother loved. I told you she loved me to death. Mikey. Don't y'all say that, though. I say it. Mikey. So I used to ride my 10-speed over to Grandma's house on California Street, and I pull up to the house, and she used to say, you always got a knack, and you smell something from your mama's house, because every time you come over here, I'm cooking. That's right. I'm hungry. So one particular day, I went to Grandma's house, and she had the screen door open. I didn't tell her I was coming. I was on my bike. But I stopped because I seen the screen door open. And I looked through, right through the window. Grandma sitting right there at the table, reading the paper. Here's what I did. I'm going to show y'all what she did. I'm outside. I said, Grandma! This is what she did. I said, Grandma! She said, and she turned back around. So anyway, now the screen window was open so she could hear me. So I said, Grandma, I'm standing out here and you not open the door. I'm looking right at you. She didn't say a word to me. I'm looking right at you, Grandma. Can you open the door? She looked at me, she said, didn't I tell you not to come over my house without call? I said, Grandma, are you serious? I'm looking right at you. The screen was locked. Grandma, are you serious? She said, boy, I'm not playing. The moral of the story is this. Sometimes a complaint, let me get this one to you slow. Sometimes your complaint can become your companion. When you talk about complaining, how do you make this your companion? If everywhere you go, you have something to what? Complain about. Now, the companionship is one thing, but let me help you. Let me bring this in, help you understand what the complaint and companionship, because when you start moving in such a way that you look for the opportunity to see a reason to have something to say. Now, there's a difference between complaint and compromise. There's a difference between a complaint and compromise. When you're compromising, guess what? You're looking to create something. You're looking to learn. You're looking to grow. When you're complaining, you want to be heard. When you compromise, you listen. You learn. There's so many things about mental real estate that helps you develop, I say it all the time, positive, negative contributors to your mindset. But what are you complaining about? Most of y'all that know me, if you know I have a leg condition. I walk around just as normal. I love it. It looks good. But you don't see the pain underneath. You don't see the struggle. You don't feel the torture. I'm going to give a clear example. Dr. Adrian, we were children growing up together. She knows my sickness. She knows my pain. But that's not an excuse, because I won't complain. When I stood in the gap, and I understood that even with the life that I was complaining about was as terrible as I could ever imagine, I had even put my prayer to God to die. And I begged for his compassion to take my life. Let me go with you. I can't do this anymore. I pleaded with God, but I didn't complain. When I stood there and I walked and I watched and I learned some things, it's something how we believe that, and it's something we've been saying it today. When we go through something, we believe that we're standing in the gap all by ourselves. But you know what? Can I be honest with you today? That is a very real place. It's a very real place. You can be in a room amongst people all over the place, but you can still feel isolated totally to yourself. And when that happens, what do? Let me see some complaints here today. I don't like my job. I can't stand my neighbor. Dog keeps crapping in my yard. I don't like the way this person looks. Why are their jackets so long? Why are their pants so high? How come they don't pull their shoes up? That's okay, you can laugh. The reality of mental real estate, to get you to understand it, sometimes we get in our own way of understanding what the complaint is, because let me ask the question, and I don't even want you to answer because this is getting ready to hit you right on the inside. When someone has a complaint to you, do you want to hear it? You don't even have to answer because I know the answer to that. Complaining doesn't necessarily give us a room to grow. It doesn't give us an opportunity to prosper. What it does is hinders the process. You hinder the process by offering your suggestions to people who ain't even listening. Two people that I know that you can say you don't want to hear. Somebody who complains and somebody who's yelling at you. Am I right? When someone yells at you, you don't want to hear that. You come at me with something that's going to give me some substance. Something that's going to help me to grow so that I can know. But here's the thing. Mental state of your mind. How do you turn your complaint to a compromise? When we work with the areas that we have in our life, when we deal with some of the things that we deal with every day, and people don't always know our journeys, your life is just as soft and subtle as you want to make it. Choice. A choice. You know something? A choice helps to, it creates the difference between a complaint and a compromise. If I choose to deal with you, if I choose to hear your complaint, because I already know, I can feel it, I can hear it. And look, when they start complaining, sometimes it's just easier to walk away than to engage in the conversation. Because let me ask you, okay, let me go internally again. So what does it do to your spirit when you hear somebody complaining? It can turn your whole day upside down. So I'm saying to you, what we do in our lives, it matters. Not only that, do you really have room for a complaint? Because what we think isn't always what we know. When I was in that hospital with my mother who had to take me into the hospital, I was running 104-degree temperature in the hospital, and the doctors were there, and they had me all iced up. My mama was rubbing me down with alcohol. Oh, God, you tried to kill me. I'm sorry. You tried to kill me. Alcohol rubbed down at 104-degree temperature is like lighting me on fire. But I love you, Mom. But that's what it was. So I'm in there and I'm enduring this pain. But what I didn't know is I was sitting there and we had been in the hospital for so long. I said, I need to get out of the room. My mom said, listen, can we take him somewhere so he can play? They said, sure, we got a play area down the way. So I walked out to the play area and I sat down. And while I was sitting there playing with the blocks and stuff, I was probably 12, 13 years old at the time. Another kid comes in, covered from head to toe. Only thing you could see was his eyeballs wrapped in gauze. And at the age, I didn't understand what that was. So I said, Mama, what is this? But the thing was, when he came and he sat down and me and him started playing, we had the best time of our lives. We had both been going through some stuff in the hospital. So I thought I had it bad, but this kid walks in, he's covered head to toe, with only his eyes sticking out. And I said, Mom, what's wrong with him? And she told me, she said, he'd been in a house fire, baby. He'd been burned over 90% of his body, 2nd and 3rd degree burns. You know what I did? I didn't complain. something how life in reality hits you in a place where even when you know you have justifiable rights to complain about what is happening in your life, your circumstances, where you come from, where you're going, it will shut your mouth. In the moment of understanding, somebody else has it just a little bit worse than you. So let me ask you, what's your complaint? Now I'll tell you, because I like to break ice. I'll tell you a few times I didn't mind complaining. And Debbie used to have a bush out back. And on this bush, it had a lot of switches. And, you know, when we got into it, she'd tell you, go out there and get you a switch. She didn't say get me a switch. She said get you a switch. Do I have to really say to y'all what that? Y'all laughing because I already know. Y'all know what I'm talking about. When you went outside to get that switch, y'all already knew we was looking for the tree that was half dead. The leaves had already fallen off, and if you snapped it, it fell apart. So she was clever. She let you do it on purpose because she wanted to see what you was going to do. Are you really going to bring her something to half kill you? And a lot of times, guess what we did? We did exactly what she thought. And so she go out, calmly take that knife, a knife that tells you that it needs some force to get that switch off of there, right? And she clean house. But mental real estate is designed to help people understand various aspects of your life. When life is hard, when we pray for others, when we stand in the gap, when we do the things that we know is necessary because this is what we believe. I tell you, it's time to grow so we can go. But how do you go if you don't know? How can you go? How do you teach someone when you don't understand certain levels in your own life? When you've been stuck in bad relationships. In every relationship seems to be a repeat cycle like a soap opera. How did you get? Did they just change your name and put another face on your body? Who is this guy? As funny as it is how real life is. How do we gravitate from understanding where we are, the habits that we create, and how we move forward, and how we contribute to others' lives, and how we let others affect us? The mental real estate. It's the mental real estate of your mind. It's not just a title. This is a global initiative. They're working it right now in Africa. I'm heading there in another month or so. It's real work with real response, and people need this. And there's no one alive that has a brain on their shoulder that doesn't need or couldn't use mental real estate. This is not for me to sell it to you, because here's what I tell people all the time. The book doesn't end with me, it begins with you. It begins with you. And when it comes to that, what would you do to see the investment? Now, let me say this because I know I've invited maybe 1,000 people. I'm so grateful for every single one of y'all that are here today. But what you don't get is sometimes they can't find the value because they don't understand what they're worth. They don't understand what they're worth. You're offering life. You're offering opportunity. And you're offering a chance. My friend Angela Johnson sitting over there. Great woman. Years ago called me up about some work for the Boys and Girls Club, and I jumped on it. What you need? Well, I got you. So I went in there and I did some things for those kids. But to see the passion beyond her own thoughts. When she came to a place to be able to contribute to children, not only did she build relationships, she built sustainable relationships. Where people would now, if they choose to know the relationship that they had, will call what they have is the relationship. How can I help you? How can I serve you? How can mental real estate do something for you? By getting you to understand that sometimes it's not about the complaint. It's about the compromise. I remember having to complain multiple times. I didn't get here because I never complained. I had a lot to say. Nobody was listening, but I said it anyway. I loved it. But what would you do to make sure that you leave your mark right here, right there, right there? On these 2 feet, create the opportunity to develop mental real estate. It's not what you do as much as it is where will you go. If we sat here every time I had a conference and talked about mental real estate, we would get nothing done out there. Keeba Evans, sitting over here, a good friend of mine, worked tirelessly, barbershop, worked tirelessly. Sat in a chair, she had the book, and one day just decided to tell somebody, hey, you know about this guy? She mentioned mental real estate, and the first thing they said is, what's it all about? Are you trying to sell a house? Can you imagine how many times I had to explain mental real estate? But the reality is this. When people are hungry, they will look for food. You will not allow yourself to starve. It's one thing to be hungry, but if you're starving and it's there, you will take it. Hey, listen, I'm excited about mental real estate. I'm excited for all of you. I'm excited for what I'm doing. Regina Platt, city councilwoman in the back, standing up for mental real estate. I'm giving flowers while they're here. Took mental real estate into the maximum juvenile penitentiary in the state of Kansas and implemented mental real estate in the education department in the maximum juvenile facility. Now you talk about mental real estate, but listen, it's not just implemented, she's getting results. Because when people are hungry, they will eat. Every one of us have an obligation to whatever it is you believe in. Now let me ask you, do we have any business owners in here? Any business owners? I love it. So we have business owners now, even if it's by night ahead, if you just want to blurt it out, that's fine. Now, as a business owner, do you have to work hard? You have to work hard. Do you have to be committed? Do you have to invest? Do you have to market? Okay, now how many people in here are not business owners? Let me tell you guys something. As of this day right now in this mental real estate conference, all of you are now business owners. I like that, because that's the response I was hoping for. What does it mean when I say now everybody is a business owner? Because, Dr. Lotus, with all that you're doing, do you have any time for anything that's not really supporting what you're doing? You don't have the time? Kevin, my friend, do you have the time to give to people who don't have a vision or an interest in mind, but really you don't have the time? So here's what I'm saying. But as I said, now everybody's a business owner. I'm giving everybody a business owner. We got all of you in here. Is that when we're talking about mental real estate, how do we get from here to owning a business? It's simple. Yeah, I know I'm talking mental real estate, right? I'm about to give it to you. You don't have time. You don't have time. And everybody in here has become a business owner because you will mind your own business. Yeah, it stings a little, don't it? Why would I say that? Okay, I'm coming back. Dr. Lotus Shashade, when you have time to mind your own business, do you have time for others' business? Corey Briggs, when you have time for your business, do you have time for others' business? So when we work hard and we put in the labor and we work and we develop the mental real estate that we own, that we possess, why do we allow other people to facilitate our business? So if you want to be strong, if you want to understand, if you want to develop, if you want to grow, and you are the business owner that you are, you have to learn to mind your own business. It's good stuff. Well, hey, listen, we're getting close to that time, and I really hope that you all have really had an opportunity to grow and celebrate mental real estate with me and every. Please give all the speakers that have traveled across the country a hand for bringing you guys some great information. We are celebrating you all so much, but we will do this thing together. So, mental real estate is living. It lives in all of us. What you decide to do with that is strictly up to you. But as for me and mine, I'm going to move forward. I'm going to continue to deliver. I'm going to the next country. I get to go to London in October. And then I go to Nairobi in November, so I'm making a world tour here. But there's work. And as I said, when you're working, you're busy. When you're busy, you don't have time. When you don't have time, you can't complain. Hey, I'm Dr. Michael Freeman. I want to thank you all for being a part of the Mental Real Estate Conference. I can't wait till the next time. God bless you all. Thank you.
Give it up, give it up. DJ Mike J Institute. Give it up for DJ, give it up for DJ Mike J. Give it up for DJ Mike J. It's Friday night, and I feel alright. The party's here. Give it up one more time. Give it up one more time. Hey, I want to tell you this personally. We get to the end of our program, and just have a seat just for a second. I want to tell you this. I really mean this from my heart. I really mean this from my heart. I'm proud of you, each and every one of you. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. You have been in this room paying attention. Some of you on the edge of your seat. Some of you biting your fingernails. Some of you with the open mouth jello neck head bob. But I'm proud of you that you've made it to this point, and that hopefully you've received what you came for. And that was a message. We're going to take a break. I'll tell you what, if you have to use the restroom, that's fine. I want to be respectful of the time and move right through it. If you have to use the restroom, go use the restroom and come right back. But this would be a perfect opportunity for you to meet someone in the room if you haven't. So just kind of mingle around a little bit, use the restroom, come back. For all of the speakers, I think our vendors will be wrapping up shortly. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. I think that's how my uncle used to do when he had some money for me. Hold on, boy. Hold on. Got something for you there. This was a paparazzi piece of jewelry, but it's an official mental real estate piece of jewelry now, and the price has gone up, and it's gone up in value because we're at the end of the show, right? So it was $5, right? But because it's now a mental real estate piece of jewelry, you can get this for right now. Right now, if you want to get it, come to the front of the room. You can get it for $99.99. $99.99. Come to the front of the room, an official mental real estate piece of jewelry. Look, check it out. The links symbolize us joined together. The links symbolize us joined together. $99.99. Thank you very much. I will cash at me. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, take a break. See, that's how you make money, Kevin. See how you do that? Take a break. Give us sing a song. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a 5-minute break and come on back, and we're going to present our awards. You want to do 5 minutes? 10 minutes, 10 minutes. Go refresh your room. Oh, absolutely. The paparazzi queen, what's your name again? Sanea says for our speakers, come out and get your free jewelry. Your mental real estate jewelry. This is how we do it. It's Friday night, and I feel alright. The party's here on the west side, so I reach for my 40 and I turn it up. Designated driver, take the keys to my truck. Get the car cause I'm faded. Honey's in the streets, say money, yeah, we made it. It feels so good in my hood tonight. The summer turns skirts and my guys ain't denial. The gangbangers forgot about
You gotta get your groove on before you go get paid. So take off your cup and throw your hands up and let me hear the party say, I'm kind of buzzed and it's all because this is how we do it. South Central dancing like nobody does. This is how we do it. To all my neighbors, you got much flavor. This is how we do it. Let's get the track to the old show back. This is how we do it. This is how we do it. All hands are in the air. And wave from here to there. If you're an OG Mac or I wanna be player. See the world's been good to me. Ever since I was a lowercase G. But now I'm a big G. The girls see I got the money. $100 bill, John. If you were from where I'm from, then you would know that I gotta get mine in a big black truck. You can get yours in a 6-ball. Whatever it is, the party's underway. So tip up your cup and throw your hands up and let me hear the party say, I'm kind of so good. This is how we do it. South Central dancing like nobody does. This is how we do it. All my neighbors, you got much flavor. This is how we do it. Let's step the track for the old show back. This is how we do it. I'm kind of so good. This is how we do it. South Central dancing like nobody does. YNB, this is how we do it. I'll never come back on an old school track. This is how we do it. Once upon a time in 94, Montel make no money and life show us slow. And all they said was 6'8" he stood. And people thought the music that he made was good. The little DJ and Paul was his name. He gave up the money, this is what he said. You and OT are gonna make some cash. Sell 1,000,000 records and we're making the dash. Oh, I'm buzzing the club. This is how we do it. South Central dancing like nobody does. Oh, neighbors, you got much flavor. This is how we do it. I'll never come back on an old school track. Kind of buzz, so good. South Central dancing like nobody does. Oh, it's party time. This is how we do it. Straight up coming from the west side. This is how we do it. Oh, she's got the flavor. Yeah. This is how we do it. And money does it like nobody does. Yeah. Come on now, dip down. You know that this is how we do it. This is how we do it. I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. Feeling. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. Tonight's the night. Let's live it up. I got my money. Let's spin it up. Go out and smash it. Like, oh my God. Jump out that sofa. Let's kick it. Oh, I know we'll have a ball. Get down and go out and just do it out. Feel good down, I wanna let it go. Let's go way out, face out, losing our control. Fill up my cup, Mazel tov. Look at her dancing, just take it off. Let's take it down, we'll shut it down. Let's burn the roof. Everyone do it again. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Do it. And do it. And do it. Let's do it. And do it. And do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. 'Cause I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. A feeling that tonight's gonna be
a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. Tonight's the night. Hey, let's live it up. Let's live it up. I got my money. Hey, let's spin it up. Let's spin it up. Go out and smash it. Like oh my god. Like oh my god. Jump out that sofa. Come on. Let's kick it. Oh, fill up my cup. Drink. Mazel tov. Look at it dance. Move it. Just take it. Oh, let's paint the town. Paint the town. We'll shut it down. Shut it down. Let's burn the roof. And then we'll do it. Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. And do it. And do it. Let's do it. And do it. And do it. And do it. Do it. Do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Here we go. Here we go. We gotta rock. Easy come. Easy go. Now we on top. Feel the shot. Body rock. Rock it. Don't stop. Down and round. Up and down. Around the clock. That's not gonna be a good night. 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 That's not gonna be a good night.
One more depending on breath, yet we all look away. People pretending everywhere. It's just another day. There's bullets flying through the air, and they still carry on. We watch it happen over there, and it just turned it on. We must stand together. That's where we are. That's where we are. That's where we are. They tell us everything's alright, and we just go along. How can we fall asleep at night when something's clearly wrong? When we can be a starving world with what we throw away, but all we serve are empty words that always taste the same. We must stand together. There's no giving. That's where we are. That's where we are. The right thing to guide us is right here inside us. No one can divide us when the light is nearly on. But just like the heartbeat, the beat carries on. And the drum beat carries on. We must stand together.
Say what? Say what? You know that I can pay them. You know what I need. Say what? You know that about it, baby. You know what's up. I'm not done for him. Just tell me how much better girl she used to be. Just think about the girl you used to be. I'ma show you everything you try to see. I'ma put you right where you need to be.
All right, we'll be getting started with the awards in just a few minutes, so please come back in the room, be a part of the award ceremony. Thank you so much. All right, we'll be getting started real shortly.
So baby, tell me what's up. Can we ascend to higher heights and when the path gets rough, we can give us a brighter night's breathe. Peace, sound, my leaps and soul to reach my soul to keep the passions deep and filled with heat. Living this life on the hustle, I barely get enough time. You know me from the platinum, how I stack and shine. You see a lot of contenders, they try to end up in my world. A reputation known as the untouchable girl. I'm moving on and now I'm trying to make a change in my ways. Be the best that I can be to last me all of my days. Now we can face pathways, so just take our time. Better holler if you hear me, cause left eye gon' shine. My eyes don't lie, see how they get when you pass me by. You and I don't need permission to be unified. Surely I've seen and heard of many places. Then I traveled around the world, see many races. Don't let another one get me if you wanna be true. And show me that nobody else can do it better than you. So if you're serious, I'm curious to see what you got. Well, I'm serious, cause I believe in blowing up spots.
All right. Everybody have a seat, have a seat. Have a seat.
And I'm free.
We'll go one more song as we got a couple people I need to be.
Okay, one more song.
Thank you, sir.
I've been wanting
Well, we gonna get ready for the night, y'all. Hey! Hey, don't forget the banners are here for you to capture your moments. Please take photo ops, whatever you like, get pictures at the banner. They're putting them here for you guys to take photos and have memories of your home to create for the mental real estate conference. Please take the banners for the photos. Thank you. Oh yeah, we're getting ready, Woo! Is that the very good in here? Okay, I see you. All right, we're not going to waste much time because we don't want to waste your time. Some of y'all are ready to go. All right, we're going to get to it. We're going to close the door after you get in, please. Oh, suit jacket. I was too comfortable. Deacon board, pass around the plate. Yes, please come on in. Come on in. I want to thank you all for being a part of the Mental Real Estate Conference once again, and we're going to go ahead and proceed with the award ceremony. The awards are given in honor of mental real estate for people who have done a lot of work. You're going to see, we're going to read off exactly what these certificates mean that you get. These awards that you're getting are recognized by the King himself, Sir, Ambassador Dr. Clyde Rivers, has endorsed Mental Real Estate. Mental Real Estate Award has been given right now in over 4 to 5 countries. I say 5 countries around the world, and it's still continuing to grow. Even though it's only been on the platform for award ceremony for a year, it's already here in at least 5 countries. So we're going to continue to grow this thing so we can go. So those of you that are receiving a Mental Real Estate Award today, we want to salute and thank you for your contribution to others, even not knowing that the work that you're doing is a direct product of mental real estate. We will acknowledge what you do, why you do it. And for the people who are going to be recipients for the award, please take it serious, because I know you take your work serious. And all we're doing here is trying to acknowledge the people who stand strong in what they believe and develop and help others to grow with their mental real estate. So thank you, Dr. Corey Briggs. He's going to join me on stage with the community awards first. I'm going to have Dr. Briggs come up, and he's going to actually. Yeah, you can read. He's going to. I'll announce the winner after he reads the award for what it stands for. And then once you hear your name called, please come on up. And listen, guys, capture these moments. Even if you don't know somebody, please take photos. Give them an opportunity to have this moment, because they deserve it. So we're going to go ahead and Dr. Corey Briggs.
Can I add one thing to that, Doc?
Add whatever you like, sir.
I want you to cheer like it's your award. How about that? When their name gets called, cheer for them like somebody should be cheering for you. This is the Mental Real Estate Community Award. This award is proudly presented to, thing closed. Y'all get ready for them, okay? This is awarded to the said individual who demonstrates growth through life experiences and utilizes life applications to develop their communities through service and business.
Amen. Thank you. This is profound that he hands me this first award. The recipient of this award goes to a friend of mine who lived a life of service, dedicated his life to the youth, reared his own children, took care of his family, loved his community, went abroad and started child-based programs to help the youth stay out of trouble, to gain more about their knowledge, learn more about how to do things that are fun within their community, and to be productive citizens within their communities. And some of them have gone on to college and what have not. But the saddest thing for this person that I have to announce for the Mental Real Estate Award is that we had a phone conversation 2 months ago for me to notify this person that be receiving this award at the Mental Real Estate Conference. He was so touched by receiving this award that he had to pull over on the highway and park his car because he became emotional to where he couldn't drive. We sat there, we cried on the phone for a while because we knew what it meant for us to come up to some of the same communities and understand what it meant to add more value to our kids and our neighborhoods. Tragically, a few weeks ago, he had a tragic car accident. I spoke with him the day before his accident, and he couldn't wait to be here. He was excited. So, he's passed on. He could not survive his injuries. And I asked for some representation of the family to be here. Whether they're here or not, I'm going to do the honorable thing. And I'm going to present this award. If you would stand with me. This doesn't have to be a moment of silence, but a moment of celebration, because he cried his tears because they told me he received his award at the time I told him he would be presented. And my friend, Michael Jackson, will receive his award to his family. Angela, could you please come and accept this award in his honor? Michael Jackson gave his life of service until he had to give his life for his service. So I love to give flowers. Someone capture a picture so we can represent this. She would make sure that the family gets this. Cameron, thank you. I understand. It's hard to smile. We both lost a dear friend. Okay, so the next, we're going to keep it moving. Wow. The next recipient of the Mental Real Estate Community Award goes to a lady who has put in the service work, who has done the work, and sometimes with little acknowledgement, but continues the efforts and the joint efforts to continue to add value to the community, to continue to build into the children, continue to build into the young adults, and help them shape their minds and their decisions to know what it means to grow up. Because we all know this life is no game. So the next Mental Real Estate Award, I'm proud to say, belongs to Angela Johnson. Hit myself in the mouth. Yeah, she had no idea that was coming. But you know, we celebrate the ones that celebrate our children. She's given a life of service to these kids, y'all. We can't stop. Mental Real Estate Community Award is getting hot. Yeah, she's smiling now. Okay, we're going to keep it moving on. Here we go. The next Mental Real Estate Award for Community Award goes to, needless to say, a level of service dedicated to a person with a life that had a vision and a heart for others. Regardless of the compassion that the person felt, saw the need, met the need, accelerated the need. Made sure that whatever need was needed to be met, that if it wasn't found, it was discovered. The resources that was put into the hands of this person was diligently dealt with swift accordance to the lives of others. And has implemented mental real estate in more than one way, and people will continue to acknowledge in this community. I'm proud to say the next Mental Real Estate Community Award goes to the most deserving person I know, Debbie Saab. And she just retired yesterday. She just retired yesterday. Yes. So Connie, could you come help our ladies at the stage when they come? So go ahead. If you're working, we can find somebody. There's plenty of gentlemen here. Congratulations. Thank you, sir. Keeping this going with a vision to help our people all around the city, to help all around the city, within the community, with a broad, virtual, you name it, educational, you name it, whatever it takes to get the job done. The value that you see in others that others can't see in themselves is impeccable. And to know that the knowledge that you carry will leave a definite legacy within the community for years and years to come. So I'm proud to say we celebrate you, my brother, Roger Suggs, an ambassador of the truth. That brand is his brand, y'all. And he celebrates the truth, a great man. Come on up here, my friend. Give a round of applause, y'all. He does work throughout the community and also for Kansas City, Kansas Community College. Great man. Okay, coming up next, the Community Award. What's left to say? Great man, great vision, great mind. The self-made billionaire Kevin Wilson. Come on up here, man. Yes, sir. That is our community awards. Dr. Corey Briggs will move on now and read the next one.
Listen, I love how y'all keeping this energy going. Let's keep it going. Continue to celebrate those as you would want someone to celebrate for you. Now, this is the Mental Real Estate National Award. This award is proudly presented to, y'all get ready. This national award is given the said individual that has sustainable efforts in directing people in life achievements while creating attainable outcomes. Your thoughts and passion to guiding others by developing their mental real estate goes beyond the local community and is recognized around the country. You have made contributions into your own life to now be able to contribute to society. It is a great honor to present this award.
Thank you, sir. And the first recipient of this award goes to a great person with a great heart, with a great mind. Wow. I'm speechless right now because the deserves are for the deserving, and this person deserves it. The Mental Real Estate National Award recipient right now is Angela Elting. Trust me when I tell you, they didn't have any idea they were receiving these. Amen. Celebrate with the Mental Real Estate Award kid. All right, moving right along. Another one who is definitely doing the work throughout the country is known for building things all around that are sustainable. To help celebrate someone so great, you got to know what you're talking about. You don't put mental real estate in front of people that don't even understand the philosophy. And this person has more than enough philosophy to go around. I'd love to celebrate this opportunity to celebrate the Mental Real Estate National Award for Dr. Adria Jones Lester. Homegrown, y'all. All right, thank you so much. All right, we have another national award of work that's being done around the country that does not get enough recognition. The reform of helping others matters when it comes to what you do with your mind, because we know that your mind affects your decisions affect your outcomes. So we got to celebrate people. Listen, I told you I'm giving them flowers right now. If you're alive, I'm giving them to you. If you deserve it, I'm giving it to you. Because you know what, there's so many recognized people out here that don't even see the recognition. And we will give another one today. The Mental Real Estate National Award comes with great respect for what you do to the community and to help these kids around the country. Lewis Moulton, come receive your award, my friend. Absolutely, thank you. Hot. This is our last award for the National Award. Mental Real Estate comes without question to one of the great minds that continues to add value. I keep saying that, but it's true, so I'm going to keep saying it. If it pertains to them, I'm giving it to them because they deserve it. When you're talking about standing in the gap for others, when you're talking about making a mental sacrifice, to contribute of yourself, and sometimes you got to spill out and empty just so that you can go back and refill so somebody else can find just a half ounce of their own worth. And it's worth it every single time, and I won't ever stand away from someone who has contributed a life of service. And I'll tell you guys right now, it's now or never. Mental Real Estate National Award goes to the Wendell Graham. All right, Dr. Corey Briggs is back to read the definition for the next award.
Now, when you start dealing with people that cross over international waters, they start doing things that we say is what? Global, right? International. So this is the Mental Real Estate Global Award. This award is proudly presented to, yeah, it's coming. This is awarded to the said individual that allows their vision to be realized in the eyes of others locally and internationally. By continuing to develop your mental real estate, you see the value of others beyond your reach. By this lives, communities, and countries are directly impacted by your continued efforts.
Thank you, sir. Wow, what can I say? A deserving international figure who I've had the honor of knowing, sharing, and traveling with, that have seen tears fall from cheeks, have dried those cheeks, has cried tears themselves, and have seen life-altering shifts and changes in other people's lives. The initiative continues, and it continues to grow. So no matter where this person goes, the impact is always following. So I'm proud to say, for this next Mental Real Estate Global Award, my sister, Dr. Kathy Barton Brown. Kick off your shoes and relax your feet. Yes, yes. Okay, and this next Mental Real Estate Global Award again is international waters as they take to the skies and make a difference and create impacts in people's lives. Listen, we talk about going into schools and working with children that don't even really understand the English language, but they celebrate you anyhow. When you create an impact, sometimes it ain't what you say, it's what they feel. You leave something that leaves an imprint. And when you leave an imprint, guess what? They will always remember you. They will always celebrate you. And as they grow, they will remember those things that you left in their hearts and in their minds. Because those are the things that help shape the mental real estate of communities internationally. So the Mental Real Estate Global Award that I'm proud to say has to go to my brother, Dr. Corey Briggs. All right, let me take a second, Dr. Lotus. I'm gonna bring her up on stage even with her flip-flops on because she didn't expect to get on stage again, but come here, my dear. We have to talk to the people for a second because last year you was a guest at the conference, you spoke at the conference, you dominated, it was amazing. We had a great time, but you also remember, we had a mutual friend between the two of us. And this mutual friend was somebody who had high stature in the country. You know who I'm talking about. What was her position in the country of the USA?
She was a colonel in the U.S. Army.
She was a retired colonel in the U.S. Army. And matter of fact, can I see the other microphone, Corey, for just a second, so we don't have to play tag? Thank you. And so when she was here at the conference, because she actually got an opportunity to present coins. I'm trying to get that.
Yeah, I know.
Here, forget it. We'll use one mic to actually present coins. You can stay there. Okay. When she came here, what was her purpose for presenting this coin? Do you remember?
She was coming to present the coin to many of the people
in mental real estate, with you being one of the first ones, Dr. Ruben West. I believe Corey received one, and Dr. Christian, and of course, our brother Saccone, and I think I received one as well.
Do you remember what that coin signified and who actually, from a retired lieutenant, from a retired colonel, who has actually received that award before?
Well, if my memory serves me, I know His Royal Highness, Dr. Rivers, he received it. And Dr. Margaret, she received an award from the president. Actually, not just from our standing president, but our former presidents. She's received that award. And the coin, she created the coin. She created the coin for people just like you and me, entrepreneurs, people trying to discover their dream, and people trying to understand their mental real estate.
So would it be fair to say that the creation of this coin that she has, that President Obama and President Biden has, is a worthy of a lifetime achievement award?
Yes, I would say so.
What they don't know is that Dr. Margaret was at this conference last year. Corey, you remember. But she lost her life. Recently passed. Good friend, great woman, African-American woman, retired colonel. We don't hear that often. So what Dr. Lotus doesn't even know, and get ready, is that we now have created the Dr. Margaret Andrews Fournier Lifetime Achievement Award in her honor. And every time this award is given, we will celebrate the life of the retired Colonel, Dr. Margaret Andrews Fournier. I will be getting some information to you to get to the family, because every time that award goes up for lifetime achievement, her name and that service coin that the presidents of the United States have will now be honorably mentioned everywhere it goes. So thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Mike.
Now let's get to the business. I need that mic. Dr. Corey. We have one recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award. Dr. Corey will read off the description.
Just so I want to make sure I do this proper justice. Can you pronounce her last name again, please? No, here. Fournier. Got it. Can't mess that up. So the Colonel Margaret Andrews Fournier Mental Real Estate Lifetime Achievement Award. This award is presented to you for having contributed a life of service within your community and abroad. Your continued influence to positively affect the way others have developed their mental real estate has caused a recurring effect through generations. Your mental real estate of self, family, business, spirituality, and your continued sacrifices beyond your known limitations is what embodies the development of mental real estate. It gives me great honor to present to you the Colonel Margaret Andrews Fournier Lifetime Achievement Award.
Thank you, sir.
My pleasure.
This is a special one here. I say it all the time. In order to give life, you have to live it. And this person has lived a life of totality, sacrifice, hurt, shame, pain, sometimes no gain. But has found resolve through everything. The $10,000 question was to name one thing that you've been through that you haven't lived through. And this person has lived through everything. Through abuse, physical, mental, through suffering, losses, gains, who continued efforts despite acknowledgement, made the sacrifice of love and hurt. To see others survive, to see others win, to see others gain. And when you see somebody like that, you understand that there's a lifetime tied to it, the acknowledgement of the name is worth more than the award. I'm honored today to present the Colonel Margaret Andrews Fournier Mental Real Estate Lifetime Achievement Award to my hero and the mother of mental real estate, Brenda Joyce Redmond. Whew. Oh man, yes, 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 yes. Help me, Wendell. Wow. She cries all the time, y'all. That's where I get it from, so don't mind her. The I Change Nations Lifetime Achievement Award. Brenda Joyce Redmond. Step back, mama, so we can get a picture. Wipe your nose, wipe your nose. I know, you see me up here? Anybody got another sleeve? Amen. Now that's called giving them their flowers while they're here. I believe in it, y'all, and I would not just dare hand this award to anybody that didn't deserve it, but when you see 71 years standing before you and understand everything about that life that is living, it deserves the acknowledgement, and I will continue to move around the world and acknowledge people in the honor in the name of mental real estate and I Change Nations, and I want to thank you all for being a part of this award ceremony. This concludes our ceremony. Thank you all. Please feel free. I'll keep music going for a little bit, and we got to change the room over, but please take your photos with all of those that deserve it, and please celebrate the ones that you love, and I'm going to turn it over to the Wendell Graham, the baddest MC in the game.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause before we get out of here. One more round of applause. Hey, wasn't that exciting? Didn't we have a jam-packed day? Didn't we accomplish a lot? I told you we had a long way to go and a short time to get there, and I believe we've arrived at the point of our journey where we prepare to leave. So I want you to do is, yes, sir. Come on now, come on. Come on. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, Ebony makes the whole thing go round. I gotta give it to Ebony. Listen, this room wouldn't look the way it looks without Ebony Saunders. I couldn't even be in this suit right now if it wasn't. You know how many times I got kicked to make sure I'm standing in line? She works everything that helps mental real estate. She stands behind it 100%, and I want to celebrate her as well as her team. Could you tell and give acknowledgement to your team?
I wouldn't be who I am if it wasn't for Prince. Where is he? Prince. Regina Platt. Please stand. Tracy Seville. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Roger, thank you.
Giving people flowers. On my shirt, we don't give flowers, we give oxygen. Give oxygen, don't give flowers.
All right. Nobody's overlooked. That's right. Let's call it out. Everybody's acknowledged. I also wanted to bring this to your attention that with the mental real estate team, they are looking for you, for the subject matter experts, the teachers, the trainers, the coaches, the mentors. They've developed a curriculum Yeah, and so they're going to need people that's going to be needed to facilitate certain modules, if you will. So what I want you to do, if you have not responded by sending that text message, make sure you do that. Send that text message out. How many speakers do we have in the room? Speakers, aspiring speakers. All right, put your hands down. Teachers. All right, put your hands down. How about, what am I missing? Teachers, subject matter experts. Kevin is a subject matter expert. He's a teacher. Saucony Prince, he specializes. So everybody that we need is in this room, right? And so hitch your star or hitch your wagon to the star. Right? They already have it in motion. Everything's already set up. It's already in institutions. They already have a workbook. So the only thing that you haven't done, if you've been asking God, Lord, please give me a sign. Tupac made a song. Didn't he make a song? Lord, give me a sign. Yeah. So you ask God to give you a sign, and here it is. A sign is that which points to a real thing. We're going to wrap it up, because y'all know I can go. But a sign points to a real thing. The stop sign is not the real thing. Your action is. Stop! Because if you don't stop, you violate the sign, and then you end up in an accident or getting a ticket. Then you face down on the ground, talking about, no more roads. No, you don't. But anyway, so you ask for a sign. Here it is. This is the sign. So respond. You have to respond. You have to take action. I was talking to a young lady back there. You have to take a physical action step. If I'm going to coach you, I ain't going to do all the heavy lifting. I ain't going to do the work. I'm going to hold you accountable for the things you say you want. I want it. So if I want it more than you want it for yourself, then it's imbalanced. So you have to want it more than I want it for you, but you have to be accountable. So if that's something that you want to do with your life, I suggest that you take a physical action step and take advantage of all the hard work that's been put in. Tonight, we're going to party like it's 1999. Oh, we're going to cut up. We're going to cut up. That's how we say it down south. We're going to cut up. Last year we did. Did y'all see Corey last year? He jumped over his leg. Y'all saw that? He was dancing. I can't do it. But Corey, he was doing something like, I said, golly, that's the Matrix move or something. God, I've never seen nothing like that. Never seen that. So we're going to party tonight. What time are we going to start? 8 o'clock, and we're going to close it down about 11, 10:30, 11 o'clock. So don't meet me here. Meet me here. I'll be here. Where the DJ booth when we set up this time? Right here? Oh, this one. DJ, can I do an honorary DJ thing with a pair of headphones on this time? That's what I'm talking about. All right, ladies and gentlemen, stand to your feet. Say, this is my Bible. No, that's Joe Osteen. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Does anybody have any questions before we go? Any questions for me? Did I miss anything? Yes. I'm sorry, say it again. Oh, yeah, by 5? Okay, speakers upstairs by 5, right? Yes, sir. Do I have any more phones? I do. Actually, I do. So I'm a good salesman. He's ready to buy a phone. Yeah. All right, sir. Back order, if you need to order a phone and they're not available, get with Saucony Prince. He's on the back order team. Amazon, SauconyPrince.com. Yeah, any other questions? Yes, ma'am. 75. What he said. What he said. Okay. That's right. That's good. Yeah. Kevin's gonna be working tonight on them millionaires. He's working on it tonight. Let me see. Who else was it? Man, I thank you. I thank you guys. So I'm not gonna prolong the time. So no further questions. We're officially dismissed, and I will see you guys back here tonight. Get us out of here with some music, DJ.
In the name of Jesus, no weapon formed against me shall prosper. And every tongue that rises against me in judgment, thou shalt condemn. Lord, give me a sign. For this is the heritage of the service of the Lord. And the righteousness is of me, said the Lord. Amen.
We need all speakers to the stage for photos. All speakers to the stage for photos.
I know you haven't let me till I come along. I'm a big boy now. I'm still not grown and I'm still going through it. Ain't in a Yeah, soaking up slow like rain in the dirt. And I know only I can stop the rain. Just a mention of my Savior's name. In the name of Jesus, devil, I rebuke you for what I go through and trying to make me do what I used to. With all that stops right here. As long as the Lord's in my life, I will have no fear. I will know no pain from the light to the dark. No shame, spit it right from the heart. Just right from the start. You held me down, and they nothing they can tell me now. Lord, give me a sign. Let me know what's on your mind. Let me know what I'm gonna find. It's all on time. Show me how to teach the mind. Show me how to reach the mind. Lord, give me a sign. Show me what I got to do. To bring me closer to you. Cause I'm gonna go through whatever you want me to. Just let me know what to do. Lord, give me a sign. Please show me something. I'm tired of talking to him, knowing he's fat. Round out life ain't nothing. Be the one that you trap all the one headed. Trapped in your own mind, waiting on the Lord. I'm hunting with the word, cuts like a sword. Spoken word is all speakers to the stage for photography, please. Strong with the kind of tribulation, never let us down, Jesus. I know we here with us now, Jesus. I know we still with us now. Keep it real with us now. On the field, show me how. Please let me take your hand, guide me. So stay right beside me. Devil's trying to find me. Hide me. Hold up, I take that back. Protect me and get me. Better the fire, give me a sign. Let me know what's on your mind. Let me know what I'm gonna find. It's all the time. Show me how to teach the mind. Show me how to reach the mind. Lord, give me a sign. Show me what I got to do. Bring me closer to you. Cause I'm gonna go through whatever you want me to. Just let me know what to do. Lord, give me a sign.
Once again, speakers to the stage. Dr. Lotus to stage. Wiggle Graham, don't leave. We gotta do photos.
We shall rise.
All right, Dr. Lotus will show you these all speakers to the stage.
Show me what I got to do. Bring me closer to you. Cause I'm gonna do whatever you want me to. Just let me know what to do. Lord, give me a sign.
Hey, don't forget tonight, this room will be turned around. We're going to be ready to go.